Please secure the doors. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. President.
All right, we will let the morning invocation senders, we're going to let the morning invocation serve as the invocation for this evening's session, if there are no objections. Can we make sure that everyone has recorded their presence in the chamber? All right. Senator from College Park. Senator from District 8. And all right, we got one more here. We're slowly getting there. This is the walk to the seats invocation. We won't journalize it. All right, I think we're good. Clerk will take the call. With 45 members in the chamber, the Senate of Maryland yet again is in session. All right, any announcements before we get started? All right, we've got a busy day today, this evening. We're going to move as far as we can. We may not get through all of it, but we'll do the best we can and see where we land tomorrow. If there are no objections, we will waive the reading of the journal from the prior legislative day. We have a message from the House of Delegates. These are Senate bills passed by yeas and nays. Calendar 3. Clerk will read the bills.
Senate Bill 14, Senator Kelly, compensation to individual erroneously convicted, sentenced, and confined, the Walter Lomax Act. Senate Bill 38, Senator West, Baltimore County Alcoholic Beverages Board of License Commissioners Qualifications. Senate Bill 110, Chair Finance Committee, Private Passenger Motor Vehicle Liability Insurance, Notices, Alterations of Requirements.
Majority Leader moves, so be considered the reading of the bills. We have some, will not concurs, some will not concurs. This is going to be calendar number, I don't know the calendar number, 4? 5. Calendar number 5. All right. Clerk, read the bill.
Senate Bill 444, Senator West, Transforming Manufacturing in a Digital Economy Work Group, Making It in Maryland, Finance.
Chair recognizes the Vice Chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 444 establishes the work group to study the transformation of manufacturing in Maryland's emerging digital economy, staffed by the Department of Commerce. The House amendment stripped 3 entities from the work group. Finance Committee moves not to concur.
The committee moves not to concur. Question before the Senate is whether to not concur. All in favor of the non-concurrence say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The Senate does not concur in the House amendments. We have a message. The clerk will read the message.
By the Majority Leader, ladies and gentlemen of the House of Delegates, the Senate refuses to concur in the House amendment and respectfully requests the House recede from its position. Should the House prefer a conference committee to confer on the disagreeing votes of the 2 houses, the Senate appoints Senator Feldman, Senator Klossmeyer, Senator Hershey. Said bill is returned herewith by order Nicole Alexander, Secretary.
Message having been read is adopted. All right, we have a concurrence calendar. Let's see. This is number 4. Concurrence calendar number 4. The clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 35, Senator Feldman, Procurement, Prevailing Wage Applicability, Finance. Senate Bill 79.
I think we're going to take them. We're going to take them one by one on the concurrences. So the clerk or chair recognizes the vice chair of the committee on the concurrence.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 35 requires that any public work contract value of $250,000 or more that receives 25% or more in state funding shall pay the state a prevailing wage to employees working on the project. The House amendment struck a reference to miscellaneous grants regarding an exclusion from the prevailing wage requirements. We'll move to concur with that. those House amendments.
All right, the committee moves to concur with the House amendments. Question before the Senate is whether to concur with the House amendments. Any discussion? All in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The Senate adopts the House amendments. Senate Bill 35 is again on third reader for final passage. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 33 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 35, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 79, Senator Kramer, electricity, change of address, maintenance of subscriptions and contracts, finance.
Chair recognizes the chair of the committee on the concurrence. Oh, Madam Chair, you got to hit the button, please.
I thought I had it. Senate Bill 79 authorizes community solar energy subscribers and residential electric choice customers to maintain their subscriptions or contracts at a new service address. The House amendment makes a technical correction to the bill. We move to concur.
All right, the chair's made the motion to concur with the House amendments. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. Senate Bill 79 is now again in front of the Senate on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 79, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 149, Senator Kelly, insurance application of premium tax, continued exclusion of Maryland Automobile Insurance Fund, finance, and B&T.
Senate
Thank
Bill,
you.
Oh, yes, Chair recognizes Chair of the committee.
Okay. Senate Bill 149 makes permanent an exemption from the insurance premium tax for Maryland Automobile Insurance Fund. The House amendment makes a technical correction to the bill. We move to concur.
All right, the committee moves to concur. Question is on the House amendments. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. Senate Bill 149 is again in front of the Senate on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 149, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 816, Senator Klossmeyer, unemployment insurance, employee contributions, finance.
Chair recognizes the Vice Chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 816 enhances existing requirements for employer payment plans when Table F is applicable for purposes of determining state unemployment insurance UI taxes, and authorizes certain employers to defer certain UI tax contributions. The House amendment authorizes certain nonprofit and government entities with 50 or more employees to defer certain reimbursement payments for the calendar quarter ending September 30, 2021 until 2022 under certain circumstances. The committee moves to concur with those amendments.
The committee moves to concur with the House amendments. Questions on the amendments? Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The House amendments are adopted. Senate Bill 816 is again in front of the Senate on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 816, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 846, Senator Benson, home energy assistance, critical medical needs program, power to the people program, finance.
Chair recognizes Vice Chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 846 requires the Office of Home Energy Programs in coordination with the United Way of Central Maryland and the Fuel Fund of Maryland to establish the Power to the People pilot program by July 1, 2022. The House amendment alters two positions to be full-time rather than part-time. We move to concur.
Committee moves to concur with the House amendments. On the amendments, any discussion? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The House amendments are adopted. Senate Bill 846 is now in front of the Senate again for third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 846, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. All right. Chair recognizes the Senator from Baltimore County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request my vote on Senate Bill 35 be changed from green to red.
35 green to red. Are there any objections to the Senator's motion? Without objections, so ordered on Senate Bill 35. All right. Let's go into the third reading calendar of Senate bills and get these out of the way. This is third reading calendar 57. The clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 81, Senator Ellis, Southern Maryland Rapid Transit Project funding.
Senate Bill 81 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 81, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 318, Senator Bailey, Natural Resources, Fishing and Hunting Rights.
Senate Bill 318 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 318, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 546, Senator McCrae, School Buildings, Drinking Water Outlets, Elevated Level of Lids, Safe School Drinking Water Act.
Senate Bill 546 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 546, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 659, Senator Gazzoni, Historic Revitalization Tax Credit, Small Commercial Projects, Alterations.
Senate Bill 659 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 659, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 736, Senator Augustine, Health Occupation Pharmacist, Administration of Children's Vaccine Study and Temporary Authority. This is an emergency bill.
Senate Bill 736 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 736, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 887, Senator Elris, Property Tax Credit, Business Entities, State of Emergency.
Senate Bill 887 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 887, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 958, Senator Zucker, Non-Public Special Education Schools, State Contribution Increase.
Senate Bill 958 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 958, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. All right, we've got a layover calendar of Senate bills. This is calendar number 21. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 716, Senator Carrozza, Solid Waste Management, Prohibition on Releasing a Balloon into the Atmosphere. Questions on the adoption of the committee amendments and the favorable report.
All right, question is on the two committee amendments. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The two committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the adoption of the favorable committee report as amended. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report as amended is adopted. Are there any amendments? Chair recognizes the senator from District 7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have two amendments at the desk. The first one we'll do is 683-828/1.
828. Give us one moment, Senator. What's that? Senator, could Senator please repeat the number of the amendment? 828 was the final three, I think.
583828/1.
828/1. All right, 1 second. All right, Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you. So, colleagues, if you remember earlier today, the floor leader got up, talked about this bill, why she put it in, dealing with people letting balloons go and what they do to the environment, the impact in her district, on Aztec Island with the ponies, the turtles and the fish in the ocean and the bay that ingest it. But what really drives me crazy is when I'm sitting in a traffic light with a car in front of me and I watch somebody flick a cigarette out the window. That is polluting. That's what this amendment does, is it says, hey, you get the same thing whether you release a balloon or you flick a cigarette out your window. It's pretty simple. I mean, coming here tonight, when I came back into town, I was sitting at the light out there at Growls, looked over to the left, and there was about 25 different cigarette butts sitting there along the curb. So it's a pretty simple amendment that just adds cigarettes to the bill. So with that, I move favorable on the amendment, Mr.
Senator
President.
moves the amendment. Chair recognizes the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank the senator for giving me the courtesy of the amendment a couple minutes beforehand. And I would urge the body to reject the amendment. It's a different intent. We are focused on the release, prohibiting the release of the balloons. I did also want to share that what the senator describes could also be covered under the litter laws and not what we're doing with SB 716. I wanted to share earlier in the discussion, it was brought up about littering, and I wanted to point out that we had a letter from the Attorney General last year when this issue came up. And the issue that the former sponsor from Howard and Montgomery counties requested the letter from the Attorney General. And basically what comes back from the Attorney General is the act of releasing a balloon into the air does not appear to constitute an act of littering. So that's why we went with the separate bill. The focus on this bill is the prohibition of the knowing and intentional release of balloons. The intent of the amendment is separate from this bill, so I would urge no vote.
All right, on the amendment, Chair recognizes the Chair of the committee.
Mr. President, could you rule on the single subject issue? I'm trying to figure out how littering, throwing cigarette butts out relates to this legislation. I mean, if people don't like it, they should vote no. If they like it, they should vote yes. But I'm just trying to understand how the amendment fits.
Mr. President.
Just give us one moment, Senators. Just one moment. So the senators requested whether or not it's a single subject. It appears that the senator, the maker of the amendment, may have additional information. If the maker of the amendment could provide that.
Yes, sir. I have a Attorney General's opinion that I requested earlier today about this. Kind of thought this might come up. And they go on talking about the bill, both this bill and House Bill 391. And I'll just read the last sentence, and I can provide it to you, sir. It says, here, the single subject of the bill is the prevention of litter by prohibiting the release of certain material. As a result, the addition of cigarette butts to House Bill 391, Senate Bill 716 stays within a single subject.
All right, thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from Montgomery County.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I know that this is important to talk about, but I'd move to special order the bill to appropriate time tomorrow.
Senators move to special order of the bill. Question is on special order. All in favor of the special order, say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill will be special ordered to the appropriate time tomorrow. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 894, Senator Rosapep, Post-Crisis Jobs Act of 2021. Question is on the adoption of the committee amendments and the favorable report.
All right, question is on the two committee amendments. Any discussion on the amendments? Chair recognizes the Vice Chair.
Mr. President, before we adopt it, through some conversation with the sponsor, I think there may be some implications with some of the federal money flowing, and we want to kind of get a handle on this. So I'd ask, after discussions with the sponsor, to just special order this for one day till tomorrow.
Are there any objections to the senator's motion to special order? Hearing none, without objection, the bill will be special ordered to the appropriate time tomorrow. All right. Looks like we have a consent calendar. Let's do these out of finance. This would be calendar number 11. Clerk will read the calendar.
Report of the Committee on Finance, report number 37, consent calendar 11.
Chair recognizes the chair of the committee.
Mr. President and members, the House bills on this report have no amendments and are the same as the cross-file Senate bills that unanimously passed the Senate. I move the bills on this report.
All right. The chair requests that we move the bills favorably to third reading. Senators, take a look on your laptops, look through the bills. Are there any bills that senators wish to remove from the consent calendar? If not, questions on the adoption of the favorable committee report. All in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report for the bills on calendar number 11 are adopted. Bills on calendar number 11 are hereby ordered passed to third reading. We've got a calendar from the report on the Committee of Education, Health, and Environmental Affairs, number 38. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 391, Delegate Hartman, Solid Waste Management, Prohibition on Releasing a Balloon into the Atmosphere, favorable with one amendment.
Chair recognizes the senator from the Lower Eastern Shore.
Okay, so House Bill 391, as amended, is identical to Senate Bill 716, with one amendment, which was reducing the fine from $250 to $100. I would ask for a favorable report.
All right.
As amended.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the one committee amendment and the favorable committee report. Chair recognizes the senator from District 7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since this is the cross-file of the bill that we've laid over till tomorrow, or special order tomorrow, I ask that we lay the bill and amendment over till tomorrow.
The senator's motion is in order. The bill and the amendment will be laid over under the rule. Clerk will read the next bill.
Thank you.
Senate Bill 1040, Delegate Kelly, Health Occupation Pharmacist, Administration of Children's Vaccines, Study and Temporary Authority, favorable.
Chair recognizes the senator from Baltimore City as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, House Bill 1040 is the House version of a bill we just passed, but the delegate and the HGO did a tremendous amount of work. I just wanted to remind you that why this bill is important is that routine childhood vaccination rates nationwide had dropped below pre-COVID levels. In April 2020, Maryland actually dropped to the lowest in the nation vaccination rates. They dropped about 60%. And so that leaves Maryland young people vulnerable to whooping cough, measles outbreaks, all kinds of things. And also Medicaid well visits dropped 40% in 2020. So these young people did not get their vaccinations. So as you recall, this bill will allow pharmacists to administer on a part-time, in a temporary basis to administer vaccines. And also it will require a study. There were no committee amendments. The bill passed by unanimous consent. So I ask for an adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the favorable committee report. Question on the report? Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1040 is ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1048, Delegate Wilkins, Election Law, Permanent Absentee Ballot List, favorable with 4 amendments.
Chair recognizes the chair of the committee as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. House Bill 1048 is similar to Senate Bill 683 that passed the Senate last week. It incorporates and expands on the provisions of that legislation. It allows voters to apply to be placed on a permanent absentee ballot list. It sets determinations for local ballot drop boxes and a process to add drop boxes from the state. It also sets up violations if anyone tries to obstruct access to a drop box or post certain materials on the drop box. It also requires certain documents and statements to be added on the absentee ballots. Specifically on the 4 amendments, the first one is technical. The second one sets up factors in determining ballot drop box locations, sets up a process for a request for additional drop boxes through the State Department. It also ensures the security of ballot drop boxes and sets a chain of custody procedures set up by the State Board of Elections. Amendment 3 requires specified communication, including a statement requesting return of the mailing under certain circumstances, and sets of violations to post certain materials on the ballot drop box or to canvass or electioneer in a manner that obstructs access to the drop box. And finally, Amendment 4 says that in 2022 and 2024, local board must send the state-approved absentee ballot application to all eligible voters, and it also requires that the State Board of Elections contract with a usability consultant to review the usability of all public materials related to mail-in voting. Mr. President, move adoption of the 4 committee amendments and favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 4 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, Chair recognizes the minority whip.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just ask the bill and the amendments lie over under the rule.
Senator's motion is in order. The bill and the amendments will lie over under the rule. All right, we've got another consent calendar. This is out of budget and tax. This will be Report 24, consent number 7. The clerk will read the calendar.
Report of the Committee on Budget and Taxation, Report 24, Consent Calendar 7.
Chair recognizes the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. These House bills are in conformance with the same Senate bills that passed unanimously. There are no amendments. I move the consent calendar.
All right, consent calendar number 7. Senators, there are a lot of bills on this one. Please, Senators, move the adoption of the favorable report for the bills on consent calendar 7 out of budget and tax. Please take a moment, scroll through. Are there any bills that senators wish to separate? You'll also have the opportunity to separate on third reader, but just check through now. Appears not. Questions on the adoption of the favorable committee report? All in favor of the report, say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report for the bills on consent calendar 7 is adopted. The bills on 24-7 will be passed to third reading. All right, we got another budget and tax. This is calendar 26 report. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 7, Delegate Lukey. Venison donation expenses, income tax credit, and grant program favorable with 4 amendments.
I hope we took care of the antlered. Chair recognizes the senator from District 1.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, the Senate. House Bill 7 alters the existing venison donation income tax credit by extending eligibility to certain donations made to the Montgomery County Deer Donation Program. There are several amendments the committee made. It expands the credit to include processing of antlered deer, increases the amount of the credit that may be claimed for each deer to $75, increases the total amount of the credit an individual may claim each year to $600, extends the termination date of the credit, strikes the provisions of the bill that would have established a venison donation grant program, and requires DNR to report on the testing of deer for chronic wasting disease. So basically, we amended this bill. We passed Senate Bill 769 here, which was similar. So we, other than the Montgomery issue, made it basically the same as that. So I move adoption of the committee amendments and favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the 4 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. Question on the amendments. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The 4 committee amendments are adopted. Question now on the favorable committee report as amended. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report as amended is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 7 is ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 113, Delegate Learman, Board of Revenue Estimates and Bureau of Revenue Estimates. Organization and operations favorable.
Chair recognizes the senator from Baltimore City as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 113 reorganizes the Bureau of Revenue Estimates, the BRE, within the Comptroller's Office and alters the operation of the BRE, the Board of Revenue Estimates. The bill requires specified reports from the BRE and the Department of Legislative Services. There are no committee amendments. Move the adoption of the committee report, Mr. President.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the favorable committee report. On the report, any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 113 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 133, Delegate Corman, State Finance and Procurement, Appropriation Reductions, Board of Public Works, Budget Reduction Clarification Act, favorable with 2 amendments.
113 to 133. Chair recognizes Senator from 30th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 133 is now identical to Senate Bill 30, which passed this chamber unanimously just last week. It limits the governor's authority to reduce specified appropriations subject to the approval of the Board of Public Works to up to 25% of the legislative appropriation for any 8-digit program in the state operating in a fiscal year. The bill also increases from 3 business days to 7 calendar days the advance notice for the BPW must give before it may approve a proposed reduction. There are 2 committee amendments, Mr. President, to conform it to Senate Bill 30. It passed unanimously in the Budget and Taxation Committee. I move adoption of the amendments in the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the 2 committee amendments in the favorable committee report. Question on the amendments. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the favorable committee report as amended. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report as amended is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 133 is hereby ordered passed for 3rd reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 252, Delegate Long, tax sales on occupied residential property, favorable.
Chair recognizes Senator from the 37th District as the floor leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, current law identifies several circumstances in which a property may be removed from a tax sale, but this bill, House Bill 252, authorizes the governing body of a county or a municipal corporation to withhold an owner-occupied residential property from the tax sale during a specific period from June 1, 2021 through June 30th, 2023. A lot of this is a result of the difficulties with financing and housing due to our pandemic. There are no amendments. Move the adoption of the committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the favorable committee report. Question on the report. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 252 is hereby ordered passed for 3rd reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 319, Delegate Polakovich Carr, Local Tax Relief for Working Families, Act of 2021, favorable with 2 amendments.
Chair recognizes Vice Chair of the committee as the floor leader.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. This is the House cross file of the local income tax progressivity bill that we dealt with a week or 2 ago. We passed. The committee amendments conform it to the form of the Senate bill as we passed it, which is designed to protect the disparity grants. I move to special order this bill to the appropriate time on Friday.
Floor leader moves that we special order the bill to the appropriate time on Friday. Are there any objections to the senator's motion? Seeing none, without objection, so ordered. The bill will be special ordered until Friday. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 337, Delegate Young, Sales and Use Tax Vendor Collection Credit Job Training, favorable.
Chair recognizes the chair of the committee as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. 337 authorizes a qualified job training organization to claim a sales tax vendor collection credit in the amount equal to 100% of the gross amount of the sales and use taxes that are collected by the vendor, and the vendor might not claim more than $100,000 in credits in a calendar year. This is the same bill that we passed out a couple of weeks ago, a Senate bill, although this bill actually reduces the value of it, and given the fact that the supplemental includes additional monies that could be used for these purposes, I think is an appropriate thing, so we're accepting the actions of the House. So move adoption of the committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Question on the report, any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 337 is ordered passed for 3rd reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 865, Delegate Smith, Historic Revitalization Tax Credit, Small Commercial Projects, Alterations, favorable.
Chair recognizes the chair of the committee as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 865 conforms exactly to the bill we just passed on 3rd reading, the Senate bill we passed on 3rd reader just a minute ago. What it does is increase by $1 million the amount available for this tax credit. Move no committee amendments, adoption of favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion on the report? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 865 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 887, Delegate Chang, State Debt Annuity Bond Fund, Use of Bond Premiums, favorable with 2 amendments.
Chair recognizes the chair of the Capital Subcommittee as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill that we passed, Senate Bill 60, through the Senate, except we're adding 1 amendment to correct a drafting error. It expands the authorized use of state bond premiums for the annuity bond fund. Move adoption, Mr. President.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 2 committee amendments in the favorable committee report. Question on the amendments. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now on the favorable committee report as amended. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report as amended is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 887 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 1086, Delegate Kaiser, Maryland Tax Credit Evaluation Act, alterations, favorable.
Chair recognizes the chair of the committee as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1086 expands the scope of the Tax Credit Evaluation Act to include tax exemptions and preferences and alter certain procedures under the Act. Generally speaking, the Act repeals the Tax Credit Evaluation Committee and establishes a DLS-administered tax expenditure review process. At the request of the Budget and Tax Committee or the Ways and Means Committee, DLS will conduct an evaluation of any state tax credit. DLS is required to conduct an evaluation of each income tax credit that is primarily claimed by business entities at least once every 10 years. The 10-year plan for income tax credit evaluations will be published in consultation with the Budget and Tax and Ways and Means Committees. No committee amendments. Move adoption of the committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Question on the report. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1086 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1137, Delegate Kerr, Property Tax Credit, Business Entities, State of Emergency, favorable.
Chair recognizes the senator from District 6 as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1137 is identical to Senate Bill 887 and authorizes counties, municipalities, and government to grant a property tax credit for real and personal property owned or leased by a business entity affected by a specified declared state of emergency. There's no amendments. Move adoption of the favorable report. Thank you, Mr. President.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Questions on the report? Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1137 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1301, Delegate Smith, Baltimore City, Visit Baltimore, appropriation calculation, favorable with 2 amendments.
Where are we? Oh, Chair recognizes the senator from Baltimore City as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1301 is identical to Senate Bill 789 as passed by the Maryland State Senate. This bill alters the calculation for Baltimore City's annual appropriation to Visit Baltimore from the city hotel tax revenue. The calculation must be based on the average of the actual hotel room tax receipts received from the immediately preceding 3-year rolling average rather than the actual receipts for the completed fiscal year. This bill also extends from fiscal year 2022 to 2027 the required distribution to Visit Baltimore. Of course, there are committee amendments because the Senate always gets it right. There are 2 that conform the bill to Senate Bill 789 as it passed in the Maryland State Senate.
All right. Senator moves the adoption of the 2 committee amendments in the favorable committee report. Question on the amendments. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the favorable committee report as amended. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report as amended is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1301 is hereby ordered passed to third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1336, Delegate Proctor, State Retirement and Pension System, Executive Directors, Membership Investing, favorable with 2 amendments.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 30th District as the floor leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 1336 is a pensions bill. It's the cross-file of Senate Bill 761, which passed unanimously just a few weeks back. This is the one that has some tricky executive director positions that are not in the system. So first, it will require the executive director of the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission to be a sworn police officer and with specified powers and a member of LEOPS as a condition of employment. It also transfers any service credit earned by the current executive director in the employee's pension system between December 1st, 2020 and the bill's effective date to LEOPS. The bill also specifies an individual who becomes the executive director of the state retirement agency after January 1st, 2021 shall have immediate vesting rights and requires a report on immediate vesting for other positions in state government. I mentioned before the Joint Committee on Pensions has a bit of homework to do over the interim. We look forward to that. The amendments, two committee amendments, they conform the House bill to the Senate bill by adding reporting requirements, thus the homework. Move adoption of the two committee amendments in the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the two committee amendments in the favorable committee report. Question on the amendments. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The two committee amendments are adopted. Question now on the favorable committee report as amended. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report as amended is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1336 is hereby ordered passed to third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1341, Chair Appropriations Committee, University System of Maryland, Academic Facilities Bonding Authority, favorable.
Chair recognizes the chair of the Capital Committee as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an annual bill that University of Maryland System passes down. It's authorizing the use of $30 million in academic facilities bonds for the purpose of financing and refinancing construction, renovation, and renewal projects at the University System Maryland building and campuses. No amendments. Move adoption.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. We almost forgot this one last year in the rush to get out. This was the one that we almost forgot. All right, on the report, any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1341 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1365, Delegate Corman, non-public special education schools, state contribution increase, favorable with one amendment.
Chair recognizes the senator from Montgomery County as the floor leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. House Bill 1365, as amended, is in the same posture as Senate Bill 958, which the Senate just passed unanimously about 5 minutes ago. This deals with just salaries for non-public school education teachers. The amendment, again, just clarifies that it's going to be used a different appropriation rather than the general fund. I move adoption of the amendment in the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the one committee amendment in the favorable committee report. Question on the amendment. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The one committee amendment is adopted. Question now on the favorable committee report as amended. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report as amended is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1365 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. All right, we have a layover calendar. This is calendar 22. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 670 to the Speaker, Police Reform and Accountability Act of 2021. Question is on the adoption of the committee amendments and the favorable report.
All right, Senators, before the body is the adoption of the 16 committee amendments. 16 committee amendments. Chair recognizes the senator from Frederick County on the amendments.
Well, thank you very much. I was hoping to, you know what, I'll defer if there's questions on the amendments because I was going to speak on the second reading report, and I think there may be a lot of questions on the second reading report, so I'll defer if anybody else wants to question on the amendments and then also speak on the report.
Mr. President.
All right, Chair recognizes the senator from District 5 on the amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wonder if the chair, the floor leader, would rise.
Will the floor leader yield?
For a question.
It appears so. Senator may proceed.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been reading through the bill since this morning. I believe this bill concluded sometime around midnight last night. So I confess I haven't mastered it yet because there's a lot of lines and a lot of amendments. And I know you mentioned there were, I think, 16 amendments total, and that's part of what we have to vote to approve in a moment. Could you talk a little bit about, my understanding is this bill comes in is the House chose to do sort of an omnibus package. So we correct me if I'm wrong, we did 9 bills that broke a lot of the issues down. They sort of did a big omnibus bill, and what this represents is obviously we decided we would strip down some of that omnibus. Can you talk about what's in this versus what's not as it compares to our Senate package?
Of course. So what this bill does, it came in as an omnibus piece of legislation that encompassed basically everything that we had in our 9 pieces of legislation. And so what we've done here is essentially strip it down to the administrative disciplinary process. That's the thrust of what you have before you today.
So this covers the discipline process, correct?
That's the primary thrust of what's before you today.
There's also, correct me if I'm wrong, there's also some things with civil penalties and with raising caps, correct?
That's right. For tort liability, adjusts some of the caps for some of the tort liability. When a law enforcement officer commits a felony or otherwise an act of violence or deprives a constitutional right of someone while they're operating within the course of their performance of their duties.
Was that something that was in our, and I'm asking this legitimately, and I apologize that I don't remember, in the bills that we passed, were the caps raised to this level in the bills we passed?
So all of your questions are legitimate. So everybody's all good.
Of course they are,
Yeah, always. So no, we considered legislation to do this back in the fall and in the summer. We ultimately didn't include it in the Senate package.
We did or we didn't? I'm sorry.
We did not.
We did not. Okay, so this is a policy change that we haven't seen before on the floor here. This, can you talk about what the caps rise to?
So it is something that we debated in committee, so the committee is familiar with it. So right now, for essentially, let me find the page to get the numbers exactly correct for you. But the caps right now, we are raised up to $890,000 for an incident in which someone is injured or has deprivation of their constitutional rights. This basically goes up to, and that's the maximum you can get. So if someone is, hospitalized and is otherwise incapacitated, if they are seriously injured, the maximum that they could recover before was what, 800?
This is about
current law.
Oh.
Yeah, that's right. And so the logic there was that, let's say you're paralyzed, for instance, and you have medical bills and continuing costs of care. The argument there is that, look, the current caps just aren't enough for that type of continued care.
The current caps are 400, right? Correct. The current cap's 400. Is that what?
For the local tort claims and for the state tort claims, yes, but it's a combination of 400, but 800 for if you have multiple people that are injured in the same course of conduct, if that makes sense.
Okay. And I guess one concern that I have as I've studied what I've been able to so far, I liked that we kept the sort of the disciplinary chain somewhat tight in what we're doing in the Senate bills, but it seems like this really alters the disciplinary chain of command and really limits the abilities of sheriffs and chiefs to do discipline. It sort of takes the bat out of their hands a little bit with some of these, and it's very complicated because I'm looking at like how this ought, there's a flow chart in the packet that I've seen where it's like we go from more of a straight line of boom, boom, boom to a whole bunch of different things. Can you talk about why we would want to keep that in the House bill instead of something that's a little more streamlined and direct?
No, I saw that. I saw your comparison on Instagram, so I thought that was a good post there. But my
Instagram is an interesting follow.
It's great. It's great.
Centers. All right, come on.
That was good. No, I'm serious. So essentially, no, I'd probably take exception to that characterization. So when the recommendation for discipline comes down from the charging board or over from the charging board, the chief has latitude according to the disciplinary matrix to either adhere to the recommendation from the charging board or go above. So there is flexibility there.
Okay. There's some other issues that as I piece through here, but I mean that's helpful. But I guess we'll get into it as we maybe have discussion of some other amendments. I'm just concerned that we're making something overly complicated when I think our goal of police reform would be to have a simple and transparent process. So it seemed a little confusing to me. Maybe some other folks can elaborate on that. And so basically, in closing, just to re-summarize, what this bill came in as was a very complex, they put everything into it. They put everything that we discussed into it, plus it sounds like some other things that we did not take in the bills that we passed. And now we've distilled it down to be more focused on the disciplinary process. There's also use of force in here as well.
The primary thrust is, you're right, the disciplinary process. They have the caps here, and then we have some issues that relates to pensions. So those are the three core elements of the bill before you. But the main part of this bill that we pared it down to is the disciplinary process.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President, thank you for the indulgence. I'm just trying to learn a little bit more about this as we go.
Mr. President, I meant no disrespect. I actually was serious about the post. I was.
All right. Questions on the 16 amendments. Chair recognizes the senator from Baltimore County. Nope. All right. On the amendments. Any further discussion on the amendments? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The 16 committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the favorable committee report as amended. Chair recognizes the senator from Frederick County on the report.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to speak on the report. When we passed the closest companion to this was the Law Enforcement Officer Bill of Rights version that we passed, and many people in the body may not even remember it because there wasn't any debate on it. I'm sorry, it's a little loud in the chamber, Mr. President.
I couldn't hear it. I'm sorry, Senator. Please, Senators, if you have side conversations, please take them outside.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Sorry. I do want to make a point overall, because I do think this is very important, that this went by very quickly in the Senate. We didn't even debate the Law Enforcement Officer Bill of Rights portions and the majority to have this in, because there was consensus on it. And it went by very quickly. And I just think it's worth pointing out that especially the members on this side of the aisle, we spent weeks working in good faith to develop police reform legislation with the overarching goal of disciplining and removing bad police officers while providing a good process, a fair process, fair due process rights for our police officers. And to be honest, there was a lot of common ground when you actually begin digging into this. That folks who were in the community that were asking for bills, police, they all wanted actually one thing in common: a good, simple process to remove bad police officers, and a good, fair process for the majority of police. And I think I got up on the floor and I spoke that I was very pleased with the bipartisan process on something that was as difficult as police reform, emotionally, legally, everything that we found bipartisan consensus. Quite frankly, I was very proud, and I lauded the Senate, and I lauded the committee for that 7 of the 9 we produced were unanimous. And they weren't just nothing bills. They reformed the discipline process, and they punished excessive force of use by police officers. Unfortunately, last night, the Senate Judicial Proceedings Committee, we jettisoned that work. The majority of that work was completely jettisoned, and the hours upon hours upon hours of work that was done by the committee was completely lost, and we were forced to start from scratch. And we're start from scratch from this bill that you have in front of you with 16 amendments on it, House Bill 670. To be honest, we were rewriting it till midnight in one day. Most of the revisions I was unfamiliar with because we never had a hearing on it. Never had a hearing on the parts with the pension, never had a hearing on the actual structure. The structure we're about to adopt here, I don't know why we're doing it. I just was forced to try to fix it the best I could. Quite frankly, it reminded me when I was a young man, one of the hobbies I used to do was working on cars. And I learned when you went to buy a car, and I used to like to fix them up, you could put a new engine in there, you could put new tires on there, but if the frame was rusted out, if it was twisted, you couldn't do much. And that's a problem with the bill that's in front of us. And my colleague from Carroll County referenced the process right now, and I should remind you, both sides wanted a process to remove bad police officers. Process right now is very simple. There's alleged misconduct, the chief disciplines, there's a trial board, and then the officer can go to court if they want afterwards. And what we heard time and time again from the beginning was we had to empower our chiefs. We had to empower our chiefs to remove bad police officers. And my colleague from Baltimore County on the committee, who's much more learned than I am, from District 42, I think correctly described what we have now constructed as a Rube Goldsberg machine, which is a overly complicated mechanism to do a simple job. And I know my colleagues maybe can't see it, but this is the new bureaucracy that we are setting up. It is overly complicated. It creates a new administrative charging committee. Why, I don't know. We never discussed it. Never was in a hearing in the Senate bill, just the House wanted it. So we have that. We've empowered this new uber powerful charging committee, and they will now dictate to the chief what happens. Chief is actually very much disempowered in this process. And then it goes to the trial board, but you can see there's about this flow chart. There is, I'm going to count the different boxes on here. There's 4 boxes on my chart, the original. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 different things. And there's also things that aren't even the police accountability boards, it's in parentheses, counting charging committees, it goes on and on. This is a process we're setting up that I can't believe anyone wants. The police are going to want this complicated process, and the activists who demanded more accountability, why in the world would they want this process? Why would they want this convoluted process? They wanted to empower the chiefs. This disempowers the chiefs. And I know a lot of my colleagues are going to have amendments. I have some amendments later on. There's going to be more discussion. But I do want to wrap up with 2 other points that I think are major flaws in this. That, as my colleague from District 5 mentioned, the civil immunity caps, which we never passed, is a major issue. Those civil immunity caps of $890,000, if you are a small town in, let's say, Western Maryland, Eastern Shore, and you have a community police force, that cap is probably almost as large as the operating budget of your whole town. And my great fear with that is those towns will lose their community policing and just hire resident troopers because they can't afford the insurance rates on that. Why we would ever want to get rid of community policing or deprive people of that, I think that's a bad, terrible policy. And just lastly, I'll say the idea that we walked into this saying we were going to empower the chiefs and we've set up this new bureaucracy, we're left with a product that I can't believe the police will be happy with, I can't believe the activists will be happy with, and a product that is not one the Senate spent 30 hours working on. Why we adopted this, why we're here, I don't know. So with that, I'll turn it over to my colleagues. Some of them have questions too. Thank you.
All right, question is on the adoption of the favorable committee report. As amended, Chair recognizes the senator from Baltimore County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could I talk to the floor leader, please?
Senator, I forgot. We'll go ahead. The senator from the 32nd district, I forgot to call, so we'll do the senator from the 32nd after that. So, senator can proceed with questions, but just a note to the senator from the 32nd that.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing.
Go ahead, Senator. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unfortunately, it's pretty hard to see you through this welter of sticks sticking up in the air. House Bill 670 is a 66-page bill, correct?
Yes, that's correct. As initially introduced, it was 66 pages. That's right.
Do you recall when this bill was first placed on the desks of the senators in JPR?
I believe last week we dedicated an entire session to go through page by page. We spent several hours on it last Friday.
Last Friday.
Or Thursday.
And this is Wednesday. Do you recall when JPR began to actually roll up our sleeves and work on this bill?
On this bill, well, I guess I would consider that part of the work, just to get familiarized with the bill. But we worked on it last night. We worked on it for 9 hours.
Last night. Did we have a deadline to complete our work?
A deadline? No, I had a goal to finish it last night, but no hard deadline per se.
Okay. And do you recall when we completed our work on the bill last night?
Senator, the senator was there. Senator, if the senator wants to say when he was there until, that is more than fine. But if there is a substantive question, please proceed.
I was there until 11:30.
Okay.
So we dealt with a 66-page bill in one day
and completed our work at 11:30 last night, correct?
Well, again, the bill wasn't 66 pages because we struck most of it out, but we completed, yes, you're right.
So there is a section of the bill that deals with the Maryland Loan Assistance Repayment Program. Had we ever seen those provisions before yesterday?
No, I don't think so.
Did JPR ever have a hearing on those provisions?
No, we did not.
Was any testimony taken on those provisions?
No.
Okay, there's another section of the bill that deals with the scholarship program. Had we ever seen those provisions before yesterday?
No.
And JPR neither held a hearing on the provisions nor any testimony was taken on them, correct?
That's correct.
There's another section of the bill dealing with increasing the tort cap for both the state and local governments for torts committed by police officers. Had we ever seen those provisions before yesterday?
We had in the summer in 2 different vehicles, and then once during this session. So you've had 4 hearings on those bills.
Okay. Another section of the bill dealt with SWAT training. I don't recall seeing those provisions before yesterday. Is that your recollection as well?
Yeah, we had similar provisions in the JPR bills, but not that exact language.
And finally, we had 9 pages of the bill dealing with police officer forfeiture of pensions. Had we ever seen those provisions before yesterday?
No, I do not believe so.
And there was never a hearing on those provisions, was there?
No, not in the Senate.
Has JPR ever dealt with pension or employees' benefits issues before, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Excuse me?
Not to my recollection, no.
Okay. Do you recall last night when we started to deal with the pension benefits provisions?
I mean, it was later in the evening. We had a DLS
Would you say
staffer
quarter of
come in.
11 to 11 o'clock?
It was later in the evening, and we had one of the foremost experts in the nation come and provide us with a briefing on that section.
So now let me move on. Does this bill make any provision for an officer to be notified by the Administrative Charging Commission of each offense for which the officer is subject to disciplinary action?
Well, the officer gets the file, the investigative file.
But
not.
Is there any provision in the bill for the officer being notified of the offense for which he's going to be disciplined?
Well, the officer gets the file, the investigative file, but it's not specifically prescribed in the bill.
Does the bill make any provision for an officer to be notified of the possible disciplinary action that might be imposed upon him for each offense at the Administrative Charging Commission level?
Again, they get the file, but it's not specifically prescribed in the bill that they would get notice. But assuming if you were receiving the file, you would have that notice. But it's not specified specifically.
Next question. Does the bill make any provision for the officer to be heard by the Administrative Charging Committee that will be making a determination as to whether the officer should be charged with an offense?
No, the bill does not specifically lay out that process.
So the Administrative Charging Commission is going to go, it's not public, correct? There's no provision for that organization to meet in public, is there?
So it's confidential, and you may remember we added a provision there that it has to remain confidential until the conclusion of the investigation and disposition.
So under the bill, the Administrative Charging Commission is going to take the investigatory materials provided by the police department, go into a closed room, close the door, and make a decision about whether the policeman committed an offense and what the penalty should be without any opportunity for the policeman to defend himself. Is that correct?
Well, the officer has an opportunity to be represented.
The
bill does not specifically prescribe that process in terms of what this adversarial process would look like internally.
The officer does not have the right to have someone represent him at the Administrative Charging Commission level, does it?
Can you repeat that one more time?
Yes. The bill does not have any provision which enables an officer to have a counsel representing him at the Administrative Charging Commission level.
So it's just, yes, it's not prescriptive to that level of detail. That's right. It does say that you have an opportunity to be represented by a representative, accompanied by a representative, but it is not prescriptive in that forum or in that hearing that you'd have the opportunity to have that there.
So does the bill provide that an officer charged with one or more offenses is entitled to at least be provided with a copy of the investigatory file so he knows what he's up against?
That's not specifically
not covered by the
prescribed
bill,
in
is
the
it?
legislation. Yep.
So turning now to the trial board, does the bill provide for who has the burden of proof at the trial?
No, it does not.
No, it doesn't. Does the bill provide the standard that will govern whether the proof is sufficient, to be either preponderance of the evidence or clear and convincing evidence or beyond a reasonable doubt? Does the bill provide for that?
It's not specifically delineated in the bill.
Does the bill provide anywhere that an officer may only be disciplined for cause? Or does the bill leave it open as to whether an officer can be disciplined despite the lack of cause?
It doesn't specify specifically on that, no.
Okay, let me turn to the mental health section of the bill. It's correct, is it not?
What page are you on, Senator?
I'm sorry, I'm now on page 45 of 66. Okay, the bill provides that as a condition of certification, a police officer shall annually submit to a mental health assessment, correct?
That's right.
How many police officers are there in the state of Maryland?
I'm checking, hold on. Yeah, we don't have that information at the ready.
Would you accept that 20,000 sounds in the ballpark?
It does sound in the ballpark.
Okay. So if we've got 20,000 officers, each annually submitting to a mental health examination, has any analysis been done as to how much that's going to cost and who's going to pay for it?
The difference between examination and assessment, but the bill does not specifically prescribe how that's going to be paid for. One would infer that it's going to be incurred by the department itself.
All right, now let's turn to the ultimate section of the bill, the pension section. Has any employee of the state of Maryland ever had his or her pension forfeited?
Not to our knowledge, no.
Has an action ever been initiated against a state employee to forfeit the employee's pension?
Not to my knowledge.
How about county employees? Have any county employees have had their pensions forfeited?
Not to my knowledge. I couldn't give you a solid answer on that.
How about municipal employees? Have any municipal employees in the state had their pensions forfeited?
Same answer.
So this bill would subject every single police officer in the state to the possibility of the officer's pension being forfeited, correct?
Yes, for felonies committed in the course of their jobs, and for perjury, for lying, for misconduct, for deception, deceit, all the things that you would think would be important for a law enforcement officer to engage in while they're in the course of their performance of their duties, yes. If they're convicted of any of those crimes, yes.
For a moment, let's talk about the state employees that are not covered by this bill. What about state employees in the comptroller's office who handle billions of dollars of tax revenues? If they steal the taxpayers' money, are they subject to losing their pensions?
Not that I'm aware of. Certainly subject to losing their liberty, but not that I'm aware of.
What about state employees who control state pension money? If they abscond with the state's pension money, are they subject to losing their pensions?
Not that I'm aware of.
What about corrupt judges? If we find a judge who's corrupt and gets sentenced to jail, is that judge subject to losing his pension or her pension?
Not that, no judge, yeah. So it's a no.
So when a complaint to forfeit a pension is filed under this bill against the officer, the bill does provide that a copy of the complaint must be provided to the officer's spouse and each one of the officer's dependents, correct?
That is correct.
Why is that? Why would we want to provide a copy of the complaint to the spouse and the dependents? Why would they have any interest in that?
Because this section also sets forth a process that would ensure that the spouse and the dependents were not adversely affected by this, by a potential loss of pension. And so there's processes that are set up. There are processes that are set up to protect those people. And so that notification is necessary to begin that.
All right, we're coming to the end here. The bill provides, does it not, that if there's a qualifying event that occurs, a court shall, using the word shall, enter an order requiring the forfeiture, correct? The word is not may. The court has no choice. The court shall enter an order requiring a forfeiture of the officer's pension, correct?
Yes, but the ultimate decision is still left to the discretion of a judge. So
I don't understand how it can be up to the judge's discretion if the word used is shall.
The amount is up to the judge's discretion, if any.
And finally, let's talk about the qualifying crime. Perjury is mentioned as the qualifying crime. So you're aware, are you not, that police officers are in court all the time. Their work brings them into contact with criminals, and when they apprehend the criminals, the police officers have to go to court and testify, correct?
That's right.
And so throughout an officer's career, he's in court any number of times and is frequently subjected to vigorous cross-examination by defense counsel, correct?
Presumably, potentially.
Is it not unheard of, or excuse me, is it unheard of for, under those circumstances, vigorous cross-examination by defense counsel about an event that may have occurred a year and a half or 2 years earlier, for a policeman to mix things up occasionally and get his facts wrong?
But there's an intent, the elements of perjury, as we both know, require the intent to deceive or lie. And so under that circumstance, the officer would lack the intent.
But in each of those cases, an officer who mixed up his facts in a courtroom in the context of a criminal case under strenuous cross-examination by defense counsel could face charges of perjury and could, depending on the decision of the jury, be convicted of perjury, correct?
Again, I'll just harken back on the intentionality piece, only if it's intentional.
Well, yes, the prosecutor would have to prove the case, but the possibility exists that if a police officer should mix up his facts in a courtroom, the police officer could be tried for perjury, convicted of perjury, and under this bill, the court would have no choice. It shall enter an order requiring the forfeiture, correct?
Again, I'll just harken back again on the intent piece and say that anyone that takes the oath would be open to that prospect. And then second is, again, the amount is still discretionary, if anything. And I guess I'll end with this, that, I mean, you and I both know that the officers involved in the gun trace task force, for instance, that's what comes to my mind's eye when you think of someone intentionally lying during the course of their conducting their business. So, that's where it leaves us. I guess I'll answer your question with a question, is do you think that the officers involved in the gun trace task force should have been left off? Should they have their pensions?
I offer no defense of the officers in the gun trace task force, but we're talking about a bill here that will apply to every one of the 20,000 police officers in the state of Maryland who frequently find themselves in court subjected to vigorous cross-examination.
Bottom line up front with this piece of legislation, just don't lie under oath intentionally.
Okay, thank you very much for submitting to my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. All right, questions on the adoption of the favorable committee report. Chair again, Senator from the 32nd District.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm trying to read this document, which is now 79 pages, and it's hard to figure out what we've added, what we've taken out. There's small print, large print, italicized print, struck print, capitalized print, but I'm trying to figure it out. But if I could ask the floor leader just a few questions.
The floor leader yield. It appears so. Senator may proceed.
So first I want to thank you and your committee for all the work you did on the 9 bills we already passed, which I thought were very good. And now suddenly we have this new bill that is very confusing to me. So before we talked about a trial board, and a trial board was an officer and 2 citizens unrelated to that department or that police chief. Now we have a police accountability board, an administrative charging committee, and a trial board. Is that correct? Can you walk me through how all that works, please?
Sure. So there's the Police Accountability Board, which is comprised of citizens or civilians that are appointed by the county council or the commissioners within the jurisdiction. The primary responsibility of those folks is to have some element of oversight. They sift through the complaints, they receive information, and then they produce recommendations to the police department on how to better policing. It's a way to integrate civilians into the process to have oversight and accountability. So they publish those reports, and they evaluate the performance of the law enforcement agency. So then you have a charging board, which is comprised of, and correct me if I'm wrong here, counsel, but it's comprised of the chair of the civilian oversight board, essentially, one other designee, and then what we did through the bill is we had an officer, someone from the chiefs and sheriffs represented on that board, someone from the rank and file, kind of law enforcement officers, so that equal or lesser rank is represented on that board, and then another civilian that would be appointed by the chief. So you've got a charging board that does an investigation and renders a decision that then goes to the chief. The chief then has the responsibility to either accept that disciplinary action or they have the latitude to go higher. So I remember that you had some concerns about the model that we had previously, that it left too much power in the hands of the chief, because the chief basically had ultimate ability to go up, down, left, right, and that the recommendations from that board were only recommendations. So I think this should assuage your concerns by that extra layer of transparency and that extra layer of involvement of an officer of equal or lesser rank and civilians that keeps a check on that entire process. So I think this system actually better addresses the concerns that you had with the prior.
So the Administrative Charging Committee would make a decision whether or not it would even go to the trial board?
So that's right. So the charging committee would then, yes, that's right. That's correct.
Okay.
So charging committee and then trial board.
So it's an
trial board, then chief.
An additional layer than you had in the bill that came out of your committee originally.
Correct, because in that you only had kind of three participants, 2 civilians, 1 officer of equal or higher rank, and that went straight to the chief. This has a charging board, a trial board, then to the chief.
So thank you for that. I have one other question, if I can, Mr. President.
Please.
It's on page 41 of the reprint. I was a little past that. It has to do with a police officer being able to expunge the record. And I'm sorry, let me get back to it. I really was reading the bill. It was very interesting reading.
I do want to correct this record, Mr. President. It's the board, then the chief, then the trial board. So,
okay. Charging
board, chief, trial board.
So on page 41 of the reprint, I think. Uh-oh. I don't know if I'm going to find it again. It talks about when a police officer can expunge the record. And it talks about if it was unsustained, unfounded. And but they still have to wait 3 years, even if those other items are met, they still have to wait the 3 years. I couldn't figure out if that's what that was saying.
That's correct. After 3 years, you become eligible for that expungement.
So after all this other police accountability, administrative charging committee, trial board, it's unfounded, it still stays on the record for 3 years.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Chair recognizes the senator from the 34th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. If the floor leader just yield for a brief question, please.
All right. It appears so. Senator may proceed.
Mr. Chairman, it's been said here a number of times, and it's not been disputed at all, that this bill takes power and latitude away from the chief and the sheriff. That's pretty clear, right?
It does restrict it in the sense that this bill calls for the development of a disciplinary matrix, and the chief can only deviate by going equal to or greater than in terms of the discipline that they want to render.
And I believe it also reduces the number of people in the various boards that are directly appointed by the chief, doesn't it?
That's correct, although the chief has, I think, 2 appointments on the board.
Mm-hmm. So I'm just, in all the discussions we had about this entire slew of bills dealing with police accountability, I can't remember a single bit of testimony where anyone ascribed problems with police accountability to a excessive amount of power or control by the chiefs. In fact, what I heard was just the opposite, that the chiefs, plenty of testimony that the chiefs lacked power and control because that had been ceded to the collective bargaining agreement process. Was there any testimony that the chiefs having authority over their officers somehow inhibited police accountability?
So I think the testimony, the picture's a little bit more complicated than that, and the testimony talked about the process not being transparent enough to understand exactly what the chiefs were or were not doing. It also talked about the fact that discipline oftentimes just took too long. And so part of the idea with our reforms is to, A, ensure that the chiefs have the ability to make disciplinary actions, B, that we, the public, get to see what's happening so you can kind of trust and verify, and then C, to ensure that that process is completed within a certain amount of time.
Well, I got it. And we could certainly achieve those things by simply making things open and transparent and putting timelines on hearings. But that wasn't what we did. We actually took some power away from the chiefs, and I'm trying to understand if there was any thought as to why we would do that.
The character, I mean, so even on this floor, when we had the initial debate, some people had some reservations and consternation about maybe that we had gone too far in tilting the hand in the side of the chiefs and giving them too much disciplinary power. So this would be seen as somewhat of a course correction and a balancing of that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. I just make a few comments on the bill, if I could.
On the bill, Senator, may I proceed?
Yes. So, colleagues, when we started this process, before we entered this year, we had a detailed process for how we go through police disciplinary hearings and who does what, and very detailed. And as became apparent from the discussions here this evening, the senator from Baltimore County, we jettisoned a lot of that. We pulled out a lot of that detail. And so what we've moved from now is a uniform statewide process for police discipline, police accountability, to a bill that now relegates this to local jurisdictions. So we will have, for each county in Baltimore City, we will have a separate process for the trial boards that the locals can make up as they see fit. We don't prescribe that. There's a few requirements in here for trial boards, but the basic process, rules of evidence, and the like, we punt on all that. Also, surprisingly to me, based upon the challenges we've had due to relegating police disciplinary matters to the collective bargaining agreement, we've now reopened up collective bargaining to well over half of police disciplinary matters. We've also denied police fundamental due process protections that we afford to every other government worker without any benefit to police accountability. We've also substantially reduced the authority of police chiefs and sheriffs to control and manage and discipline their officers. We've also required in this bill something that's really challenging, because there's a field out there of implicit bias, and it can be fairly effective, I understand, in training matters. Make folks think about biases they may have that they're not really aware of. And implicit bias training is pretty actively used in a lot of areas of government. But all the information we have is that that's not intended for using in the hiring process. You don't use that as a screening method for hiring. You use it in the training, and people go through training and then test themselves and in a confidential manner. But this bill mandates the use of an implicit bias test in the hiring process, just that expressly. It also undermines, for years now, I've been in this body, and we've been consistent on trying to change the whole dynamics of the mental health field, and really push mental health out as something that we want to encourage mental health professionals, and look at this as it's like going to the doctor, and we want to encourage mental health. In fact, the bill that this body passed in the police accountability, we included provisions to provide police officers with free mental health screening, confidential mental health screening, so they would seek mental health counseling and forge relationships with the mental health community so they could deal with issues, because they work in a very trauma-filled profession, and we encourage that. What this bill does is it says that every officer must annually submit to a mental health screening, whatever that is, we're not sure, but they're just going to submit to one, and if they don't pass that, they're subject to having their policing authorities revoked. So now we create this dynamic between the police and the mental health profession of adversaries. And worse than that, if a police officer is revoked because of this mental health screening and they have to appeal and try to rectify that, they now have to open up their mental health screening to a public trial and expose their whole personal lives in an effort to retain their jobs. And then we didn't hear anything that said that municipalities and the state are careless about policing issues because they don't fear liability. In fact, everything we heard was to the contrary, that municipalities, states, counties are very concerned about the liability of officers, which is why they invest tons of money in training and recruitment and screening, discipline and the like, because they have to weed out the bad officers. What this bill does is something we didn't address at all in the Senate, is that currently there's caps on the liability, $400,000 for state, municipal, and county for police, for liability for police misconduct. This doesn't just raise it up to $400,000 or $500,000. It takes it from $400,000 to $890,000. And what that does is it effectively makes policing more effective, more expensive, makes it far more expensive. So to a smaller jurisdiction, to whom that means a lot, their only choice is to reduce public safety. They've got to lay off officers. They have fixed budgets. So now in this effort to this current environment where we have record crime breaking out, particularly in our urban areas, some jurisdictions are going to be forced to actually reduce policing to address these excessive liabilities. And then finally, and I don't know about you, but I find the provision on forfeiture of pensions to just be outrageous. That of all the government positions in this state, of all the employees, we would single out police officers to forfeit their pensions. Just police officers, nobody else. And the suggestion is, well, they committed a crime during the course of their duties. Well, a lot of state officials can commit a crime in the course of their duties. And for that, they're subject to going to jail. They're subject to fines. But to say that somebody who's put in 29 years, and then after 29 years, they're going to forfeit all their pension for 29 good, hard-working years that they and their families endured, they're going to jeopardize all that because that's all now in jeopardy because of a crime committed in their 30th year. People in the private sectors don't face that. No other government employee faces that. The only people subject to that right now is the governor, the comptroller, the treasurer. That's it, right? Other folks don't face that. So for us, it just seems like a betrayal. It's such a betrayal of these people, these law enforcement officers who go out and put their lives on the line for us every day. For us then to single them out, to say, your pensions are at jeopardy, nobody else's, not the MVA clerk, not the contract managers, just you all. We hold you in lesser regard. We're going to treat you worse than the rest of the state employees and put your pensions at jeopardy. The bipartisan bill that we negotiated and put through this body was a fair and reasonable solution to police accountability, to police discipline. It was properly done. It was well thought out. And to replace that with this bill, this Rube Goldberg contraption, is nothing short of insulting to this body. It's demeaning. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from the 29th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. The floor leader, please yield.
The floor leader yield. Senator may proceed.
Thank you. Just wanted to just make sure the body understands, and then I wanted to ask you just a couple questions. My concern with what we did yesterday, and I'll have to say I wasn't completely happy with everything that we had done in the Senate. I think there were some challenges that we'd have had to work through. But with what happened yesterday, I really do have some questions about some of the things that we're doing to the policemen and women that take care of us in this state. The fact is, what we did yesterday was we took away any authority that the chief has. We set new minimum mandatory standards and guidelines for administration violations that never existed before. We then threatened the retirement of over 20,000 police employees, which brings me to my question. And being new to the committee, I tried to go over as many of the hearings and testimony that happened earlier, but has the body looked at how this bill and how these new changes will affect the retention and recruitment for police departments in this state?
So do you mean, did we conduct a study or an analysis of the impact of the potential policies on retention?
About how will this change that we are doing with what we did yesterday, was there any talk about how that's going to affect, and we can break it down, how is that going to affect retention of the seasoned officers that are actually working?
I know that the senator from Baltimore County on our committee brought it up, and we did discuss it, but no formal studies or recommendations were ever put forward, if that's what you're asking, but it was discussed in committee.
How is it going to affect recruitment for these departments? Was there any study done on that?
No study done on that, no.
So if we do have a problem with retention and recruitment in our police departments, how is that potentially going to affect the crime in Maryland?
I'd say that the bill also contains a number of inducements for an officer to advance their education and to have that subsidized by the state if they commit themselves to public service and in the line of duty. So the bill does have some provisions to make to entice and to induce and to attract qualified people to the profession. And so I think that's one way that the bill ponders and kind of considers that aspect of recruitment and retention, but there was no formal study done on the impact of whatever we do here has on crime formally. I think we talk about that every day in our committee, and one would think that if you have greater layers of transparency, accountability, higher quality officers trained that can avail themselves to educational opportunities, advance their careers, you're going to have a better police force, you're going to have people serving for longer, and frankly, you're going to have better community relations, which increases the security prospect and proposition for our entire state.
So I totally agree, and I think you and I have discussed this issue when we talk about retention, when we talk about how things have moved forward in this process. My concern is based on these new ideas that came to the Senate yesterday that completely changed the dynamic. My telephone has been full of officers that I worked with, and they all said, don't have to worry about me being out there, right? The retirements come July 1 are going to stream in. I don't know how we're going to fill them. The whole fact is, my question is, why did we introduce things in this bill yesterday that we voted on, that we never had a hearing on, we never heard from the officers, we never heard from the communities, we never heard from anyone. We just made decisions without the data, and that part of this scares me.
I say almost every aspect of the bill before you has been considered over the course of our 9 months looking at this problem set. So we've had hours of testimony, weeks of review, months of review, and hours in committee discussing all of these issues. Also, you have to acknowledge the work that the body across the street did with their vetting and their process as well. So this has been thoroughly reviewed through the legislative process.
And as I did qualify, I wasn't there the whole time.
I hear you.
And so for me, being in the profession, and some of the nuances that came yesterday with people losing their profession and finding out that only affected the 4 other constitutional officers in the entire state of Maryland, right? And never having an opportunity to even discuss or contemplate this before we voted on it. That was really a scary issue of when we look at crime stats and we look at retention for the most seasoned, some of the officers that know things the most. But thank you, and I'd just like to speak on the bill.
On the bill, Senator may proceed.
Very proud to be a part of this body, but in this body, we're supposed to do things for the right reasons, with the most information that we have. Taking these new ideas about policing, and they are new ideas about policing in this state, in one day, without Senate hearings, to me, being a retiree, is one of the scariest things I've ever seen. I'm just glad I'm a retired police officer.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from District 17.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wonder if the chair of the committee would yield.
The chair yield. Appears so. Senator may proceed.
I wonder if you could give us an idea of the big picture and the process. We've heard questions, we've heard accusations of flaws and shortcomings in the bill, and yet I have the deepest respect for you and the vice chair and other members of judicial proceedings. I know that police reform has been one of the highest priorities of this body for this session, and yet I'm worried that we're looking at a bill and with a diminishing number of days. And I wonder, I understand that it's a House bill and that it's amendable on third reader and all that. I wonder if you could just give the body a little bit of an overview of the process and how this is going to go, whether there's going to be open to amendments, whether that will go back to the committee, come back to the floor. If you could just speak to that, I'd be grateful.
Excellent. Just for clarification, you want the process that the bill lays out in terms of the administrative disciplinary process or the legislative process that we're kind of going through right now?
Sorry, what was the first choice?
So were you asking for clarification on the actual, like the process that the bill lays out, or the kind of the legislative process?
The legislative process. If there are a number of issues that have been raised that I find to be valid, is this going to be take it or leave it, or are we going to be considering amendments to try to improve it before we?
Senator, we'll take that as a question about parliamentary inquiry. Bills on second reader can be amended. Bill will be potentially, if the report is adopted, there will be a period of floor amendments available. If it gets to third reader, floor amendments will be available to be offered, and then it would go back. It's been amended, so it would be something that the House would have to concur with.
So just clarifying, this is going to be treated as a regular bill despite its import and size?
Every bill in the Senate is a regular bill through the process.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Chair recognizes the senator from District 5.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I know I asked some questions a little while ago, but as I listened to some of the dialogue and as I read through the bill, there's another issue I'd like to focus on for a minute, and if I could ask the floor leader for to rise for a question again.
Will the floor leader yield for a question? Senator may proceed.
So I'm looking at the reprint, the section on mental health, and I know that I'm looking at what's the page here? I'm on 49 of 79. The mental health assessment. One of the things I liked that we did, seems like years ago, but it was a few weeks ago, was making sure that officers had access to confidential mental health help. We all agree we want officers who are dealing with traumatic situations to have that kind of access, but confidentiality is really important for obvious reasons. There's a stigma around mental health for everybody, but particularly if you're in law enforcement, I'm sure the stigma is even stronger to be sure that someone wouldn't think that you're, having some sort of mental health breakdown. You want to be able to go and get counseling or help in a confidential fashion. With this provision that's been added, and this is nothing that I saw in anything we worked on a few weeks ago. This is talking about a condition of certification every year there's a mental health assessment. Is mental health assessment defined in the bill?
No, it is not.
So what was the testimony, or I mean, I know we didn't do. I don't guess the committee got testimony on this, but what was the testimony in the House, or what is it?
So you'll notice that the bill brackets out psychological evaluation, which is a more kind of full-throated kind of evaluation and process. This is mental health screening, and the bill is not prescriptive as to what that means. But the discussion centered around was similar to the discussion that we had in our committee and we had with when we were entertaining the bill from the senator from Baltimore City, which is that an evaluation is kind of a check-in, a screening. I mean, a mental health screening is just a check-in, and basically letting that officer know that they have access to mental health services. So that's what the discussion kind of centered on, but there's no definition. In the bill.
Who is doing that check-in, that screening? I mean, because this is saying it's a condition of employment every year, so who's doing that?
So the bill does not prescribe who would be doing that. One would assume it would be a mental health professional.
The senator from Harford County talked a little bit about this. I have a real concern. I'm all for mental health training, screening, making sure that we want to hire the right people, and I think in some cases where we have seen problems in policing, it's been a personality issue, it's been sometimes a mental health issue, or certainly not screening the right person to be in that job. But I'm really concerned about interjecting this every year, some sort of screening. Some places it's going to be like, hey, how you doing? Kind of like some of us, we fill out the app before we get in here, and we say, I'm feeling fine, I haven't come in contact with anybody, I'm good, here's my check mark before I drive into the garage. And you should answer the questions honestly, and I do, but it's not a full-on physical examination, nor should it be. But this could be some places they may be like, hey, you're going to have to go sit down with somebody and talk to them for several hours, and other times it could be just for lack of a better term, like scanning your temperature, but with a mental health assessment. So there's some inconsistency there, but also if someone is having a rough couple of weeks or a rough month right before they go meet with somebody and they say the wrong thing, now all of a sudden they're fighting for their career and their job. I mean, I think of a police officer that I know that I know pretty well that just had their first child with their wife. If they got interviewed 3 weeks into having their first child, they might be not feeling that great, and they might say something. You get what I'm saying? If it's not defined, it could be. I'm worried about that. I mean, legitimate. Can you speak to that? I mean, what? I have a lot of concerns about that.
So I guess, again, the process is less prescriptive here in this bill, and it's not a full-throated evaluation. Also, obviously, it would be protected by HIPAA laws, so you wouldn't have any sort of inadvertent or intentional disclosure of personal health information or an assessment there. So I guess that's all I could give you on that.
Well, thank you. I'll speak very quickly.
Senators, it's getting a little loud. Please, side conversations can come off the floor. Please give your attention to the speakers.
I'll speak very quickly just to this issue on the bill. I'm still trying to kind of get my arms around this whole bill. But this is the kind of thing that's being thrown in here. The committee may have gotten the draft of the original bill a few days ago, but they literally finished after working for hours yesterday. We're literally sitting and on the floor today. These are major policy ramifications in here, even more so than obviously anything dealing with reforming an entire institution of policing is a major policy call. But there's a lot of new policy ground, like mandatory mental health assessments that aren't particularly defined in the bill that could determine whether someone gets to keep their job or not, and things like you lose your pension. When we've never gotten into pension issues before, and anything in the Judicial Proceedings Committee, a number of these things are just major policy things. And my question is why? I don't understand what was wrong with what. And look, I didn't vote for every one of the 9 bills. I think I voted for 6 or 7 of them, and maybe voted against a couple of them. But generally speaking, I don't know what was wrong with what we did a few weeks ago. And it seems to me, and I've said this before, Mr. President, it seems like we did police reform in the Senate. And this bill, as it came in, now there's been some work done to it that's made it a little more manageable, but as it came in, it was almost like sort of really targeting police and really trying to just say they're all the problem, and we got to make all these. It's just a lot of concerns. But on the mental health side, Mr. President, I think this is a real troubling development to not have it defined. I'm not against making sure that people have the right mental health makeup when they're doing policing. Absolutely, that's important. But there's a lot of loose definitions here that could lead to unforeseen problems, putting a police officer in trouble because they had a mental health assessment that didn't go very well, and now they're fighting for their job, or people not taking it seriously and not doing what they're supposed to assess their mental health. So for all those reasons, I mean, I stand opposed to this bill. I know we may have some amendments that are coming, so maybe we'll see if that can improve it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the Senator from District 10. Will the chair yield for a question?
Yeah, thank you.
Senator may proceed.
As I have listened tonight, and as I think how the presentation of the House's work product, which is now being offered to us, compares with and differs from what the Senate and judicial proceedings did on its own, it occurs to me that there might be the possibility that you're talking not just to us, but to the House. And that because they tend to be younger, a little more gung-ho, what they want, people who are younger in mind and in age tend to want what they want more quickly, and they intend to think more holistically rather than as analytically as I think your committee and this body has up to this point about this subject. And so if it is going to be impossible for us to almost buy a whole hog what the House has done, although we want reform, they want reform, would you say that to some degree you are talking to two audiences with the work product you have done most recently to demonstrate to them that they are going to have to make some moves, as well as usually is the case when you have very serious legislation where compromise is necessary, that they've got to make some moves and we'll make some, but they won't be a 360-degree turn. I'm wondering if that's what's going on, because this is so important, and to lose now is unthinkable given all the hard work that has been done. I'm wondering if you are doing a demonstration, you're letting us know what their work product is about, and you have shared it with your committee, you've brought it to this floor, basically, to let them see that movement can't be just over here, that somebody else has got to do some moving also. That's kind of my question, Mr. Chairman.
No, well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the question. And although I hope the other side of the hall hears what we say here today, the debate is squarely aimed at speaking to this body. And I think I thank you for acknowledging the hard work that the committee does and the analytical approach that we take. Now, obviously, we are here considering this piece of the package. This is the most far-reaching, comprehensive reform that this General Assembly has done with respect to policing in Maryland. And this is just a sliver of it. As you remember, we sent 9 bills over to the House. They are still under consideration there right now. We have we're in receipt of the Speaker's bill, and so this is what we've done with this aspect of reform. And so as they move through their process, I'm sure they'll hear what we say here today, but the debate is focused on the senators here on this floor and making sure that they understand the process and what we've put forward tonight.
All right. Chair recognizes the Senator from Baltimore City, Baltimore County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the floor leader yield?
Floor leader yield. Senator may proceed.
Thank you very much. Earlier tonight, it was testified, and as I'm looking at my phone right now, reported that the FOP has indicated that pension forfeiture could lead to a major exodus of veteran officers. What I'm wondering is when we're looking at these qualified crimes, we list what, a felony, perjury, or misdemeanor relating to truthfulness and veracity. My question to you, is it often that police officers have been charged with felonies?
So actually, I thank you for bringing this to light again, because I kind of missed it in the earlier debate. If there's a mass exodus because this bill goes into law, we got something seriously wrong with our police department. If rampant corruption, lying, commission of felonies during the course of your performance of your duties, if that's something that's happening now and there is a mass exodus, I'd say that we're probably better off as a state. So I'd kind of refute that notion that there's going to be a mass exodus. If you're not intending to commit a crime in the course of your duties, then I think you're going to be just fine.
And you were talking about intent earlier, because from listening to the conversation earlier, what I was hearing is that it's real easy to perjure yourself, right? And law enforcement officers, they're going to get convicted because they intentionally lied. So they should be afraid that they're going to intentionally lie. Is that the fear that you're
That's
in,
exactly what the exchange was. Yeah, I mean, I think that's, to you and I sitting here talking about it, the more you say it out loud, the more it just sounds ridiculous. So I thank you for pointing that out. You'd have to make an intent to lie. You'd have to have someone else say that, hey, you intended to lie. You'd have to be under oath.
And so they're afraid that they're going to commit a felony while they're being a police officer. They're going to lose their pension for committing a felony while being a police officer.
Again, as the words are crossing your lips, they sound even more absurd when I'm hearing them, yes.
Now, just to talk about one of the real goodies that was in this package, would you mind just telling the body a little bit about the educational benefits that are in here?
No, so as the bill originally came in, it afforded scholarships for folks that wanted to, if they were pursuing an undergraduate degree or an associate's degree, and they signed and said, look, I'm committed to a career in law enforcement. And the state of Maryland stepped up and said, look, we're going to subsidize your education. We're going to invest in you so that you can become a quality officer in our force, and our shining force that we should all be proud of. And so we made a huge investment in our law enforcement officers and the future of our departments.
So if there's a mass exodus of people who are afraid that they're going to commit a felony or perjure themselves, I'm sure there are a number of other people who are ready and willing to get a college degree being a police officer. What do you think?
I think you're absolutely right. In fact, last night we expanded the opportunity even more. We said, look, it didn't have to be for XYZ degree. We expanded it to anything that would better you in pursuit of your pursuits in the profession. So, yeah.
And one other thing that caught my attention that I liked that was in here was the codification of common law, ensuring that the public had nothing to fear if they were out in the street, in the public, pulling out their phones to video record a law enforcement officer that may be doing something that they shouldn't be doing.
That's right. I mean, I think we had a great discussion about that last night, that all of us have the ability and the right, frankly, to record things that are happening in the public sphere, and we should be able to do that without a fear of retribution or physical harm from a law enforcement officer or anyone.
Thank you very much for answering my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. All right, Chair recognizes, are there any senators who have not yet spoken and wish to speak on the report? If not, Chair recognizes the senator from the 34th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to respond to the last comments made. This body has made great efforts over the last few years, last 7 years that I know of, to address the fact that the criminal courts are sometimes wrong. People get wrongfully convicted. It's not unheard of that a jury of 12, I mean, Kirk Bloodsworth was sentenced, I think it was 4 times to death by 4 different juries and ultimately exonerated based on DNA. Those are serious cases that are looked at very carefully, and yet he was wrongfully convicted 4 times and sentenced to death. So the jury, people face prosecution even if they didn't do anything wrong. But let's move beyond that, because we know that 6 officers. Look, not all prosecutors in this state are friendly with police officers. That's just too blatant, too obvious to even state, isn't it? We had 6 officers in Baltimore City charged with felonies. charged with felonies, who would have all been subject to potential forfeiture under this. And they could have lost all their pensions. So now you're an officer, and you're sitting in court, and they're telling you, well, look, here's the deal. If you roll the dice, it's not just your freedom at issue here, right? You know whether the jury's going to convict you or not. You know you didn't do it, but you know what's going to happen. So now they say, look, Buck, it's not just your freedom. The wife and 3 kids sitting at home there, you could lose your pension. You better top a plea here. You better cop a plea real quick. We'll give you something. You plead to a misdemeanor and resign and go out in disgrace, or you threaten, you may lose 27 years worth of pension benefits. Think about that. Think about that. This idea that, police officers would only think about any officer who would consider this is somebody who's just thinking, gosh, well, I guess I won't commit that felony. I guess I won't go out and lie under oath. No, these are people who know court. They watch court. They go into court all the time. They see bad guys walk free that they know are guilty as sin. They see them walk free because they get acquitted. Sometimes they see people who they think, these folks make their living in the courts. They realize that as awesome as our jury system is, it's not infallible. And nobody knows that better than the police officers who are in there constantly, right? They all fear the flaws of the jury system, and that, maybe someday they're on the wrong side of that. So the suggestion that this is just folks thinking, hey, I guess I won't commit a felony, and then I can keep my pension, it's just so wrong. Folks, we need to stand behind our cops. These are dangerous positions. I've been in a position where you go into danger and you go into combat and your life is in jeopardy. And you know what matters? It's not your own life that matters. What matters is knowing that there's 300 million people back here that are standing behind you. There's a government standing behind you. They got your back. And knowing that in the end, my family's protected. My wife and kids, they'll get along without me. They got the house, they got the pension, they got the death benefits. They'll do okay. Knowing that really empowers people to go out and serve their country, serve their state, serve the citizens. There's nothing that really undermines that confidence more than a law that would say, while you're out risking your life day and night, while your spouse sits at home worrying, and while your kids shudder every time they hear about officer down, that you've got a bill like this that's saying we treat you with less respect, with less dignity than any other employee for the government at state, county, or municipal level in this entire state. We hold you in a special class where we don't trust you. We want to penalize you specially. We want to hold up to you that you may ruin your life. I don't know how we can possibly expect, with that level of disrespect, it's a disrespect, that we're going to encourage young, motivated, intelligent people to dedicate their lives to policing. When the first slide up says, by the way, of every other employee in this state, we hold you in the lowest regard. We'll even take your pension if you screw up. How is that a recruiting poster? We've got police shortages all over the state. We have a dearth of young people coming in. We got older guys and gals going out, and the middle folks are sort of hanging on. Any signals we send at all to the people, the men and women of this state, that policing is less than an honorable profession and that we all stand behind them, we wish them and their families all the best. Anything less than that is so counterproductive to the safety of this state. It's ridiculous. And how we could even consider this measure just boggles my mind. Thank you.
Are there any senators who have not yet spoken who wish to speak? Chair recognizes the senator from the 28th District, Charles County.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I'm following this debate, listening to this debate, and I hear about, and I think I'm following it correctly, the issues about officers who engage in misconduct, whether it's some kind of felony, whatever, be able to lose their pension, and the gentleman from across the aisle says that's a terrible thing. And so I am going back to my military experience, and we have this thing called the Uniform Code of Military Justice. And, military members who face some of the real dangers in this world, more military members die from line of duty action than police officers. Both respected, both dangerous. But military members are held responsible for their behavior. We have federal military prisons, Fort Leavenworth, maximum security, because every profession have folks who don't follow the rules. Every profession have folks who don't follow the rules. The U.S. military has a plan to deal with those who don't follow the rules. And I must say, if you get convicted for what could be a felony, you will get a dishonorable discharge. You will lose your pay and benefits while you are in federal military lockup. And when you are released, you leave with a dishonorable discharge with no pay or benefits, no matter whether you're in for 2 months or 20 years or 30 years. And if you serve for 30 years in the military, you're a veteran, and you commit certain crimes in society, you are no longer eligible for a lot of benefits, including burial in a military cemetery. And these are military members, folks who put their lives on the line overseas and even here in our own country. With the insurrection in Washington, D.C., took the National Guard from Maryland, first to arrive, or maybe second. But these military members putting their lives on the line domestically and overseas on a daily basis. Right now we have military members all over the world putting their lives on the line. But they are still held responsible for their behavior. Why would we separate police officers and put them above our military members who are protecting mainly our country from outside? I really don't understand why we need this distinction of not holding every member of our society responsible for their action. And I just would like folks to read up on the military, Uniform Code of Military Justice. A lot of members here talk about how they love the military, they support the military, support veterans. So you should understand what you are supporting. You are supporting a culture that is responsible, that we take responsibility for our actions, and we're held accountable for our actions, up and down the chain of command. I served as a junior officer, and I was at a base, a location, and one of my good friends got picked up twice for coming from the officers' club inebriated, drunk. The second time, he was stripped of his rank and kicked out of the military within 24 hours. All benefits gone. Held responsible and dealt with for misbehavior. So our police officers here in the United States who are dealing with our boys and girls in school as school resource officers, they're dealing with members of society, disabled individuals, they're dealing with members on the street, dangerous. They work hard to help keep our communities safe. They are valued. The vast majority of our police officers are great men and women who are working very hard to keep the society safe, to support their families, because it is a job. Just like members of the military, working hard. The vast majority are responsible men and women. But every now and then you get a bad apple or two. Whether in the military or the police force, any profession. Doctors, every now and then you get a bad doctor or two. There's a Dr. Nasser who's in prison for life for abusing gymnasts for years and years and years. Every member of every profession is held responsible for their dirty deeds. Just because we have one bad doctor does not mean all doctors are bad, and no one say that. Just because we have a few bad military members, like from the Vietnam era, Lieutenant Calley, he spent time in prison. So the thing is, we have to hold every member of our society responsible for their behavior, or else we have a breakdown in society where the rule, law and order is thrown out, and it becomes, hey, I got the badge, I got the gun, I can do anything I want. Responsible society deal with responsible citizens, and we hold citizens responsible. And I just wanted to give my colleagues a perspective from someone who has served in the military and sat on and engaged in some disciplinary supervisory procedures from time to time. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from District 6.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I want to commend the senators in JPR, not for hours or not for days, but for weeks. You worked on something that all of us didn't agree on, but I think the majority of us, that is, were fine with. You worked very hard. I want to commend you for that. I want to tell you, don't ever stop because you're doing a great job. Why? Because we are the Senate of Maryland. And I believe we do make a difference. And I think we can continue to do what we need to do. Everybody at one time needs to be reformed. I don't care who we are or what we are. I don't care if you're in the military. I don't care if you're a police officer or a legislator, whatever you are, or a steelworker. At times, we all need to be reformed. Why? Because we learn by our mistakes. And nobody's perfect in this room. We need to look at a mirror at times and realize who we really are. I do that myself, and I pray every day that God wakes me up and make me realize the accountability that I do have. Not just as a senator, but as a man, as a father, and as a husband, and as a previous person that was in the service, that was a steelworker. I believe that we are doing a good job here. I believe the Senate has been very responsible. And I think what we have before us were the bills that I believe that would do a good job. But again, I'll say it again. Was it perfect? No. But I believe that time that you put in with your heart and your mind, you did something commendable. I think you need to realize that more than anything. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from Frederick City.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, want to commend the committee. I sat through a lot of those hearings this summer before I moved committees, and I was pretty happy with the product that came out. There was a thing or two I didn't like. There's probably something that a thing or two that everybody didn't like, but overall it was good work and I supported it. But I think what's come across with 1 day's notice is really going over the line. I know there are a lot of problems with some police departments. I had one under me for 16 years as mayor. We went through our problems and getting to the political part. I ran 6 times for mayor up there. I think informally they supported me 3 times, and 3 times they didn't. But basically, they're a good bunch of guys. We don't have much crime. We're 80,000 people, and we're a very diverse community. We have average 2 murders a year, too many, but that's pretty good if you look at the other places. We've had some really good chiefs. We have great community policing. There's always some people in town that don't like them, but generally they're well respected. I've talked to a number of them, and I can tell you, I guess if we pass this bill the way it came over, we'll find out. But I've had several tell me they were drawing their papers up for retirement, that they weren't going to subject themselves to what's here. At least 2 of them I know well enough that they're not bluffing, and they're good police officers. I know that a couple of the others were so bitter, they said they're going to talk to all the young guys and tell them to get the H out and find another job before they invest themselves and risk what they're going to have to risk. So I just think we need to look at that a little more seriously. If somebody commits a really serious crime, that's one thing. I don't want to see some minor thing end up causing somebody their career and their retirement. The chief, while I was mayor, fired a police officer for stealing a flashlight. And the FOP came to me and said, I think that's gone too far. But I agreed with the chief. If he'll steal a flashlight, what else might he steal? The guy was gone. But I don't want some minor thing like that to cost somebody their entire retirement if they've been there 20 years. I think they need to be dealt with, but I think what's being proposed is just going a little too far. I think there's some other provisions. I put a bill in. I would like to see very stringent screening when the guys are first interviewed, and people that have belonged to some of these terrorists, if you want to call them that, or really right-wing or really left-wing groups, probably should never get on the force. And I wish we screened that better. For example, it's on TV right now, a guy that's put his knee on a neck for 9.5 minutes. I don't think we were going to change him. We hadn't passed a law against putting your knee on your neck, but a guy like that was going to do it anyhow. So if we could identify them early and not even have them on the force, I think it does more than some penalty later or screening. So I wish that had been stronger in the bill. I also talked to a couple psychologists. One, I don't know what the screening, there is no definition there, but 20,000 officers a year, every year, the cost of that and whether there are enough qualified people to actually do them all every year, I don't think there are. I was told there aren't. And if the screening is just what one of the other senators said, how you doing, and oh, you seem okay, then that's really not worth even putting in there. So I think that we should look at making help available to those that are have complaints against them on a regular basis, or every few years for those that don't seem to have problems. I think the cost, and the psychologist also told me they would never make a recommendation not to hire somebody. They didn't think that was in their purview, and they wouldn't do it. So they screen them, and you know what happens after that. Anyhow, I agree with the Chairman of Finance. I think we passed some good bills out of here. I'm sure there's some good things in what came over, but I think there's some that stepped over the line, and I think we need to take back and step back and take a look at some of those and come back with a more balanced bill or bills like I think we passed the first time. but I think we're going a little too far with what's in this bill from what I've seen. And I do think we're going to lose a lot of officers if it goes through as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. All right, Chair recognizes Senator from the 37th District.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I've been quiet on this all year, and I'm getting it's an emotional issue for me, and I think it's a deep emotional issue for many of us. And I'm just worried. I appreciate the good work of the committee. I have to say I was very impressed with the 9 bills or the 11 bills that came out of judicial proceedings. I thought, I really read through those and had to deliberate with them myself which ones I could support and which ones I couldn't based on my experience. And I've worked with the police for years. My background's been in psych mental health. I've done a lot of psych assessment, not mental health assessments, but they've been with folks who had indicators of a serious and persistent mental illness, bipolar, schizophrenia, depression, anxiety, those kinds of things. And I've worked for years in working to be able to integrate stress management with some of our local police departments through the years, and have worked most recently with the CIT teams, which are changing behavior. And as you all know, it takes a long time to change behavior, and it takes an even longer time to change an institution. And I think we're talking about making those kinds of changes, but I'm worried if we do too much too fast. And I'm also cautioned that we've been in the middle of a crisis this year, a pandemic that we've never experienced before. Compound that with a lot of the very difficult incidents with police this year. And so I'm concerned that we may be doing too much too fast, and we need to slow it down a little bit. There are many elements of this bill before us today that I've never seen before, and as I read through the bill, I thought to myself, holy cow, we're going to have to create a new police academy board or accountability board, a county administrator's charging committee, and a couple more of those, and we can barely find people to run and serve on boards in some of our local counties. We're having a hard time recruiting and retaining police in all of our rural, or at least all of the jurisdictions I represent. That's 4 counties. And we have our community college preparing correctional officers, and they do an excellent job because we need those folks at ECI, and we need those folks in our local detention centers. We've even instituted some very innovative programs in our 2-Gen program that involves both our police officers, our detention folks, and working with folks who are getting ready to come out of jail. And I would call that a type of community policing. And there have been efforts made over the years that I've witnessed, that I've seen changes, which I consider a type of police reform. But the bill before us tonight, to me, goes way over the edge. And it does far more than I thought we had in the earlier bills. So if the committee chair would just answer a question for me.
The floor to yield for a question.
Would you? Thank you very
Senator
much.
may proceed.
Do we have a worksheet that we can see what part in this bill before us tonight is similar to what we did in the 9 bills that we sent over to the House? And can you pull out, I know the pension was different and there were some other issues in this, but I'd be interested in what elements, even on a quick worksheet, so that we really had a full understanding of the implications of this bill tonight. Is that possible?
Sure. Thank you, Senator. I could, I don't have it at the ready now, but I know that there are several crosswalks. I can make sure that we get something over to your office so you can see the differences between our package and what you have before here. Again, this is only a sliver of what we considered in the committee and what was considered in the House. So the 9 bills that we put forward range from everything from independent investigation, those mental health screenings, evaluations, demilitarization, a repeal and replacement of the administrative process, use of force standards. So we had the whole gambit that's under consideration over there in the House as well.
Thank you. And I also, as I read through the bill, it looks like there are a lot more mandates for our local county governments. Is that correct?
So for here, one thing, a couple of differences. Yes, you mentioned the pensions. The educational assistance is different here. And yes, the way that the framework is set up for the administrative process does require each county to establish boards. So that's a different process than what you had before in the Senate package.
And is there a funding element with it that we're going to provide additional resources to our counties for
no,
this?
There are no funding elements allocated in this bill.
I think that might be significant because it looked to me we were setting up another pretty hefty potential bureaucracy with a lot of the other changes that we've made this year. But anyway, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your good work. I do think this is a very significant issue. I do think we need to be deliberate and measured, and I thought our bills that left this Senate were that, and I would agree with many of my colleagues. I think this one goes a little bit too far. And I am worried about that. And I know our folks on the shore are very worried about that. So thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Appreciate the question and the dialogue.
Thank you, Senator. Have any senators who have not yet spoken wish to speak? If not, the chair recognizes the senator from the District 29.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, as I spoke before, this is a very sad day if people think or try to make the assumption that if a police officer retires under this legislation, it's because they had the mindset that when they went to work, they had the intention to commit a crime or a felony. There could be nothing further from the truth. These are the people who are prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice for the protection of our citizens, our families, in a minute's notice. It's what they get dressed every day for. There's some facts about this of why would somebody retire? Because if they have the time. Because there's some things in this bill that we're putting forth, and what it says is any force event that results in death or serious injury will be considered a felony. Now the situation is that happens very quickly. Things happen fast. An officer could be charged. Now, under the charging of some of these, he's going to be suspended immediately, he or she. That officer, if convicted at trial, under the new use of force standard, not something, by the way, that they were trained on, not something that they've used for years, something that we're crafting on the fly, that might pass in this bill, will simply be a Monday night quarterback situation that people can judge this officer and their career and the future of their family, their health care, and their pension. The pension that an officer gets is a benefit. It comes with health care and salary. An officer does not make a high salary for what they do. The pension makes up for that. It's a savings plan that every other member of society has, and you pay into it. Part of your salary goes into your pension. And it shouldn't be tied to a right or wrong situation. That doesn't occur to anybody else. We don't take people's pensions away from them. We don't go into their bank account and take their bank accounts for other state employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. If any senators who have not yet wish to speak, if not, the chair recognizes Senator. The chair recognizes Senator from District 35.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't going to speak on this, but I've been sitting back here intently listening, and just a couple observations, if I may. We hear the term a lot as the Senate comes together and works on some things, that this is the best of the Senate. Proud moments that we have where, bipartisan things come together. And we had that several weeks ago with those 9 bills, where a majority of them I voted for. A lot of work went into that, and I think that's what we could say was one of those instances of this is the best of the Senate. Well, I think this bill coming over from the House wouldn't be one of those instances. And, a lot of folks have talked about how hard everyone worked all those weeks ago to come up with those products, different compromises. I think 5 or 6 out of the 9 bills had strong bipartisan support. What I would like to see after hearing the back and forth here, we talk about, the 9 bills are over on the House side. Well, let's let the House work on voting on our 9 bills, the best of the Senate that we sent over there. Let's put this one on the shelf because doesn't look like there's being a bipartisan strong support for this one. Let's put the onus on the House. Let's let them make decisions and vote on those 9 bills that JPR committee worked weeks on. Let's take the lead. We took the lead. This body took the lead and showed the best of the Senate. We sent it over there. Let them look at those 9 bills, and let's put this one on the shelf until they work on those, and we talk about those.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from Frederick County.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I was very heartened to hear some of the comments from, quite frankly, former colleagues on JPR, the chair of finance, my friend from the city of Frederick, because they know that on JPR, you may not always agree with the work product, but we go line by line, and many people who have been on JPR were probably happy, some of them to escape, but we go line by line, battle word by word, and I hope that you feel that when we stand on the floor, especially when we stand united on something dealing with violent crime or policing, things that are very important, things that are life or death. And that's why we go line by line, word by word. I would hope that people here know and would have confidence that we did the right thing, that we take it with the utmost seriousness. Now, this bill, if we pass the House bill of this House bill, effectively wipes out 70% of what the Senate did. This is the big bill. Of the 9, this is 70%. We pass this, we effectively wipe out at least 6 of the bills that we sent over. And I want to talk a little about, this is dramatically different than what we did. I want to bring us back, the pensions and some of the other things, but the overall structure. That's what everyone wanted to talk about in the beginning, the structure, how the trial boards work. Senate bill, alleged misconduct, goes straight to the chief, then it goes to a trial board which we made civilian controlled. You go to the House bill, which we were forced to work under their construct. We received these amendments at 10 a.m., and we worked on it till 11 trying to fix it. But again, their construct, and the senator from Anne Arundel County asked to have it explained. I don't think it was adequately explained because it's too complicated to even start with. First, there's a police accountability board, which is created. Why? I have no idea. I was just given a bill and said, this is the board. That police accountability board will appoint people to the administrative charging committee. Why we have that administrative charging committee, I have no idea. And then it goes to the chief. But the chief must implement what the administrative charging committee said. He can only go above. He cannot go below. He or she, the chief. So this administrative charging committee, which we've created, the House committed out of whole cloth, and we are committing to, we pass here, is the most powerful body in this now, not the chief. Chief is basically reduced to a paper pusher. And then you have the trial board, and then you have and then, by the way, you also have about 9 other side options that the House created in their construct. The problem with this, and we can get into all the different issues, but when you go back to your constituents and you want to say we did police reform, and you want to say there's a fair, logical process, no matter which side you're on, if you're on the side that you're more sympathetic to police or not, you want to say there's a fair, logical process to remove bad police. This is an insane process that the House has set up, and that for some reason we are accepting here. So I would say the simple answer is, we've already dealt with this issue. We dealt with it over weeks. We put together a good product. It is sitting right now in the House. When we pass that, we effectively kill that bill. What could have been done here is we could have just gone to conference and worked out differences as normally done. But for some reason, we decided in one day to take a House bill, adopt it in whole cloth, without any hearings, and try to rewrite it on the fly. That, ladies and gentlemen, that is not the painstaking, good process that JPR has done in the past, and that we did this very session. So I think the senator from District 34 said it very well. If for no other reason we should reject this because it is an illogical process, it was not well put out, and we should stand up for the Senate bills that were a good product, and we can conference those and work on those. That's what should have happened in this process.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from District 7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've been sitting here listening to the questions and the comments, and there's a lot of concerns on both sides of the aisle. And it was said earlier, this is the Senate of Maryland, as our former president used to say. We want the best product coming out of this chamber, and that's what we're trying to get. You know, we had several bills here. I voted for most of them. I understood it. The committee worked very hard. But this isn't a great product, and we've heard it. People have concerns, and we have 12 days left. So I'm going to make a motion that we recommit this back to committee with the idea of the committee going back, taking some of the concerns that we've had, listening to them, and trying to work again to say, hey, let's see if we can work some more of that out. So with that, Mr. President, I make a motion to recommit to committee so they can work it, amend it, and bring it back to us.
The senator's made a motion to recommit the bill. Chair recognizes the chair of the committee.
No, I respect the debate that's happened tonight. It's been at a high level, and I think a lot of important things have been addressed, and a lot of important questions have been raised. I think I'd ask the body to resist this amendment. Let's keep the debate going here on the floor. We've had our process in committee. We had it on in the House beforehand. So let's keep this process here going. Let's entertain amendments if there are amendments. But I'd ask the body to resist the amendment, the motion.
Mr. President. All right. Let's see. The question before the body is on the motion to recommit. Chair recognizes the minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I haven't gotten up tonight. My whip does a great job on this subject, and I sat on JPR when I first came in for 4 years, and it was quite an experience. And as I was sitting here tonight listening to this and just reflecting on the last 14, 15 years I've been down here, one thing we've done as a body is we've always tried to give it our best product. And sometimes we bring a product out on the floor that I may not agree with, and I've been run over. And I know I'm going to get run over. But I know that the bill was well thought out, even if I didn't agree with it, and I would make my arguments. But it's very clear the only bipartisan support we have on this bill is that it's not ready. And we can do better. I think it's a good idea, not saying recommit it to kill the bill, but I know on our side, and I know on your side you did too, they put in hours and hours, and they would come to me, and I think they put between 30 and 50 hours on this bill. Other bills related to this topic. And they would say, you know, I'm only getting 4 hours sleep, but this is really important to me. And I have to say on this side, a lot of them are demoralized. It's like we put all that effort into it just to throw it out and rush a bill here where pretty much everybody, I think, can see there's flaws in this bill. It's not ready for prime time. It deserves the attention If this was just a little bill that doesn't move the needle and we just want to help a senator get a bill, that's one thing. But this has serious impact on both sides of the issue, and we should take the time to seriously consider it and get it right. We're not playing with a little issue. And I'm not even talking about the merits of this or that, but let's bring a product that we're proud of. This is not a product we are proud of. It's very clear. And I think we should have the courage to say we didn't get it quite right, but we're going to go back to committee and we are going to get it right. So I would support the senator's motion to recommit.
Thank you, Senator. All right, the question before the body is on the motion to recommit. Are there any senators? Oh, yes, Chair recognizes the senator from Frederick County on the motion.
Requesting a roll call.
Request for a roll call. Are there any further discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will...
Mr. President?
Yes. Yes, Chair recognizes the senator from the 45th District has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Just wanted to explain my vote. This subject matter has been talked about, not just this session, but has been talked about during the interim, during both chambers, has had very, very thorough debate when the Senate bills came, and now that this House bill has came. Colleagues, I say that at this time, we have to move on this issue. We have to move on this issue because our folks back home are counting on us to make sure that we move on this issue. This is one of the biggest issues that the General Assembly will take up this year, and I'm voting not to recommit this bill because it is time that we take action on police accountability in the state of Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from District 7 has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Explaining my vote is, it is important. We need to move on this, but we have 12 days before we leave. 12 days. There is a lot that can be done in 12 days. I'm just asking, let's get it back to committee, let them work it out, and bring it back so we can have a better bill on the floor that we can all vote for.
All right. Chair recognizes the senator from Montgomery County has 2 minutes to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. The reason that I have a green vote is because of the precious time on the floor. I agree with a lot of what's been said by people on both sides. I'm envisioning 20, 30, 40, 50 amendments being debated for endless hours, whereas those who are experts, those who are sitting on judicial proceedings, will have the ability to discern which of those will make the bills better, this bill better, and which are not needed. I think we have a lot of other bills that are going to fall behind if we are spending our time exclusively on this very, very vitally important priority. That's why this is not a vote to recommit to kill. This is a vote to recommit to try to improve it so it can come back to the floor and we can continue our work.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from District 36 has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think unfortunately rejecting this motion is just saying that this body does not want a better product. It's been very simple. We've had a great debate. A lot of questions have arrived. And unfortunately, we're going to try to figure this out on the Senate floor from sometime between now and 2 a.m. with all the amendments that we have, with all the comments that we made. This is just saying we don't want a better bill. We want to roll over, take what the House has given us, and send it right back over to them. I think it's sad, Mr. President. I think we should put this back into committee and let, as my colleague just said, the subject matter experts figure this bill out and give us a better product.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from the 25th District, President Pro Tem, has 2 minutes to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. In explaining my vote, I'm supporting the committee chair and his desire to proceed with this debate on the floor. I listened to the lady from Montgomery County explain her vote and express that she felt that there would be a series of amendments that would be considered. From what I have heard, and I've tried to watch some of the hearings on JPR, I've tried to watch some of the House hearings, I believe that there will be a series of amendments and a deep discussion in this chamber, whether the bill went back to committee or not. We have had this issue before us for decades, colleagues, and now we have a bill before us that the Judicial Proceedings Committee has been working on all summer in different shapes and different forms. Throughout the fall, they've been working. Individual members of the committee have taken elements of this issue. They've had staff researching elements of this issue. And we as a body have been participating in this debate in our communities and in our homes with our family members. So let's proceed with the conversation. Let's take a look at the bill as we have it before us, and let's make a decision to pass police reform in the state of Maryland in 2021. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from District 8. Has 2 minutes to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've been here longer than many of you, and it really saddens me to hear how we want to have the Senate pass out a wonderful bill. It's important to me that we do have the police reform that we have, but I really don't feel like this is the way to do it. We're having a committee meeting in here as far as I can see, and that's why I just would like it to go back in there and come back out, and I know how hard everybody's been working, and I appreciate that, but it's not that I don't want this to happen. So please.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from the 39th District, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm explaining my no vote on this. I'm going to go with the majority and go against this motion. But I do want to say, of all the conversations we've had over the years, that we are the Senate of Maryland, and we are a different body than what we have across the hall. We worked really, really hard and got a bill out of here that I think everybody was maybe even a little uncomfortable with, but it sure moved us in the right direction for the police reform that I think all of us want. And I just want to be sure that we're not just giving in to get a bill out of here. I want to be sure we have the right thing and the right bill for the Senate that's coming out of here.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from the 31st District. Has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you. And again, this is about process. This isn't about the bill itself. And the reason I'm supporting this is I truly believe we can get a better product from the committee and then bring it back out here. I'll give you an example. Education, Health, and Environment had a bill on the floor earlier this year. We realized that it needed to be worked with another bill. And instead of leaving it out here on the bill to talk about cybersecurity, which everybody would start looking the other way and start reading their text and all that, we took it back, we actually looked at it, and we ended up with a really good product. And so the process, I think, would be better served dealing with in committee who know the law. I would venture most of you don't know judicial proceedings law books, and they can get into the details. I can guarantee if we stay out here for another 4 or 5 hours, people are going to be disinterested, they're not going to be engaged. The committee has worked till midnight last night. They're exhausted. They're not at their top game right now. They need a little time. We're up here at, almost 10 o'clock tonight, and we're going to try on the fly, when we're exhausted, to give the best Senate product we have. I think it's wrong. Let's bring the bill back out. Nobody's arguing that we shouldn't bring the bill back out. It's just what's the best way to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from the 34th District. Has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just very briefly. Colleagues, I see where the will of the body is, and I will do my best to try to help the body work through the changes that we can possibly do on the floor. But just so we appreciate, as the structure that the minority whip showed you all, this is a structure here, and no matter how hard we work on this bill here on the floor, I can't turn a Yugo into a Cadillac. We can put nicer tires on it, we can upgrade the seats, we can tinker with the engine a little bit, but in the end, it's going to be a Yugo. And that's what we're going to put out of here, because I can't rebuild the entire chassis. We can't do that here. So we'll move forward. The body wants us to move forward. But in the end, we're not going to get a Cadillac out of this. It's not going to be the shining star that we all hope that we would have, that would show us as a leader in police reform. It's going to be a you-go. So we'll move forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Senator. Are there any further senators who wish to explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 29 votes in the negative, the motion fails.
Mr. President.
Yes, Chair recognizes the senator from District 5.
I have maybe a point of inquiry, or if I could ask the floor leader, it might be the floor leader a question or just a question in general. Let me ask the chairman if I may.
Will the floor leader Senator, do you want to ask the question? We'll figure out where the best answer may come.
Sure. So we were talking about the need to take action on this and get police reform passed. Senate, as we've pointed out, did heavy lifting and got bills out. Have they been, which of our bills are out of the House Judiciary and on the House floor? What debates are they having like this one? Are they having any of those right now?
Yeah, Senator, we don't talk about what's happening in the House on the Senate floor. We do what the Senate business is. We take it up day by day. We'll see when we leave what the House is doing. We check at night. We want to make sure that there's certainly parity. But look, this is a bicameral legislature with two chambers.
No, I totally agree, Mr. President. I understand, and I understand we also want to keep the temperature, level. I would say, so in my view, what we should do, because here's my friend from Baltimore County said it well when she said we're having a committee meeting in here. So there are amendments that we have on this side. It's now almost 10 o'clock. We know what happens when we just get up and start offering amendments. When the mood of the body is probably very tired, it's going to be offering amendments. And we're essentially having a big committee meeting in here, and it's now 10 o'clock. So I would like to make a motion that we special order this for first order of business tomorrow. But that'll also allow us, if we're not sure what's happening, maybe to see what else is going on in the General Assembly, making sure that we've got activity going both directions. I would move to special order the bill until tomorrow morning.
All right, senators move to special order the bill. Chair recognizes the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've had a protracted debate here tonight. We know where we are. Maybe there's further inquiry later on, but I'd ask the body to resist the amendment or the motion.
All right, question is on the special order. All in favor of the special order, say aye.
Roll call,
Opposed,
Mr. President.
nay.
Roll call.
Senator has requested a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change
Mr. President,
their
explain my vote.
All right. Chair recognizes the senator from District 5 has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, this is not the best way for us to make policy here. The General Assembly, the Senate Judicial Proceedings Committee has spent hours upon hours on previous bills. This bill, they had 12 hours yesterday cramming in a bunch of amendments to try to fix a bill that we have clearly pointed out has a number of challenges with it, whether you want to pass far-reaching reforms or whether you want something a little more targeted like I do. You have to acknowledge that we need to take a little more time with this. It would not hurt for everybody to digest things for a night and come back fresh tomorrow, ready to discuss amendments, ready to discuss ideas that I think a lot of us agree would be wise to at least entertain. So that's why my vote is green, to just do a special order. Again, we got plenty of time this session. We got plenty of time. This Monday is not sine die. That's the following Monday. Plenty of time. Hopefully plenty of time for action to be taken in other places to pass some of the other good reforms that we've worked on. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes, are there any further senators who wish to explain their vote? Chair recognizes the senator from Frederick County. Has 2 minutes to explain his
thank you
vote.
very much, Mr. President. I think there's something wrong with the process where we're writing all these police reform bills between the hours of 10 and midnight. I think we can do a better job than that. And quite frankly, as far as it is public record what the House has done on our bills, and they've done nothing. They've moved nothing. So to answer the request, we must pass something. We did pass something weeks ago. And now we're stuck here. We're going to be stuck here all night continuing to work on a House bill that is seriously flawed. So I would prefer we not continue to do this till midnight or 1 a.m.
Thank you, Senator. Any further senators wish to explain their vote? If not, The clerk will take, Chair recognizes the senator from Frederick City. Has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. The reason that I voted the way I have is there are several. First off, I feel insulted by this process. I feel like I'm being put into a corner to vote against something I want to pass. We passed, I think I voted on all 9 bills that came here. I want police reform. I won't do it, but without risking retirement, I'd love to ask how many people in here have had a chance to read this. I know I haven't. And I don't like the idea of when we had a pretty much nonpartisan agreement on what we did, we're now going to end up passing this on a partisan basis when we don't have to. And I hope if we go forth with this tonight, and it looks like we are, that there are some good amendments made that will improve it enough that I can vote for it, because I want to vote for police reform. I don't want to leave here saying I voted against it when I believe in it and want it. But I'm afraid, based on how I've seen a lot of other amendments, whatever amendments come up by a certain group are going to get voted down automatically, whether they're good or not. And I hope that on our side some good ones are made to improve the bill. And I voted the way I did here because I think it does need more work and should be made by the people that know it best. I don't think we're going to do a good project doing this on the bill. And I think we're probably going to pass it without making improvements that we could have made.
Senator's time has expired.
I hope I'm wrong.
Senator's time has expired. Chair recognizes the senator from the 34th District. Has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, the challenge we have with the way we're moving forward on this, with the Senate moving everything and then readdressing the House stuff, is these bills all relate to each other. As an example, we were talking earlier this evening about the pension forfeitures, and folks are saying, well, what's the likelihood of that? Well, if you look at the House use of force language that they're proposing, every time an officer pulls out their revolver, it's a pretty good likelihood they're going to be indicted. Their use of force language is so overbroad that it would be difficult to imagine a situation where an officer did not confront danger with their service revolver, where they were not in serious jeopardy of indictment for a felony. So if you want to know why officers are worried right now, it's that it's this looming threat. And now we sent all ours over, and we don't know what's happened. We don't know where they're going with that. And now we're going to rewrite theirs. We know where we stand on these bills are related. They're interrelated. So the idea of moving forward on this one little piece, while these other critical pieces that impact this bill are sitting out there, I don't know how we even do this. This has a major impact on us. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from the 35th District. Senator has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. It won't take that long to explain my vote, but I was kind of looking at the agenda we had going on for this floor session, and I feel like there's a very important piece of legislation that's been special ordered, I think, at least once, Senate Bill 852, which would, help out with crime in the state. And I'd really like to see this HB 670 be special ordered tomorrow, so we can move on to the other business of the Senate. And the top priority I have of the ones left is that SB 852. So that's the reason that I voted green for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from Anne Arundel. Has 2 minutes to explain his vote. Minority Leader.
Thank you, and I won't take much time. I go to community associations a lot, and I'm sure you do too. And I have pictures of policemen in my mind that come to there, and they share with the community, here's what we're trying to do to help you, and they share what's their concerns, and they have a great relationship. And after this session, I'm going to be going back to those community associations, probably in the summer or fall when in-person starts again. And I'm going to be describing what happened here in the Senate this year, and describing how we wanted to have police reform, and how we had it in a bipartisan manner, and then how the wheels fell off, and how our committee stayed, they got one day, and they stayed till midnight to do it. Then it was thrust on us, and I agree with this Senator from Frederick. I haven't been able to read the bill yet. It's 60, 70 pages, and we're supposed to have an intelligent way of amending this bill on the floor. We know the flaws potentially. We don't know how it all interacts. That would have been like bringing the climate solution bill out here after seeing it for 12 hours and say, let's do it. And we spent a lot of hours, and we actually had a pretty good product on that. So I'm going to have a hard time explaining to my community association what we did here and be proud of it. Again, I think this is simply about process. We can have a good product. We can be proud of it. I don't know why we have to force it down. You know, I said in the past, you know, some things you're just getting run over with. I'm feeling that again. And it's just, the train's coming. I'm going to let it hit me, and we'll continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any further senators wish to explain their vote? If not, Chair explaining his vote. The reason that I believe we should be moving forward, this is a second reader bill. It's a House bill. We will be taking up second reader today. We need to move this process along. There are two chambers. We have to get to a place where we are comprehensively looking at police reform. It has been a priority because hundreds of thousands of Marylanders walked in the street this summer who were outraged because they wanted to see the restoration of accountability, trust, and transparency. We have the opportunity to get there. We will move forward one step at a time. This is on second reader. We have the opportunity to take it up again with amendments on third reader, should it get there by tomorrow. With that, the clerk will take the call. With 28 votes in the negative, the special order motion fails. On the report as amended. Any further discussion? Yes, Chair recognizes.
I would just ask a roll call on this. I can tell by the other ones where it's going, but I would ask for a roll call. And I'd just like to speak really briefly. If the idea of this is trusting in policing, why are we stripping the power away from the chief? If the idea is transparency, why are we creating a massive bureaucracy that is very difficult to comprehend? I would dare to say few senators on this floor are comprehending the bureaucracy that we're creating. That is not transparency, Mr. President. That is not. So I would ask we reject this and let the House take up the Senate bill, which was a good product. So I'll be voting red.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any further discussion on the report? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Anyone wish to explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 30 votes in the affirmative, the favorable committee report as amended is adopted. Are there amendments to the bill or its title? Chair recognizes the senator from the 34th District.
Mr. President, I have amendment.
Senator has amendment. Number, please, Senator.
Sure. The number is 143923/1.
923. One moment, Senator. It's coming. Any second. Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you. Colleagues, this amendment relates to the cap provision. Let me just explain that a little bit. So this relates to tort liability for municipalities, counties, and the state government. And under current law, if someone sues the county or the municipality or the state for damages because inflicted by an officer who does them wrong, their damages are limited to $400,000. You say, why do we do that? Well, the whole theory in tort liability is that you want to make people who undertake certain activities temper those activities to an appropriate level of risk for the public that their business can accept. So if you ran a business that perhaps we saw this bill earlier, a business that throws people like to throw axes, and then there were certain liabilities there. Well, then you say, well, what if you throw axes while you're drinking alcohol? Well, that really raises your liability a lot. So the tort law says, we're going to hold you liable for all of those damages because you're engaging in an activity that doesn't serve our purposes. We don't really have any benefit to you throwing axes while you're drinking alcohol. So if somebody gets hurt, you're going to bear all the risk of that. And that theory makes a whole lot of sense when we talk about private sector. The challenge we have is the tort liability, you apply it to the public sector, the whole theory breaks down a little bit because no sane person would engage in policing as a business considering all the liabilities. The potential liabilities are immense. You've got a bunch of folks who are fairly young, out late at night, early in the morning, long shifts, not the highest pay in the world, confronting people on the side of the highway, in dark alleys, across the entire country. The risks are almost inevitably you're going to have liabilities. You just can't avoid it. It's not like a McDonald's restaurant where you can control everything. You have cameras and you're on one little piece of the block and you can control who's on there, who's off, what your employees are doing at every minute of the day. We got officers all over in their cars by themselves doing a whole lot of stuff, and they're engaging in very high risk activities. So what we say is, look, as a society, who's paying for these liabilities? It's us, and we need to engage in this policing activity. It's essential. Well, if we don't limit liability, we can't afford to do policing. If we don't limit it, every time a police officer messes up, and it's going to happen, it's inevitable, you can't avoid it. Just the number of risky activities they're engaging in 24/7, 365, they're going to mess up. And if we don't limit the liability, then we, the people, the taxpayers, we can't afford to do policing. So that's why we limit the liability. We cap it because we say this is an essential thing we've got to do, and we just can't bankrupt ourselves on this. So we all accept this cap together. I benefit from it, you benefit from it. If we're hurt by a police officer, we all bear the risk that we're going to not get as much money as perhaps we'd like to. So we've had this caps in place for years, and occasionally we escalate the cap. Well, the cap, not too many years ago, we bumped it up to $400,000 for state, county, municipal. And it's pretty typical that we would raise these caps periodically just to keep up with the rate of inflation. But what this bill says is we're going to jump from $400,000 to $890,000. Boom, big jump. We don't, in JPR, we often go back and adjust these caps. I can't remember any time that we more than doubled a cap, but we're going to do this. And the theory is something that I understand the more a municipality you have to pay, the more they'll fear bad policing. Well, I can assure you there's not a municipality out there that's not fearful of liability from bad policing. That's a big concern they would have. So there's no reason not to limit the liability appropriately so that our counties and towns can afford to do policing. The state's pretty easy, right? But for counties and towns, this is a big burden. So what this amendment does is it takes the 890 and cuts that down to 600. So it's 200 more than the 400, but it's not 890. So it's sort of a middle ground. So that's my amendment. It's pretty simple. It's a pro-public safety amendment, a pro-municipal government, a pro-county government, to allow them to maintain policing. Because let's face it, their tort liability, their cost of insurance, they'll have to have insurance. Their insurance costs are going to go up dramatically when the insurers have to have the risk more than doubled. So all these little municipalities and the counties are going to have them more than doubled. For the really rich counties, they can probably afford it. But you're going to find the smaller counties and the municipalities are going to look at these insurance rates and say, okay, you just went over the limit that we can spend on policing. Our only choice is we got 9 officers. Let's go down to 5. We'll get rid of them. We don't have the future pension liability. We don't have the cars. We don't have the maintenance. So we'll take that down to 5, and we'll reduce our overhead, and that will save us some money. So it's a pretty simple amendment. It's a fair amendment, and Mr. President, I move the amendment. Thank you.
Senator moves the amendment. Chair recognizes the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank the senator from Harford County for the amendment. We had this discussion in committee, and the testimony that we received earlier in the fall was this: that look, the current caps are just not adequate enough for those catastrophic injuries. Obviously, this is all subject to a court. They're going to sift through the facts and award the proper amount of award. So I'd ask the body to resist this amendment. One final thing is that each jurisdiction has adequate coverage, insurance coverage to withstand this. So I'd ask the body to resist.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from the Minority Whip.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Question for the floor leader, if he'll yield.
Will the floor leader yield? Appears so. Senator may proceed.
Yes. We were trying to figure out, and I don't know if we ever got an answer last night, on when did we go to the 400,000 and what was that increase?
So it was, I'm checking with council to verify this, but I think it was in 2016-15 time frame, and we went up from, he's looking for it right now.
I'll wait.
As will we all.
While we're waiting, senators, there's a lot of side conversations going on. If there've got to be conversations, please take it out of the chamber. Please take it out of the chamber. Thank you. Mr. Floor Leader?
So it's 2015, and we raised it from, checking on it. From 200 to 400.
All right, so we doubled it back in 2015, and now we're more than doubling it again. So in theory, that 200,000 had been in law since what? The 1970s? When was that? When did that go into law?
We're checking that right now. Council's not going to be able to figure out at this moment how long that prior law was on the books.
All right. Well, it's safe to say I don't know when they changed it before that, but it has been in place for a number of years, and so now we're going. We had already doubled it just recently. Did we get any? Was there testimony? This was never introduced into a Senate bill, was it?
So actually it was. We had the hearing very early in session, and then we had kind of those informal hearings in the interim. So yes, we've had some iteration of a hearing on these caps, I think at least 4 times in the last 9 months.
Was there testimony from MACO about this, or MML?
MACO and MML came in at the beginning of this session to testify.
And what did they testify on the caps?
I remember they came in with the representative from Legit, and I'm looking it up right now. So on the House bill they opposed, they came in opposition.
MACO came in opposition to this amendment?
Yes. This is MACO. Yes.
What about
Senator, the amendment before us?
Yeah, so speaking on the amendment before us on the caps, and so what I guess my question is on, well, that's a great question.
I was just clarifying, Senator.
Yeah, so they came in opposition to raising the caps is what they did. And they came in opposition to raising the caps. That's a great question. Thank you very much, Mr. President. They came in opposition to raising the caps to what? Was it the Senate bill originally?
I think the Senate bill came in I know it was at least 800. Yeah. One moment to verify.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Forwarding an inquiry,
purpose of Senator Rice.
Forwarding an inquiry, if I might.
Point of inquiry, yes, Senator?
I don't know the process here, but it seems to me we don't have a quorum on the floor. If we're going to debate this bill, offer all these amendments, and I'm going to sit here and listen to them, I think we need to have a quorum on the floor. So I would ask that we do not have a quorum on the floor, that you ought to ring the bells and make them get in here.
Thank you, Senator. If the Senator requests a quorum call, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their presence?
Mr. President?
Just a moment, Senator. The board is open. Has everyone recorded their presence? If so, the clerk will take the call. All right, Senators, let's go. 43 members in the chamber and a quorum being present, the Senate of Maryland remains in session. Hopefully we've gotten the answer. We are back. The question before the body is on the senator from the 34th District's amendment. Mr. Floor Leader?
So the bill that I introduced earlier, it had 600 for one claim and then $1.2 million for multiple.
So MACO was opposed to that provision, and do we know where, and was MML also opposed to that provision?
That's also correct.
Okay, so MML and MACO were opposed to that provision. Thank you very much, Mr. Leader, for answering that. So just to rise to support the gentleman's amendment, the gentleman's amendment in front of us does actually raise the cap. Current cap is 400. He goes, the senator from District 34 goes to 600,000, which I think is more than reasonable because last time we just raised this cap, we doubled it in 2015 from 200 to 400,000. Just so everyone knows, we're talking about cap. These are liability caps. This is what your counties, your municipalities pay. And so when you change these, I know the last time we changed them, I heard from my county executive who was very upset that they had to pay a higher insurance rate for that. And so I know what you'll hear about on future amendments, and I have a different one too. But the problem being that if you go to this cap of 890, again, as I said earlier, a lot of your smaller police forces are going to really struggle with this. You get a judgment for $890,000, that might be almost your total operating budget in a lot of small municipalities. And if faced with this kind of financial damage that could be done in a lawsuit, they may opt just to get rid of their local police force and go to hire what's called a resident trooper. So all of us who are from smaller areas know that a lot of times they either opt to have a municipal police force or a resident trooper. The municipal police forces are actually really good. That's community policing. So we should want to encourage that. And quite frankly, this amendment and this number, I won't ask the chair because I don't know where 890 came from. It doesn't make any logical sense. It doesn't even add up to what we've done in the past. So I'm going to support the gentleman's amendment.
All right, thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from District 33 on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. You know, I hear insurance, I get all excited. Mr. Chair, may I ask a question of the floor leader, please?
You are a unique individual, Senator.
No, I have another peer right across the aisle from me.
Not that unique. Chair, Senator may proceed.
I'm somewhat unique.
I'm now awake.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. You made a comment just a second ago. Could you verify for me that this is an insured issue, that there's insurance that would cover this type of situation?
Yes. So again, I don't want to venture too far out of my depth on this, but so different jurisdictions insure differently. So for instance, Baltimore City self-insures. Montgomery County, we have insurance. A lot of the jurisdictions have LEGIT, which stands for the acronym escapes me, but that's the method of insurance that they have for tort liability of this nature.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, thank you for answering my question. Mr. President, I stand because the reality is insurance has been made available to municipalities, counties, and states, some of who can self-insure, so they don't even have to worry about that aspect of it. They still have to worry about paying the total claim. But in my home area of Crofton, we have a police force of 5 officers. We have a total annual budget of $450,000, and we have it insured. I'm concerned, extremely concerned, that when this bill passes and insurance companies recognize the increased risk, number one, and the increased level of coverage, either the cost is going to, one of two things is going to happen. Number one, they're going to raise the cost to an exorbitant amount, or number two, they're going to drop the coverage. Neither of which are favorable. I'm anticipating, based on the number of votes we've taken and the number of green votes that have popped up, that this bill is going to pass. But without this amendment, a significant number of municipalities and small counties will be significantly adversely affected without this amendment. So I rise to strongly recommend we support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. The other option, though, is that there'd be less claims. That would lower the premium. All right, Chair recognizes the senator from the 38th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in strong support of the amendment. I represent 11 municipalities, and some of them are very small. I've got 4 in Worcester County. I've got 6 in Wycomico, 2 in Somerset. I'm sorry, 5 in Slate, 1, 2, 3, 5 in Wycomico. Some of them are, bigger, Ocean City and Salisbury, but I have some really small ones. Pocomoke, Berlin, Snow Hill, Crisfield, Princess Anne, Willards, Pittsville, Fruitland. And so when they see these amounts, and again, it's a reasonable amendment because you're already increasing it from the 400,000 to, I believe it's to 600,000. So there's already an increase, but the 850,000 is just way too much, way out of line for these smaller municipalities. So I will be voting for this amendment and urge my colleagues to do so as well.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from the 34th District. Senator, let me just make sure. Are there any senators who have not yet spoken who wish to speak? If not, maker of the amendment may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the suggestion that one way to reduce, let me explain first. Legit, local government insurance trusts, they'll insure whatever level we set here. We could have this cap $3 million. They'll provide insurance, but you just have to recognize that they'll adjust their premiums because they break even. They will adjust the premium as they charge to every county and every municipality, raise those dramatically upward to cover whatever cap we have. They can't go bankrupt. They've got to, as the rates go up, as the claim amounts go up, they raise their rates, and that's a major expense for any county municipality. Now, the suggestion that one way to reduce these is to have fewer claims. Now, that's a nice lofty statement, but the way you do that is you do less policing. It's really simple. We're not just talking about claims here where Officer Jones decides to go over and just gratuitously whack somebody in the head because he's an evil guy. These are claims for all manner of police actions. And the way you reduce the claims, it's the same way we've done in our playgrounds. Once upon a time, all of our playgrounds had all this awesome equipment that we all grew up on and had a great time. But that's all. Now we have big fields with just some sawdust there and a few little bars to climb on that are 3 and 4 feet high. That's not because municipalities got chintzy and are anti-child or anything. It's because of the liability issues. So they just, you want to have fewer playground injury claims? You take all that great equipment out. You want to have fewer claims about your ice skating rink? You eliminate the ice skating rink. You want to have fewer claims about the local little ski lift? You take the ski lift out. You take the pools out. A lot of them, it's tough to find a municipal pool anymore because of the liability issues. So you do policing the same way. You just simply back off. You don't do policing. You let the public accept a higher level of crime, a higher level of civil disobedience, a higher level of risk. You don't pull speeders over on the side of the highway where there's a greater risk. You let them go. You don't go after the people who are the mob who's running through the town. You just kind of move them on out for a while and let them go and sort of disperse them a little bit, but you don't confront them because liability goes up. So you just kind of drive up and put your red lights on and blow your siren a little bit, and they all run away, and that's policing. That's low-budget policing. You buy a new sirens that are twice as loud as the old ones, get real big red lights instead of the old smaller ones, and that's low-budget policing. That's what excessive insurance rates do for policing. Mr. President, I request a roll call on the vote. Thank you.
Senator requests a roll call. Any further senators wish to speak that have not yet spoken? Chair recognizes the minority leader.
Yeah, if I could ask the maker of the amendment question.
Maker of the amendment yield for a question.
Yes.
Senator may proceed.
Yeah, thank you. I won't say it again, but I mean, I would have preferred to have 11 experts in JPR go through these details, but we're being asked to do that, so I like to know what I'm voting on. Mm-hmm. So I actually looked the bill where your amendment's going, page 21, line 10, and it talks first about under A1 that there's $400K limit for individuals and $800K total combined, and then they put the new law in there that says it's $890,000 combined, and then in 322 it says they can go 150% of that.
Right.
So I guess one is, where did the committee come up with the 890,000? That just sounds like a very odd number.
Sure. So we didn't come up with that. That was just dumped on us. We have no idea where 890 came from. And you know, I'm glad you called my attention to this, because this amendment doesn't even impact the state. This is only changing liability limits for county and municipal. The state limit, I'm not even touching. If this body wants to bankrupt the state, that's, you know, I guess we could do that. I'm just suggesting that we ought not do the municipalities and the counties. But the 890, there is no, because we didn't have a hearing on this, so we have no idea where that number comes from.
Okay, thank you.
All right. On the amendment, any further discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Explain my vote.
Has everyone reported their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote?
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from District 5 has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we were discussing this tort claims or this amendment dealing with the cap, and I was in JPR when we raised it before, and so we doubled it in 2015, and now we're gonna double it 2 times over to go to 890 without this amendment. I thought about my county. My friend from the Eastern Shore talked about all the municipalities she represents, and I don't represent quite that many, but I have quite a few. And in Carroll County as a whole, I just sat here and looked up a couple of the budgets. The town I live in Manchester, our entire operating budget for the entire year is about $3 million. I looked up, found Sykesville's. Theirs is just under $3 million for the entire year. So you're talking about raising a claim to nearly a third of the overall town budget of at least 2 of my towns, and I have a couple towns in my district that are smaller than that. So this is a good amendment to at least bring a little bit more fiscal reality to it, and that's why I voted green and encourage the body to do so as well.
All right, thank you, Senator. Just took a granola bite. Chair recognizes the senator from Frederick County as a for 2 minutes for explain his vote.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Explain my vote. So if a county bus driver drives and kills someone, $400,000. If someone drowns in a county pool, $400,000. If someone breaks their neck on a pothole, $400,000. Anything else, $400,000. Policing, $890,000. So you can see, if you are a small municipality, the risk you're going to be put at solely by having your own police force. Every other risk you take, $400,000. But this one, $890,000. And this just gets into a larger issue in the bill, in that how we're treating policing different. In that we have a liability cap more than twice for policing what we have for anything else. And to think that is not going to affect the quality of policing, the policing in municipalities, I disagree. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from District 33 has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you very much. I wanted to thank the senator from Hartford County for reminding me of a very important insurance issue. As I look across the body, I count about 10 attorneys. And if you've ever really thought about it, the hourly rate for an attorney is impressive. They're getting paid for their expertise, for the preparation they've done. So, Mr. President, we also have to recognize that this insurance issue is also going to incorporate legal defense. The word's going to go out that if you sue a police officer or police force, you got a better chance now with the bill in front of us. We're going to see more cases come before us. And even if they're absolutely false, somebody's going to have to hire a very capable attorney to stand up and to say why this is a frivolous case. And all those defense dollars, not just the settlement dollars, all those defense dollars are going to be built into the insurance rates. And if they can't get insurance, it's going to be built into the cost that comes right out of municipalities and county budgets. So I'm voting green on the amendment, not just for settlements, but also for insurance defense. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from District 35 has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me this time to explain my vote on this amendment. I appreciate the senator from Hartford County offering this amendment. You know, we've had some talk about some of these smaller communities and their small police forces and what could be the consequences, you know, the lawsuit or whatever. And you know, it just seems to me like he recently had 400,000. He jumped it all the way up to 890,000. You know, there was an old TV show on years ago I remember seeing as a young child, the Andy Griffith Show. You remember that show? Had Sheriff Andy Taylor, and he had like one deputy, Barney Fife. Everybody remembers Barney Fife. It was in Mayberry, North Carolina. Man, I miss Mayberry. But let me tell you, that show. It really, there's some communities in this state that have police forces that small. For instance, town I represent, Port Deposit, Cecil County. They just recently, their mayor talked to me probably a year or two ago. They're normally served by the sheriff deputies there, but they got one person working there part-time policing at Port Deposit. Matter of fact, the old Port Deposit police station, I have a district office I share with a delegate from District 35 on the second floor where the police used to be. So one person, what do you think this would do to them if that one person had an issue? Another example is another town that I represent in Cecil County, Rising Sun. I'm good friends with the police chief there, Chief Peterson, and he has a rather small force, but it's a community force.
Senator's time has expired. Chair recognizes the senator from District 6 has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this amendment because I think, again, I'll say it as I believe the other senator said it, we're going to an extreme. We didn't double this. We more than doubled this. We've gone to a place where, again, we have areas in our state that can't afford this. They're going to have a rough time already to get police officers, let alone to pay something like this. And I think we're not being responsible. And I don't really think we're really thinking this out in a way that how are other municipalities and counties going to afford something like this. I think we can do better. Matter of fact, Mr. President, I know we can do better. And I think we have gone to a place right now where we can say, why don't we just compromise a little bit to help this out? That's what this amendment does. It makes a difference in a way that some people can at least try to afford this. We're making it tough, people, for our municipalities and for other areas that can't afford this. And we really need to just research and really think this out. That's why I'm voting green, Mr. President, and thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from the 29th District has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm green on this amendment until last night, and the reason is until last night we had not discussed this clearly, and it was a new concept that for me in JPR. So when we just started to discuss it last night and trying to figure out how did we come up with this amount of money, it was clear and very apparent that this amount of money was being driven by the large counties. Tried to make it accountable and an issue that we were able to relay to the size of the county versus the size of their budget. So when we talked about a penalty or a fee that would be it would be fair to each, so it didn't hurt one more jurisdiction more than the other, but the small jurisdictions would feel it the same as the big jurisdictions. So the big jurisdictions would have a much larger settlement, but that was not the case. The case was it's just the cost of doing business, and what this affects is community policing. It takes away from the ability, reason that people moved to our rural jurisdictions was just for that, to be able to be treated the way that they were in a small jurisdiction. But now for that fear, for the fear of insurance, that is not going to be the case any longer. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from the 34th District has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Explaining my vote. Colleagues, you're riding down Main Street in your hometown. It's a cold day. It's raining real hard. You got your windshield wipers on, your lights on. A municipal vehicle coming in from a side alley. He's got a little bit of fog on the side windows. He's trying to pull out. He just doesn't see you. It's an innocent mistake like drivers often make, but for whatever reason, he pulls out and smash you, cram into him. You have an accident. What's the cap? What's the cap? Municipal vehicle, what's the cap? Well, it all depends. If you look on the side of the vehicle and it says zoning inspector vehicle, $400,000 cap. Or it's your really lucky day. On the side of the vehicle, it says municipal police department, $890,000. It's your day. You hit the gold. That's what this does. That's what this does. It's a meaningless distinction that simply bankrupts municipalities in our counties, depending on who signs on the side of their car. As an attorney, if I was an attorney for a municipality, I would say, listen, get rid of all your cop cars, put your cops, make them all sort of drive around in zoning inspector vehicles, and that'll greatly reduce your liability, because that's overwhelmingly, that's the biggest source of liability. That's, if you ask legit all the insurance companies, the biggest source of liability these folks face isn't because they're beating people up. Those are rare cases. Overwhelmingly, it's simple automobile accidents. Because you have so many vehicles on the road, people have accidents. If those accidents are police cars, it's $890,000. If it's a trash truck guy, it's $400,000. That's a crazy law. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from the 45th District has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I listened to the debate, I just wanted to say that I'm putting my red vote up, and I want to return back to the heart of what police accountability is. I think about the young man that was dropped off in a neighboring jurisdiction without shoes and had to call up police in that jurisdiction to make sure that he could get home. I think about the 5-year-old that had a negative interaction with the police officers but still had to bring some form of a suit against that respective jurisdiction. I think about that small town that hires an officer that has challenging actions at previous police departments but go to work for that small town and then commits another action against a Marylander. These are all Maryland stories, and I just wanted to return back, as we listen to the municipalities, we listen to the small towns, just wanted to return back to what the heart of police reform is and what people are screaming and yelling about at this moment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. All right, any further senators wish to explain their vote? Chair recognizes the minority leader.
Thank you. And if I understand this correctly, current law, they can make a claim. This is just debating what the amount would be. And just an observation, I think most of us are relying on the committee chair or the person doing the amendment, whether this is a good amendment or not, because we, quite frankly, a lot of us don't know. And as we get in more complicated amendments, again, questioning the process of having a committee meeting out here at almost quarter to 11 o'clock at night, trying to determine if this is really a good amendment, is it a bad amendment? You know, was 400,000 good? Was 500,000 good? Was 600,000 better? Was 890,000 the best? We don't have access to any experts out here on the floor that we can talk to find out, you know, is 600 the right number? We have to rely on debate, and, you know, quite frankly, a lot of people aren't even listening to this. So again, I don't even know if you could do it, but I would have liked to seen smaller jurisdictions maybe carved out. Maybe they have a different amount than the largers. I don't know if you can do that in law. That would be a question I had if I was back on JPR. I realize how much I've forgotten since I was on JPR back in 2007. I prefer to be on EHE, so thank the chairman for keeping me there. But those are some of my concerns, and I don't know. I think these decisions are going to make real impact on real people, and we really shouldn't lose sight of that in this late hour of just going through the motions sometimes. You know, we really need to think, how is this going to help people in our district? Is it going to help them? Is it going to hurt them? And then not only that, is it the best way to do, or are we just going to be
Senator,
satisfied?
time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from the 38th District. Has 2 minutes to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. To explain my vote, I mentioned my 11 municipalities that I represent in District 38, and of course I invite my colleagues to come and visit any and all of them after session. And again, in Worcester County, Ocean City, Berlin, Pocomoke, and Snow Hill, Wycomico, Salisbury, Fruitland, Delmar, Pittsville, and Willards, and in Somerset County, Princess Anne and Crisfield. And of course, we're missing the annual crab feast that we all have enjoyed together. But one point that hasn't been brought up about, and to explain my vote, is the impact of COVID-19 on these local municipalities. I mean, they're already hard hit. It's already straining their budgets. And this is the worst time to put this type of increase on these municipalities. So again, the idea of carving out these smaller municipalities, I certainly would support that as well. But I especially wanted my colleagues to factor in the timing of this with the challenges that these municipalities are facing with COVID-19. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from from Baltimore County. Has 2 minutes to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to explain my vote to reiterate my colleague from Baltimore City. I just want to remind people that we are talking here about people who are victims, and they are victims who are deserving of compensation and remuneration because something has been done to them that is wrong. And to say that this committee, that our committee has not heard this issue is absolutely wrong, and I would commend my colleagues to look at Senate Bill 602, which was introduced by the chairman and had a hearing at 11 a.m. on February 4th with quite an extensive group of folks who testified about this very issue. Now, we can talk about numbers, and that's a hard conversation, but this bill also went almost to the cap that we're talking about. And again, I just want to reiterate and bring it back to, this is about justice, and it is about getting compensation to people who have been wronged. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from District 1 has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Explain my green vote. I represent 15 municipalities, 3 counties, 2 of which are two of the 4 poorest counties in the state of Maryland. Most of these small municipalities don't have a police force, not even a police force of 1. They have contracts, a lot of them, with the county sheriff, where they pay the county to have a resident deputy in the community. I can guarantee you when people see these insurance, whether getting claims or not, the insurance rates are going to go up. We're trying like heck just to get out of our economic doldrums. This is going to add to the other concern I have is we have a recreational area. It brings a lot of people in from other states, not just Maryland. I'm concerned that what happens when they know they can apply maybe and get, and I can't see what's the difference between some of the issues expressed here. You hit a pothole that's $400,000. Something else is before you fall off a sled ride, a ride, it's $400,000. Now we're going to 800 and some thousand here. Should all be the same across the board. It is going to cost these local governments more money, and there is a difference between a small area and a large area. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. All right, any further senators wish to explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 28 votes in the negative, the senator's amendment fails. Are there other amendments to the bill? Chair recognizes the senator from the 34th District. Senator has an amendment.
Yes, Mr. President, I have an amendment.
Number, please, Senator.
893-625/1.
625. Give us just a moment. Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you. Colleagues, this amendment involves the difference between economic and non-economic damages. And that's an important distinction because the chairman said earlier this evening that the concern was in raising the cap that people would have medical bills that were not reimbursed. And he wanted to make sure there was enough of a cap to allow the payment of the full amount of medical bills. Those are called economic damages. There's another category of damages called non-economic damages. That's primarily pain and suffering would be a good example of that, where it's just an amount that is awarded by the judge or the jury just because the person says that they have other issues and that it's not quantifiable as medical costs, but it's called your pain and suffering. So it's just sort of an amount to say, hey, you had pain and suffering, so we're going to give you extra. So you're not out of pocket any money. It's extra money on top. Lawyers sometimes refer to it as their share. But in this, so what this amendment says is, we leave the 890 as the max cap, but what we say is that the maximum award for non-economic damages is limited at $400,000. So what's that mean? That says that you couldn't, for example, have economic damages, an award of economic damages of $50,000, and then pick up another $840,000 in non-economic damages. So it just limits that exposure for the local governments to say, I mean, 400,000 or the 890,000 would be a lot for economic damages, but the risk they run is that the municipalities and all run is that you show me your medical bills and you got 50,000, and now I'm still facing liability of $890,000 because I don't know what a jury is going to give for non-economic damages. So I'm going to be forced in this matter to assume that my liability isn't just the $50,000. I've got to assume my potential. That's all you've shown me in economic damages through your medical bills. I'm still facing a potential liability of 890. So I got to settle a pretty high amount because what if a jury comes back and really likes this plaintiff and gives him a really high award? So it really inflates the costs of settlements and everything. So what this really says is, if you show me 50, then I know that the max you're going to get on top of the 50 for non-economic damages is 400. So your max recovery would be 450, right? So your medical covers, your out-of-pocket medicals are all covered, and we're just limiting those non-economic damages. I think it's a pretty fair compromise. Actually, it's an extremely generous compromise under the situation, the circumstances, to ensure that the medical expenses are not left unreimbursed. And look, the reality is the medical insurance, medical expenses were probably already paid, either through the individual's health a health insurer or through the state, they were already paid anyway. So it's a matter of, this is additional money you get. People aren't left without any payment for their medical bills. So I would just move the bill. I think it's a good compromise that somewhat limits the exposure for municipalities, keeps the awards down to a reasonable level so we can allow public safety to continue going and does without bankrupting our folks who try to employ police officers to maintain the public safety.
Senators
Thank
move
you.
the amendment. Chair recognizes the floor leader.
Again, I'd ask the body to resist the amendment. The senator did a great job kind of defining what is economic and non-economic. Obviously, the medical bill is economic, but kind of the loss of enjoyment or the prolonged pain that you feel after you've been injured is what we're talking about here. And so I'd ask the body to resist this amendment because, again, the testimony that we heard over the summer and at the beginning of the session is that, look, for those folks that are suffering from, that have suffered a catastrophic injury and then have a prolonged pain or a prolonged loss of enjoyment that will be with them for the rest of their lives, it's just simply not enough. So I'd ask the body to resist the amendment.
All right. On the amendment, Chair recognizes the senator from Frederick County.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. President. This is a completely reasonable amendment. We're already more than doubling the cap. And now we're going to, all the amendment does is limit non-economic damages, pain and suffering. That is completely reasonable, considering what we're doing to the cap here. And considering when we walked through and we talked about the cap, where it's gone, and that it had spent, we're unsure of how many years at $200,000. It might have been 30 years at $200,000. We just upped it to $400,000, and now we're going to $890,000. And again, the chairman is asked to reject an amendment that at least limits non-economic damages. And we all know that when we talked about this, MML and MACO and all the people who are going to be footing the bill for this said, don't do this. Please, please don't do this. And I would also hearken back to the question that was asked by my colleague on Budget and Tax. With all the mandates in here, what assistance is being provided by the state? None. Zero. So I think this is a very reasonable amendment just to limit non-economic damages, considering that we are more than doubling the cap, which historically, if you look at how it's been dealt with over time, it's a very dramatic move. So I would support the gentleman's amendment.
Are there any senators who have not yet spoken who wish to speak? If not, Chair recognizes the maker of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So when we had looked at the same provision in the bill, we had a similar provision that was initially in one of our bills on the policing issues, and we struck it because we decided this really had nothing to do with police accountability. This was really a separate issue. And you can see where we are tonight, where the issues impacted by this section of the bill are overwhelmingly unrelated to police accountability, police violence, or anything. They're overwhelmingly simple traffic accidents, people slipping and falling, police cars sliding on the ice, these sort of everyday, sort of mundane, traffic-y kind of stuff have nothing to do with police accountability. And yet here we sit justifying this major payout to the legal community. Frankly, I find it a little bit, it's troublesome to me that the Maryland Association for Justice would encourage a provision like this in a bill on police accountability. It's right. Talk about not letting a crisis go to waste, right? We're gonna use this body's efforts, our desire to push through police accountability issues. We're going to get this nebulous tie into this bill and ram through this dramatic increase, this historic radical increase in municipal liability under the alleged umbrella of police accountability. It's a farce, folks. This is a farce. This has nothing to do with police accountability. It has everything to do with paying out a major lobbyist in this state. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. All right, on the amendment, On the amendment, any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye.
Roll call. Roll call.
Senators requested roll call. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote?
Mr.
Anyone wish to
President,
change their
explain
vote?
my vote.
Explain their vote. Senator has from District 5 has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Here we are again, sort of a repeat of what I said on the last amendment, but I think it's important to note, once again, we're concerned here about the small towns and communities with little local police forces. Mentioned a couple on the last amendment. I heard the discussion also previously about this being about helping victims, and I'm sympathetic to that, like we all are. Of course, we spent all session sort of disregarding victims, I think, in my opinion, on some other legislation we passed. But if we're going to say we can't put a number on it, I mean, why have a cap at all? You have caps because you try to be reasonable and balance the needs of being able to compensate victims with the needs to be able to have a functioning local government and police force. So I'm happy to have my vote be green on this amendment. I think it's a good amendment, and it's something that would make the bill better. But unfortunately, we're seeing kind of like trying to do this on the fly. I think this would make the bill much better, so my vote is green.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from the 33rd District has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I stand to talk about why I voted green. We have to understand that no matter how much the insurance coverage could be or how much we may put in a bill, if somebody is seriously injured and they go to a court and the jury awards them $3 million, that's the settlement. The question is, where do the dollars come from? This amendment makes sense to me. It helps to define the what we call the guardrails of the issue, and I'm very supportive of the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from the 37th District has 2 minutes to explain her vote.
Thank you very much. I rise to support this amendment because we're talking about police reform and police accountability, not county accountability and county reform, and we just now more burdened our local jurisdictions. I too have a lot of small jurisdictions, and we can barely get our police to cover just one small town, let alone have to worry about all of the other economic liabilities. So I support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from the 38th District has 2 minutes to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. To explain my vote, just as we've been going back and forth and looking at these amounts, I have texts coming in from members of MACO and MML just saying these are reasonable amendments, please support them. So they're listening in, they're very frustrated with the process, and they're urging us to adopt these reasonable amendments. To explain my vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes senator from the 35th District has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to explain my vote, and I apologize for the last time I ran right up on that 2 minutes. I'll try to do a little better and keep it under. This seems like a very reasonable amendment to me, $400,000. I mean, we're talking about these, once again, similar to the last amendment, about these local jurisdictions and communities. And I didn't get to finish. I got cut off, but the second town I was talking about was Rising Sun, where I'm good friends with the police chief there. And they have a very small police force as well as Port Deposit. So I look at this $400,000 number for non-economic damage. It seems very reasonable, so I'm very glad to rise in support of this amendment and explain my vote. And I think I'm under the 2 minutes. Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you, Senator. All right. If no further senators wish to explain their vote, the clerk will take the call.
Mr. President.
Oh, sorry. Chair recognizes the minority leader. Has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
After 11, I start moving slower. I apologize. So when I look at this, first thing I'm looking at is unfunded mandates. We're seeing a lot of that this year. We saw the Kerwin, billions of dollars of unfunded mandates. We saw the early voting centers just recently, where we actually put amendments out there for the body to say, if we have great ideas at the state level, that's good, but we should have the money to fund them for that as well. And we see constantly in our committee, if I haven't said, it's a great committee to sit on. But they have a lot of mandates for our schools, and they constantly come back and say, we don't want mandates, we don't want mandates. So I was listening to the chairman as he was talking, and I think the senator from Lower Shore, whatever, she said there's basically no funding in this. And so we're just putting all this extra mandates on the locals. And so where's the money come from? And so this seems like a reasonable amendment to me. It's been a long time trying to decide what to do with these kind of things because I'm not really familiar with it. So I'm taking the judgment from our JPR expert. I'm sure the chairman's an expert as well. So I wish I had more time to look into this so I could make a more informed decision like I do on my committee. But with this, I'm just going to go with the maker of the amendment and thank him for the explanation he gave for it so I could do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Chair. Recognize the senator from the 29th District has 2 minutes to explain his vote. 29th District? Oh, sorry. Oh, did I...
Excuse me, Mr. President. I'm sorry. It is hard to hear you back here. I'd like to explain my green vote. When we talk about this, this is clearly a fairness issue. I have been getting texts, as I'm sure everyone in here is, and people from my county and my district. They are all in favor of this. They are worried about these caps and how large they are, as they should be. If I look at my phone, it says, big counties, big budgets, they just don't care. I've gotten to know quite a few of you, and I don't believe that. I think you do care. I just think some of your counties have so much money and the ability for so much money that we look at things differently. We look at life differently. And that's why that I have a green vote. But my last thing I want to say is I don't understand what these caps have to do with what we really should be talking about with police reform.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from Frederick County. Just 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you very much. Explain my vote. If you look at the fiscal note, it explains very well what we're doing here. That we are rising from $400,000 to $890,000 for a mission committed by a law enforcement officer for both economic and non-economic. This amendment would have taken care of that. But what we haven't gotten into, and I don't know if to talk about the total impact of this, there's also a $15,000 escalator every single year. We never have to vote again, and this cap just on policing will automatically increase every single year. So not only do we leave in non-economic damages in here, not only do we have a cap twice as high for policing as we do any other expense that locals do, but for this year going forward and every year after that, it'll automatically increase by $15,000. That's just wrong. That's wrong. And then on top of that, there's another part in here about if there's a death involved, it may not exceed 150%. So it can actually go above this. And we're only thinking of $890 for one incident. Well, if they run into a car and there's 2 or 3 people in there, it's going to be more expensive than that. And that's what the next provision gets at. That $890 is not even the total cap. You could actually go to 150% of that $890. You're talking over $1 million. That's like $1.3 million is actually the total cap here. So take $1.3 million and 15% every single year on top of that. I'm not aware of any other cap. It took 20 years to change the last one. This one, every single year, we're going to add 15% on top of it to all your municipalities and local governments.
Thank you, Senator. All right, the clerk will take the call. With 29 votes in the negative, the senator's amendment fails. Chair recognizes the senator from Frederick City.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an amendment, 633123/1.
123. One moment, Senator.
It's actually 2 amendments. Amendment number 1.
Senator, give us just one moment.
You got it?
Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Amendment number 1 on page 2 of the Judicial Committee amendments, which is their amendment there is 668370/1. In line 8 of amendment number 1, after crime, insert under certain circumstances, and in line 11, strike requiring and put authorizing. Then in amendment number 2 on page 17, in lines 14 and 17, amendment number 15, in each instance change shall and substitute may. If they have it, they can. Yeah. On page 18, in line 16, strike shall and substitute may. On page 28, in line 6 and 9, strike shall and substitute may. And on page 29, in line 16, strike shall and substitute may. What this does is softens the retirement situation where they would have the authority to take retirement. It wouldn't be an absolute requirement.
Thank you, Senator. Senator moves the amendment. Chair recognizes the chair of the committee. Floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the maker of the amendment. We had this discussion in committee, so we decided at that point not to adopt it. But
okay, thank you, Senator. Question is on the amendment. On the amendment, any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes the senator from Baltimore County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an amendment to offer. It's 703-522/1.
All right, 522.
And, oh my goodness, I'm trying to bring it up.
Hold on one second, Senator.
There it is.
Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. President, earlier this evening, actually quite a while earlier this evening, when I had my colloquy with the floor leader, I asked 3 questions. I asked, does the bill make any provision for an officer to be notified of each offense for which the officer is subject to disciplinary action? Secondly, does the bill make any provision for an officer to be notified of the possible disciplinary action that may be imposed upon the officer for each offense? And thirdly, does the bill provide that an officer charged with one or more offenses is entitled to at least be provided with a copy of the investigatory file so he knows what he's up against? The answer was no. So this amendment seeks to solve that problem and fix the bill in those 3 respects. It specifically provides that promptly after completing an investigation of misconduct by a law enforcement officer in which the law enforcement officer is determined to have engaged in conduct for which disciplinary action may be imposed, the chief or the chief's designee shall, 1, notify the law enforcement officer of each offense for which the law enforcement officer is subject to disciplinary action, 2, the possible disciplinary action that may be imposed for each offense, and 3, the proposed disciplinary action for each offense, and 2, subject to paragraph 2 of this subsection, provide the law enforcement officer with a copy of the investigatory file and any exculpatory information if the law enforcement officer and any representative of the law enforcement officer agree to execute a confidentiality agreement. So that's what this amendment provides. It is a fix for the problems illustrated in my earlier colloquy. And the members of the body may wonder where that language comes from that I just read. And the answer is, it comes from Senate Bill 627, which directly, word for word, that's the bill that this body passed on the floor here 5 weeks ago. That bill currently sits in the waste can in the House Judiciary Committee, but there's no reason why we can't take the best parts of it and add them to this bill to improve this bill. So with that, I recommend a favorable vote, a green vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Senator moves the amendment. Chair recognizes the floor leader.
thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the senator for sharing this amendment with me briefly before. I would just say that I kind of analogize this to if you're subject to a grand jury investigation, you wouldn't get that the actual information beforehand until that investigation was kind of complete. Now the bill look, of course, you're going to get that information once you're charged and once that investigation is complete. So I'd say that the amendment is somewhat superfluous and unnecessary. But so.
All right, on the amendment, Chair recognizes Senator from District 5.
Thank you. I wonder if the maker of the amendment could yield for a question.
Will the maker of the amendment yield?
Certainly.
Senator may proceed.
So I was looking and reading the amendment, listening to your excellent explanation, but I just want to be sure that I understand. One of the concerns that I've had throughout this entire process as we deal with making reforms to policing and police reform in general, we want to be sure there's a fair due process for people who are accused. That's an important part of our system of justice. It's something that I know on JPR we always worked on multiple sides of lots of issues, making sure due process is fair. So your amendment here, what you're trying to do is be sure that if someone is accused that they're going to get access to information to defend themselves. I know the floor leader just tried to compare and contrast with a grand jury investigation. But this is about disciplinary actions, correct? I mean, could you elaborate on that?
Well, this is not a grand jury investigation.
Right, correct, yes.
Disciplinary process that's supposed to be transparent.
Yeah, it's different than if the FBI says we are investigating you for a crime. I mean, correct. This is more before you get to the criminal level, right? This would be when you're being investigated for disciplinary action. Could be criminal, could be something less than criminal. I mean, I'm getting that correct with your amendment, right?
Yeah, if it rises to the level of criminal, it's handled by the state's attorney.
Right, so this is internal.
Talking about a criminal proceeding.
Right, so grand jury is more
in any proceeding in which a person can have discipline imposed on the person by the state agency, and this is a state agency, the person is entitled to the fundamental principles of constitutional due process. The person is entitled to know what the charges are against him. He's entitled to know what the investigatory file has shown, and he's entitled to have any exculpatory information that came to light provided to him. That's fundamental under the U.S. Constitution. It's not provided in this bill. That's one of the reasons why this bill is fatally flawed.
Isn't it, in your view, doesn't it seem like that's kind of the issue that happened with the bill that came over from the House? It's almost like it's like purposely almost punitive to try to get back because of injustices, both real and perceived or imagined, that have happened in the past. Correct? I mean, it's like we're going to draw this bill to just really punish. But what happens, unfortunately, it's going to sweep in. There's going to be some bad cops that get it, but there's also going to sweep in a lot of people who are accused wrongfully for something. Correct?
Well, I wouldn't want to characterize the bill as punitive, but I do characterize it as shoddy. If I had been in my law firm, if a second-year associate had brought me this the work product that we saw yesterday before we started to work on it, and it presented that to me as his finished work product, I would wonder whether that associate should continue with the law firm. There were so many problems with it. We spent all day until 11:30 last night trying to fix the problems, and we fixed as many as we could under the circumstances. But a lot of problems remain, and this is one of them.
Thank you to the floor leader, and you're right. I was wrong to say punitive, but I think your assessment might be maybe a little more accurate and astute than mine. Mr. President, I think we should adopt this amendment. I think this amendment would actually make the bill much better. It would protect due process, and I think it's definitely something that would have been nice to maybe have a little more time to flesh out in the committee process. But we're doing it here and now, and so I strongly urge the body to support the amendment.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the Minority Whip on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Just a real quick question for the maker of the amendment, just to summarize it. The way I read this is, so if this board charges, or the officers charges something, you just want to provide them a charging document. That's it, right?
Yes, a fundamental due process. The person needs to know what they're charged with. If they don't know what they're charged with, how can they possibly defend themselves?
Yeah, and just to go through the bill, early on the bill that we said even in a traffic stop, we micromanaged that a police officer had to tell the person in the public why they were stopping them, had to say their name, their badge number, and everything else we put in there. So yours is just saying we have to provide to the police officer, these are the charges that are being brought against you. That's it. That's
yes, and let me go one step further and say if we do not put language like this in this bill, the first police officer who gets charged his attorney is going to file a constitutional case against the law enforcement agency for violation of his constitutional rights of due process.
I mean, that makes perfect sense. Could the floor leader yield? Because I was confused of the reason of why we are not accepting this, or this is an unfriendly amendment.
Will the floor leader yield?
Sorry, what was the question? I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I'm
So
sorry.
the amendment in front of us from the gentleman from Baltimore County says that we would provide the police officer with basically a charging document, so they would know the charges are being provided against them. Why is that an unfriendly amendment?
No, I was, that the example I provided was obviously in the criminal context. So if you're subject to an investigation, then obviously you don't want to do that. But if you have been charged, then yes, that's an adequate, and that's certainly an issue of due process. The bill isn't as prescriptive on this measure, but it would be something that would have to happen for this measure to move forward. So,
thank you, Senator.
Well, hold on a second. Just, with all due respect, Mr. President, I'm a little lost here. So his amendment says, promptly after completing an investigation misconduct, the officer should receive basically a charging document. So I would think it would be helpful to the body to vote on this if we understand if this is a friendly or not friendly amendment to the committee. And I'm a little lost why we wouldn't want this.
All I said was that it was implied within the bill. The bill's not prescriptive and doesn't delineate this. So I'll leave it at that.
Does the floor leader? Usually, a floor leader says whether they accept the amendment or not. I mean, are you saying you're ambivalent on this one? Ambivalent. Okay. Well, then I would urge, Mr. President, this is a common sense amendment. It just says you provide a charging document to the police officer. I can't imagine anyone here would be opposed to that. So I would just move it and hope we can adopt it by the voice vote.
Are there any further discussion on the senator's amendment? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The senator's amendment is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Chair recognizes the senator from the 34th District. From the 34th District.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. President. I have an amendment.
Senator has an amendment. The number, please, Senator.
Is 193920/1.
920. One moment. Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, colleagues, this relates to, if you got the bill in front of you, we're really looking at the matters that are on page 34. And this is the process with the Administrative Charging Committee. So this Administrative Charging Committee, they review the allegations and whatever investigative file that's been done by the police, and then they
Senator,
issue.
it's getting a little loud. It's getting a little loud, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Then they issue the charges, and within 15 days after the charges are issued, those charges will include a recommended punishment. And that recommended punishment is determined by a matrix that the Police Training Standards Commission will develop, and the Charging Committee will recommend a punishment along that matrix. Once the Chief of Police gets that, then they're the ones that turn to the officer and say, You've been charged, here's the charge, and here's the punishment being offered. Currently in the bill, it says that the chief can only offer a higher punishment than the Administrative Charging Commission. And what my amendment does is simply say, or lower. It allows the chief the discretion to impose a higher penalty as prescribed by the he could adopt the same one or he or she could adopt the same punishment recommended by the Administrative Charging Committee. Under the bill, he could go higher, and this just simply says, or go lower. That's my bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the maker of the amendment. We had this discussion in committee, and we just decided to stick with what was already there. thought that, being able to do same or higher with the actual matrix that's going to be developed was adequate. But
thank you, Senator. All right, on the amendment, yes, any further discussion on the amendment? Chair recognizes any senators wish to speak that have not yet spoken. If not, Chair recognizes the maker of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And all this is doing is simply putting some of that power back to the chiefs. We talked before about how the chiefs and sheriffs didn't have the discretion. They're the ones ultimately who are responsible for managing the ladies and gentlemen who are their police officers, and to tie their hands. And I mean, we already said they have to be in the matrix. They still got to be in the matrix. They can't deviate from the matrix. That just doesn't change that. It just allows them to slide along that matrix based upon how they know their people. They can look at other matters and make that decision. Very simple. Thank you.
All right. Senator moves the amendment. Question is on the amendment. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Roll
nay.
call, Mr. President.
All right. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 28 votes in the negative, the senator's amendment fails. All right, any further amendments to the bill or its title? Chair recognizes the senator from the 34th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an amendment.
Senator has an amendment. The number, please, Senator.
The amendment number is 803-721.
721. All right. Senator may explain the amendment.
Colleagues, this amendment relates to page 45 of the bill. And this is a amendment relates to the mental health exam. It would simply remove the requirement for an annual mental health exam, which could then be used to disqualify a police officer from continued service. I think it's a really important amendment. I would hope the body would consider it as outside the confines of the political constraints that we all are apparently under here this evening. This amendment, we try to put mental health as a solution and not as a problem. We've done a lot to make sure that folks are diverted to mental health treatment instead of to our jails. We put a lot of money in that. We've worked hard to increase the beds available for mental health treatment so that people who are put into jail can be diverted over to mental health treatment, and to really erase the stigma involving mental health treatment. Unfortunately, the way the bill is set up, it really erodes that. It erodes that whole theory there. And when the committee and this body addressed our bills, we looked at the mental health piece, and we said we're not gonna use this in an inappropriate fashion. What we did was we said we required the local governments to provide for free mental health treatment for police officers. So they had to make that available to them, because we felt that these ladies and gentlemen of the police forces who deal with tragedy and stress would invariably, or not invariably, but certainly at a higher degree than most of us, most other professions, would need to resort to some mental health treatment. So, unfortunately, though, this bill uses mental health treatment as a sword rather than as a shield. It's not a protector, it's an attacker. And it says that the officers have to submit to an annual mental health evaluation. We're not sure what that is or what it looks like, but there is one. And then if you don't pass that, that can be used to disqualify you from further service as a police officer, which means that you have to go before a mental health evaluator who's going to evaluate your mental health. So obviously you have to disclose personal things about yourself. I'm not sure how you do a mental health evaluation without disclosing things about your personal life that are very personal and confidential in order to complete this exam. And then that person's going to have to then make some kind of determination, I'm not sure how exactly, under what criteria, but they're going to say, you don't pass. You're not qualified to continue as a police officer. And, of course, that's going to have to be reported to somebody in the bureaucracy who's going to say that Officer Jones doesn't qualify to be a police officer. And now Officer Jones, he or she has some options here. They can simply resign and say, well, I've only been on the force for 25 years. I guess I'll go start a new career. Or they can push back. Now, if they want to push back, they're going to have to make their mental health a public issue, because they're going to have to appeal this through somebody. We're not sure just yet who that would be. I guess since the bill's silent, that would most likely the venue would be, or the appropriate jurisdiction would be the local circuit court. So now we're going to have a circuit court trial on Officer Jones' mental health, and to whether they can return back into policing, and that'll be a contested case. Could go on for weeks and months. Officer Jones is going to have to get an attorney. If he's part of a union, maybe they'll provide that. If not, he's just out of pocket. And so after weeks and weeks of litigation about Officer Jones' mental health, some other mental health expert's going to chime in and controvert this mental health expert, and will be sort of it's going to be a major trial. And all the while, what we've really achieved here is to tell law enforcement, this mental health people, they're your enemy. Don't talk to them. Don't go and confide. You'll confide in this one. He'll probably tell the other one who's doing the evaluations what you told him, and now you'll end up out of a job. The other problem we have with this is it's a terrible unfunded mandate. I mean, 20,000 police officers or so throughout this state. I can't imagine a mental health evaluation of any kind couldn't be less than a couple $100 minimum, times all those police officers on an annual basis. So I think the provision that we put in the law, which is not part of the LEOBR law, which we sent over to the House, and we'll see what happens to that. But what we put in, mandating mental health treatment, is far more appropriate. It's a far better direction to proceed. So, Mr. President, with that, I move the amendment.
Senator moves the amendment. Chair recognizes the senator from, the floor leader. Floor leader. On the amendment?
Yes, I was just going to ask the body to resist and provide some analysis, but do you want to go there first, or do you?
Nope.
Okay, sure. I would just ask the body to resist the amendment. We had this discussion in the committee, and the bill doesn't say that, look, there's no a test that you'd have to clear or hurdles that you'd have to clear. It's a simple assessment annually to ensure that the officer is fit. Annual check-in, just like you do with a physical, your annual physical every year. Obviously, it's a critical component for officer safety, but also public safety. And there are no ramifications because you can't fail this test. There are no ramifications for decertification. So I'd ask the body to resist the amendment.
All right. Chair recognizes the senator from District 37 on the amendment.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I rise to support this amendment because I agree. This is not the appropriate place for this language and the language to do whatever a mental health assessment is. I haven't quite figured that out. But I do say it is important because I think things like an ACEs scale, trauma-informed care, mental health first aid are all essential elements that hopefully we will have in all of our schools and all of our colleges, so that when youngsters go into the police academy, that would be the place to introduce a number of these programs, but then you make it more preventative so that people are comfortable talking or knowing that they need to be doing a self-check to be able to be understanding that they're going to be experiencing a lot of difficult situations and they will need some stress relief or a way to handle the baggage that they bring. We all bring baggage to whatever we are doing, and if we're not careful, it sneaks out and gets us. And that's the biggest problem I see that happens when folks suppress feelings and trauma. When it's triggered, it comes out, whether you like it or not. So it's really important that we really address how to deal appropriately with mental health. But that's a lifelong journey, but you can introduce it, I believe, at the police academy. So I will support this amendment, and I would also support another amendment to be able to introduce that in another place of this bill or another part of police reform.
Chair recognizes Senator. Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes Senator from District 17.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Would the sponsor of the amendment yield for a brief question?
I'd be delighted.
Senator may proceed.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that the amendment is drafted to your intent. You have removing lines 5 through 8. You only spoke about mental health assessment, but this also talks about testing annually for physical agility. And I wonder if that was your intent to remove both, because that's what your amendment does.
Yeah, I just struck them all. I'm sorry. An annual physical agility assessment seemed absurd. I couldn't imagine this body would have any concern about that one anyway. But the mental health evaluation is the key to that. I roll the physical agility into it too. No, it pursues my intent. I mean, this is, and I can explain if you want.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
I just wanted to clarify. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. All right, Chair recognizes Senator from District 5.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know this has been a lengthy debate, and it can be easy to sort of assume that every amendment is coming from the same place and to sort of tune out. I just want to make this very clear. I feel very strongly about this amendment. So strongly that I actually ordered it for third reader because I didn't know that my colleague had it. And I want to say why. What this language that has found its way into this bill, and it's not really the fault of the committee, I don't think, because they were working on this long bill for a long time. I'm very concerned about this because this is saying there's going to be a mental health assessment. As we talked about earlier, it's really not defined, not sure how it'll be enforced. But it's very clear that if someone were to fail a mental health assessment, they can't be certified. They're off the force. Same thing actually with the physical agility being there doesn't make sense either. If an officer hurt themselves physically and were temporarily unable to perform their duties, there's desk duty, there's other things that they can do. We've been trying to get in this whole country to a place where we look at mental health like it is, which is a health issue, not a stigma that is permanent. And what this does, I think, and honestly, we've been pretty critical of the bill as drafted, but I think it's unwittingly. I don't think it's purposeful because we all, of course, want, up the previous page, there talks very clearly about at the front end of someone becoming a police officer, there's an extensive screening. But to just say this is going to be every year is going to disincentivize someone for getting help, but also it's going to basically say, now we're going to go back to the old way of looking at mental health that, you're not fit, you can't keep your job. As opposed to there being laid out in the bill where there's not sort of a process of it. If someone doesn't pass this screening, here's the steps that need to be taken. So what I think this amendment's good because I don't know that this issue doesn't need to be addressed in some way, but we should take it out of the bill and it should come back as another, like a separate bill dealing with this issue where if we feel like there should be some sort of regular mental health check that has to do with your certification. I'm not sure there should be. But if we think that that's a policy call, that should be a separate hearing and discussion because there's a lot. We need to bring in people who understand mental health. The senator from the Midshore knows way more about health care and mental health than I do. And candidly, I think she probably knows more than pretty much anybody on the Judicial Proceedings Committee does. No offense to anybody. So I think we should adopt the senator's amendment. Let's step back from the precipice on this mental health issue, and we can come back with something even next year. It isn't like officers don't already get checked before they are hired, before they're certified originally. So I think we should adopt the senator's amendment, and this is not something we want to play around with language in a bill like this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes Senator from the 34th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the chairman yield for a question?
Will the chairman yield? Senator may proceed.
It's late, and I may have misheard what you said, Mr. Chairman, so I apologize if I did. But I thought I heard you say that this mental health evaluation didn't have any ramifications. If you go through the assessment and there was no, whatever the results were, there were results. It didn't have any ramifications. Is that what your position is?
So let me be more precise with that.
Thank you.
The bill is silent on that. So for you to infer that there would necessarily be consequences, I think is also equally as incorrect. The bill is silent on it.
Okay, well, let me just, thank you. Let me just tell you what the bill does say. The bill, this is under the Maryland Police Training Standards Certification Police Officers, and it's in the provision that talks about them certifying police officers, and it says, and each certificate issued to a police officer under this subtitle remains the property of the commission. And they talk about annual certification in here. And it says here that what the bill says, as a condition of certification, means we don't certify you. As a condition of certification, a police officer shall annually submit to a mental health assessment and physical agility assessment to establish continuing fitness to carry out the officer's assigned duties. Now, it doesn't just say submit to an annual health assessment and put it in your pocket and go away. It says we're doing this to establish continuing fitness. I think those words have meaning in the statute. You're doing this as part of your certification to establish continuing fitness. I don't know any other possible meaning that you would ascribe to that. Other than that, the Maryland Police Training Standards Commission would look at your results and say, you're not qualified, or you are either established or you're not established to continue fitness to carry out your duties as a police officer. And to suggest, with all due respect, to suggest that that's remaining silent just boggles my mind. But if the committee's, if the position of the body is that I mean, it has two possibilities. If we, what you're suggesting is that it's meaningless. It's just go do this and put it in your pocket and it's confidential, or go do this. Other people are going to have access to it, and maybe you won't be a police officer anymore. I think we need to clarify this. So my amendment says take it out because I interpret this as saying that it does require, it is a condition of certification. But if the committee's going to, if you want to reject this, then I'm sure you would support my amendment tomorrow, which would clarify that this is not to be divulged to anyone else. It solely goes to the officer. It's just for them to go in and sit with somebody and say, how you doing, Joe? I'm doing fine. Evaluate your mental health. He hands you a little paper and you go home and nobody else sees it. So it seems to me it's one or the other. We either accept this amendment or we accept the amendment tomorrow. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to, maybe even to be a little bit more precise, because it doesn't say there's no test, right? So there's no pass-fail, and therefore there's no way. It just says you have to do it, and it doesn't say you can't pass it, you can't fail it, and so it's silent on as being a precondition for certification. So that's the more precise answer. That's the interpretation I get from it, because there's no pass-fail, and so I would ask the body to resist the amendment.
Okay, but with all due respect again.
Senator wasn't recognized. Chair recognizes Senator from 29th District on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would like to just talk just a minute about what this body did. Now, what we did just a couple weeks ago was we actually addressed, one of our colleagues had a bill in the Police Accountability Act of 2021 called Senate Bill 74. It dealt with this issue directly. Now, not only did we accept and talk about this bill for great length, 11 members of JPR signed on to this bill. And what this bill said was that it would work with each law enforcement agency to establish an early intervention policy, to instead require a system to identify police officers who are at risk of engaging in use of excessive force, and to provide the officers with training and other methods to reduce the risk of excessive. It's very difficult for me to read my computer when you all keep instant messaging me. The use of excessive force, requiring each law enforcement officer to provide confidential access to assistance programs to address the mental health issues of police officers stemming from personal and work-related concerns, etc. We talked about this. We worked on this. We came up with a program that absolutely works about this. This is one of the work products that the Senate and JPR did. It is a bill. It is at great length that we worked on this. And to put this in 4 or 5 lines that flies in the face of the work that we did, I do not agree with that. I will be supporting this amendment green, and I urge the other members of JPR that co-sponsored this legislation to support it.
Thank you, Senator. All right, we think we know the issues. I think we know the issues. Chair recognizes the Senator from Frederick County.
Thank you very much. With the floor leader yield, I actually think this is an important issue, and I would disagree that we know it, because if the floor leader could explain, I don't see a definition in the bill of mental health assessment. Is that clear that it's not defined in the bill?
Yeah, that's correct. I think we established that earlier on.
Is it defined in state law anywhere?
I can check with counsel.
Because my point is, if we're going to definitively say it's not a pass-fail, it's not this or that, if it's not defined in the bill and it's not defined in state law, how can we say anything definitive about it?
Because the bill is silent on that matter.
Well, then, if it's silent in that, we have no idea what it does. I'll wait for the answer on if there's I would hope in state law we have it as mental health assessment, what it means. Because while I'm waiting on the answer, it's important because it's a police officer's recertification. Whether they continue their job or not hinges on this definition, which is not defined. So I think whether we vote on stripping out or not should depend on whether to know if it's undefined in state law anywhere, because we didn't even bother to define it in the bill.
Okay, so the answer is that it's not currently defined in state law, but the MTPSC will have to eventually define what that means. Develop those criteria.
Where does it say in the bill that they would define it?
They're the ones that adopt the regulations, and they would be responsible for adopting regulations.
It says they are adopting the regulation on mental health assessment. That's in the law. We're putting that in the law. Where do they adopt that?
Well, they would have to promulgate regulations to enforce the law. So they're the regulatory body that does that.
All right. Well, thank you very much, there. So I don't know why we would do that. We go through in law and we define things. This is a police officer's recertification we're talking about here. And for us to say it doesn't do this, it does do this, we don't know what it does. We have no idea because we didn't define it. And now we're falling back on, well, the police officers were regulated, which I find that to be an interesting answer too. Our trust is that the police officers were regulated right at themselves. I actually thought we were trying to come up with a bill that has like some accountability to do something. So we've got an undefined standard. No one knows. Police officers will come up with what it means, and the police officers figure out how to use it. That sounds like a very effective, transparent thing to remove bad police officers. So, ladies and gentlemen, to talk about removing this, I know people think this is a good bill, and they want to defend it. I would point to this section to see what you're defending. You're defending a section that says an undefined thing may happen and nothing may come of it. Okay, that's fine. So I'll support the amendment to remove this.
All right, on the amendment. Any sure the Senator has something to offer? Chair recognizes the Senator from Baltimore County.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is yet another example of the shoddy workmanship of this bill. It's four lines which raise more questions than they answer. As it happens, we already answered this question, and we did it comprehensively, and we did it well in Senate Bill 74, which we passed on the floor of this body 5 weeks ago. That bill currently sits over in the other house. Heavens knows what's happened to it, but here's what it provides. It says, each law enforcement agency shall provide access to an employee assistance program for all police officers. The assistance program required by this section shall provide police officers access to confidential mental health services, including counseling services, crisis counseling, stress management counseling, etc. Then it goes on and says, in addition to the requirements, and something as part of the subtitle, the assistance program required by this section before a police officer, my glasses are getting fogged up, returns to full duty, a law enforcement agency shall provide, 1, a voluntary mental health consultation and voluntary counseling services to the police officer if the police officer is involved in an incident involving an accident resulting in a fatality. And 2, a mandatory mental health consultation and voluntary counseling services to the police officer if the police officer is involved in an incident involving a serious injury to the police officer, an officer-involved shooting, or any use of force resulting in a fatality or serious injury. So we thoughtfully considered this issue, and we comprehensively provided for what should happen under these circumstances. This bill that we're dealing with today covers it all in 4 lines, which raise more questions than there are answers.
All right, any further senators who have not yet spoken who wish to speak? If not, the question is on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment, say aye. Aye. Opposed. Senator has requested a roll call. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? Chair recognizes the senator from 35th District.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I would like to take a couple minutes to explain my vote. You know, a couple colleagues earlier mentioned when they were explaining votes on earlier amendments that they'd gotten text messages from different people about this. And honestly, I haven't gotten any text messages because I'm pretty sure all my friends are in bed. But the key part to this is we don't know what the mental health assessment will even look like. So that's why I rise and explain my green vote, because you know I have to vote for this amendment because I don't have a clue what that assessment would look like. Real quickly, also in my remaining time, we hear a lot on social media about JPR after dark. It's kind of been romanticized, but I feel like this whole body of 47 can be honorary members tonight of that, and hopefully, you know, this amendment will go on.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from the 34th District has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, we've introduced, this is one more of a series of very common sense amendments that on any other bill, especially in committee, would have been taken in a heartbeat. They clarify, they're not political, they clarify, they explain, they make clear the vagaries in the bill. Clearly there's vagueness here, there's ambiguity, at least there's ambiguity. And we always take amendments that clarify the language. I just wish I understood why with this bill. I feel like there's a secret code going on the floor this evening. I just wish I understood why we've adopted a new set of rules here this evening. That even common sense amendments that simply explain an admitted ambiguity, an undeniable ambiguity, we can't accept. It's boggling my mind. I can't wrap myself around this, that having been here for 7 years, I feel like I'm under a new set of rules. I'm looking for that appendix to the rule book about what it, this day or whatever. But this is the most of the bizarre experience I've seen in this body, where I just can't understand why we're rejecting very common sense clarifying amendments on party lines. So, thank you. I'm voting green.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from District 4 has 2 minutes to explain his vote. From District 4 has 2 minutes. Time is expiring.
Sorry, you've called me numerous different titles today, Fred.
I'm trying to keep myself
District
engaged.
4, it's keeping me on my toes. Thank you. Well, I would echo what my colleague from Harford County just said. I don't know why we feel this strong feeling to keep intact this language that the House brought over. This is their language. We didn't come up with this. And quite frankly, I think we explained it's nonsensical. I don't know, a lot of this bill, I don't know if people are getting confused that it's pro-police, anti-police. As we walk through some of these amendments, you'll just see they're just confusing. And this doesn't do anything. And if somebody has an amendment later, maybe tomorrow we come up with actually define what mental health assessment means, define what it means if you fail one, actually define and make it do something. I mean, that would be better than this. This, as the chairman explained, it's silent, doesn't do anything. And if you think you're voting to really reform and bring police accountability, as the title says, why would you, as it was explained by the chair, it's silent, it's undefined, nowhere, and the police are going to come up with a standard and they're going to decide to do with it. I mean, maybe somebody who voted for it could explain why they think this is good to bring accountability. By the admission of the floor leader, this doesn't do anything. So why are we rejecting on party lines amendments for ridiculous provisions in the bill? So that's why I was glad to vote for it.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from the 43rd District. Has 2 minutes to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, often when we vote for an amendment, it's kind of read as not supporting the committee work. And I'm voting for this amendment precisely because I support the committee work, the work that this body did to really think about what we're trying to achieve, that we want a healthy workforce. And our police, we want them to be healthy, and that we know that if they are healthy and that we are adjusting for an opportunity for them to get mental health services that will make for safer communities. I have a concern that as drafted in the bill that's before us, that frankly it will have the opposite effect. It'll have a chilling effect on someone seeking counseling, and that's my concern. And so I'm voting to remove this provision with the hopes and believing, honestly, as we have done over the last few hours, is to make this bill better. And I know we can make it better, and that explains my vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from District 5 has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. And honestly, I can't say it a whole lot better than my colleague from Baltimore City just did. I just have to say the pathway to how we get to the vote on this amendment on the bills are going to be partly about transparency. It's not very transparent to me how we're not just taking this amendment, like why the committee wouldn't just take this amendment. It has nothing to do with what you think about the whole issue of police reform. It's just common sense that it's nonsensical. It's kind of talking out of both sides of our mouth. We want mental health assessments every year for police officers. It's like, if you want that, this doesn't really seem to do that. I think it's dangerous to have it because it's going to really stigmatize mental health. It could potentially, if you don't do this the right way. Much better way is the way we've talked about, which is making sure that police officers have the access that they need to mental health services all the way through. But if you want to require something, it shouldn't just be sort of stuck into a bill in a very ambiguous way, which is what this is. It just doesn't make sense. I mean, so, I'm voting green because I really think this is a missed opportunity here. And again, it's just doesn't make sense to me why we want this language in. You're not even supporting this amendment would not mean anything about what you feel about the bill or the process or whatever. It would just say, hey, this does not make sense. So I think it's a good amendment to strike this out, and we can work on this issue. We can come back and work on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from the 40th District has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to take a moment to explain my vote. Since I've been in the legislature, I've been a fierce advocate, I believe, for behavioral health issues on substance abuse and mental health.
A lot of times in our society, we take physical health really important. If a police officer was shot by someone and was physically injured, we wouldn't question whether or not they should seek medical attention. But mental health is affecting us in a major way. And those who often choose the position of a police officer, they're under a tremendous amount of stress and a tremendous amount of danger they could provide to not only the people that they aim to serve, but also their fellow coworkers in performing their duties. And I know there's been a lot of questions brought up about process and respect in the committee, but it's so important that we respect the fact that we provide mental health services for those who need them and not stigmatize it as something that's wrong, that we give people the help that they need. And I'll be more than glad if we come back tomorrow on third reader and there's a better definition, but I just urge this body not to lose the opportunity to send a statement to Marylanders, to our law enforcement officers, and all those that mental health is a serious, serious issue. And when we give someone the tremendous responsibility of being a police officer in American society, that we want to make sure that they have all of the tools in their tool belt to carry on that duty. And so I urge members to reject this amendment.
On the dot, by a second. Well done, Senator. Chair recognizes Senator from District 6. Has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Just going to say real quickly, and thank you, Mr. President. I support this amendment because for years where I worked at, we learned one thing, that eventually we started doing assessments while we were doing work. And when we were doing that, we learned more, and we were more thorough in doing the work that we did. We did things in a way that we've never done it before, and we worked in a way that we made sure we did everything right. Why? Because we assessed everything that we did. And I think it's important for this amendment, that putting it in place, to helping our police officers and all those that are making sure they're doing this assessment, that they're thorough, that everything is clear, that there isn't anything in question. That's what this amendment does. It supports them in every way, and it protects our community as it protects them. And I think it's a very good amendment, and I think we should all be green, because again, JPR had this already. They worked this. They did a great job. This is something that they should be proud of and that they should be voting for. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes Senator from the 38th District. We'll go back forth. Chair recognizes Senator from the Frederick City has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I voted green because I'm trying to support the good work our committee did. We passed the bills several weeks ago, mostly overwhelmingly. And I have heard in the 11 years I've been in the Senate multiple times every year, we're the Senate and they're the House. Well, I think the Senate did a real good job on these bills. And what's happening right now, we're getting what the House did, jammed down our throats, and we feel to get a package out, we've got to do what they told us. Well, we're going along with most of what they've asked. I don't think in this case, when we did pass the bill, as been discussed 5 weeks ago, that really addressed this area well, that we couldn't turn back to them and say, look, we've taken the majority of everything you ask, give us this, because it's a way better definition of how we ought to handle mental health. And so I voted for this, and I think we shouldn't just take everything given. Let's make it a better bill or a better package when we can, and that bill, along with what we're voting on here tonight, will make it a better package.
Thank you, Senator. There's always third reader. Chair recognizes Senator for 38th District. Has 2 minutes to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. To explain my vote, My colleagues from the shore and I spent some time during the interim when all the proposals about police reform were out there, and we made the effort to go and meet with our local sheriffs. And my colleague from District 37 and I specifically had a conversation with the Wicomico County Sheriff, who pointed out that specifically with the mental health provision that this amendment would remove, that provision was problematic and it wouldn't have the intended effect. And I agree with my colleague from Baltimore about the focus on mental health. The way it was presented to us in this bill, it would be problematic and not workable and not have the intended effect. And so that's why I was seeing that we actually had a solution to that with Senate Bill 74, and noting that there were 11 members of the Senate Judicial Proceedings Committee that co-sponsored it, and that this body voted for that 47-0, and that is something we can be proud of, and that was the right approach to mental health for this in this area. So for that reason, I'm voting for this amendment and supporting also what we did, our previous hard work with Senate Bill 74. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes Senator from the 37th District has 2 minutes to explain her vote.
Thank you very much, and I agree with my colleague from the Lower Shore, but I also appreciated the statements from my colleagues from Baltimore City and the other jurisdictions on the other side of the room. And thank you for that, because it should be total health. You know, the brain is the largest organ in the body, actually, and we call it mental, but it's brain functioning, and the brain and the body are very, very connected. And that's why I am supporting this amendment, because I think this mental health assessment piece needs to come out of this section of the law, and maybe tomorrow we can amend in parts of Senate Bill 74, which would make this a lot better. Because I do think you need to have opportunity, because it is an awesome responsibility, and our police officers are under a lot of stress and traumatic situations. So it needs to be integrated into the whole delivery of policing, if you will, and so it's not just dangling out there by itself, tucked away. And I don't think the way the bill is written, it presents the kind of accountability and the fitness that we want. So I'm supporting this amendment, and I look for another one tomorrow that we can build in. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the Minority Leader has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you. And welcome to, is it Thursday? Happy Thursday. I think this is a reasonable amendment, again, for the reasons other people were talking about, the flaws that were obviously brought up in this. And I think, again, the committee is a place to do this. And I've always said, not just tonight, but historically, the floor is not the place to get amendments on a bill, typically. For whatever the reason, historically, it's very hard to get on here, whether they want to protect their product coming out. You can have the same issue in your committee, and you can get the issue taken care of. You bring it out on the floor, and all of a sudden it's so much harder to do that. So again, I think it was a mistake for us to keep this on the floor tonight instead of taking it back to committee to bring it back out with a good product. We had a good product we sent over to the House, and now we're stuck with this. And I commend the JPR members for the hours that they put on this in this topic, and even months, even before we started this session. And I still think it's a shame that we coming over here rammed through us, stay up till midnight last night to go through it because we're on some deadline or something. And then we come out here, we identify a lot of issues with it. We realize this is not ready for prime time. We sent over a very good bill. Because we're on some time frame or something, again, we have to accept this flawed product. Even when we have a good suggestion, that most likely in any one of our 4 committees here, if we had a similar thing in a committee, we would look at it, realize it's a problem, we talk it out, and we would come up with a solution. Unfortunately, we don't have that leeway out here. We have to do much more here. We have to do much more of a formal process with the amendments.
Senator, the time's expired.
Okay.
All right. Clerk will take the call. With 26 votes in the negative, the Senator's amendment fails. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Chair recognizes the Senator from the 34th District.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Amendment number, sir?
Yes, it's 893-922/1.
922. One moment. Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleague, this relates to page 44 of the reprint. And it involves the implicit bias training piece of the bill. So, implicit bias, it's fascinating. You know, I wasn't exposed to this before working on this stuff with the committee, but this is a science that deals with exposing within each of us those biases that we have that we don't realize we have. I mean, you've been who you are since birth, and you may not realize that you've got, just because of your environment, who you are. So it just makes you think about that. And then implicit bias training then would typically include a sort of a self-test, so you can test yourself. Do you have those implicit biases? So, and the bill requires that the Police Training Standards Commission is to develop training on implicit bias and push that out to the various departments. No problem with that. And it requires them requires the police, various officers to periodically undergo implicit bias training and testing, which is not clear from the bill if it's confidential. I think the committee suggested it was confidential, and it wouldn't be like a test that goes in your file, although that would certainly be a good amendment for tomorrow to just clarify that testing was confidential. But the piece of the bill that this amendment relates to is the following language. It says, require all law enforcement agencies to use implicit bias test in the hiring process. Use it in the hiring process. And the research that I was able to do from the folks at Harvard were that it's not, you don't use this in a hiring process. That's not it's inappropriate. It should not be used in the hiring process. It's a training tool. It's a self-assessment tool. It's personal development, make you a better person. But it's not the level of this isn't to the point where it's not going to be used in the hiring process. Now it requires new police officers to complete the training, which would be presumably immediately after the hiring process was complete. But this specifically requires use of this as a hiring tool. Now, some folks might say, well, no, it's not actually a tool. It's not, you're just going to take it. You're just going to take this, but nobody's looking at this to say whether to hire you or not. But at some point on this bill, we have to actually look at the words. Let's make the words read like normal words. And we seem to be defying that principle in this bill. But it specifically says, on page, you can see it on the bill. It's right there on page 44 in lines 5 and 6. Require all law enforcement agencies to use the implicit bias test in the hiring process. Now, to me, that can only mean one thing. You're gonna test people, and you're going to use that in screening people to hire them or not. And that's wrong. You're not supposed to. The scientists say you're not supposed to. But to suggest that's not what that means, to me, would be ludicrous. It means you're going to look at somebody's results of their test and say, oh, I can't hire you because of your scores on the implicit bias test. So this, again, just simply strikes that provision and leaves the training and the use of it in training still intact. So I would move the amendment. Thank you.
Senator moves the amendment. Chair recognizes the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for the amendment. We had this conversation in the committee, and I remember when I actually had a conversation with another senator in the committee, and we were on the way out. We started just talking about the history of policing. We talked about kind of our recent history. We talked about history from the inception of our nation and all the biases that are kind of permeate throughout our society, and how that then works its way into every aspect: schooling, hiring decisions, policing. And so this is why this is such a critical component, to understand what biases we have, and so that we can improve police relations. Now, I know that the senator is forward deployed overseas, and yeah, I remember that part of our training before you go on is kind of the cultural competency. You understand the customs, the norms of the place that you're going to deploy to, and then you also understand some of the internal biases that you carry toward folks that you don't normally interact with. Well, policing in this sense, understanding the community that you're supposed to be protecting and interacting with, understanding that you internalize and have been not infected, by some of your own biases is important, and it's a critical component for the hiring process and for understanding how our officers interact with the communities that they serve. So I'd ask the body to reject this amendment.
Thank you, Senator. All right, on the amendment, any senators wish to speak who have not yet spoken? If not, Chair recognizes the maker of the amendment.
Will the floor leader, or the chairman, yield for question?
Will the floor leader yield? Senator may proceed.
So, if I understand, Mr. Chairman, what you're saying is then that new officer comes in, they'll be given this test, and then the department will look at the test and say, okay, based upon the results of your test, you cannot be a police officer, or yes, you can be a police officer. That's what you're testifying to, right?
No, that's incorrect. I would say that it becomes a factor. It becomes a factor in the hiring process. So.
Yeah, but I'm sorry. Anything that's a factor in the hiring process. Okay, I mean, I got that. You have to meet the height, the weight requirements, no heart condition. Those are all factors, but it's a potentially a disqualifying factor, just like heart disease, that you could look at those results and say, because of the results of your test on implicit bias, you're not going to be a police officer in this department, right?
That could be a potential outcome. Obviously, again, it's a factor. It's
okay.
Not.
And was there any science? Do we have any testimony, even a little bit, that suggested that implicit bias testing was appropriate for use in screening people for hiring?
So we had testimony earlier in the summer and the fall for the operation that's happening in the University of Maryland. Dr. Rayshawn Ray came in and I provided, I thought, pretty compelling testimony. They've entered into an arrangement with the Prince George's County Police Department, and they have already started rolling this out and doing the testing. So there is science and literature behind implicit bias training.
Okay, and they're using it for training purposes, or they're using it in the hiring process? Because it's a big difference.
No, there is. And in this stage, to my knowledge, it's within the training process. It's an annual training requirement.
I got it. And we're not debating the training. I mean, my amendment doesn't touch the training on this. It doesn't even come close. It's simply the hiring process piece. And I'm looking for, my only information on the science is that you should not. There is no science right now that supports using this as a hiring mechanism. Yes, as a training mechanism, but not as a hiring mechanism. I'm just looking, was there any evidence that, I've just not seen any, and I'm just trying to, because the only evidence I see says you can't use it in the hiring process. And it doesn't sound like you've seen any either, and nobody's disputing training.
No, I think, I mean, the connection here is that if you're able to identify these biases and you're going to put an officer out into the community, given our troubled history and past and painful history and past in this nation, this is something that departments all across the nation have started to incorporate into their annual training and, yes, into their hiring processes.
And can you please identify somebody who's using it, who's legitimately using this based upon the science of it in the hiring process? Because is there, just give us something, an iota of something to hang this on. It just sounds like we're just saying, well, other people use in the training process, we're going to use it in the hiring process, even though the scientists say don't use it in the hiring process. We're going to be bold and imagine a new way forward and just use it anyway. It sounds like, is that what we're saying?
No, I mean, I think what I'm saying is the testimony that we received from experts from across the country and right here in our backyard spoke to the importance of incorporating this into not only the annual maintenance of training, but also into the hiring process.
Okay, and that's who's using it? What reputable organization? What scientists are actually using this or saying this? Use this in the hiring process.
So I don't have any particular data for a department that's using this right now, but the testimony that received and the literature supports and speaks to the importance of incorporating this within the hiring process.
Okay, I would really appreciate if somebody can edify us all, because we're gonna now require departments to use this, and nobody can identify there's been nothing before the committee. I've been at these hearings that we've had on these bills this year. There's been nothing put before the committee that in any way legitimizes the expectation this would be used in the hiring process.
I push back on that. I mean, like I said, we've had testimony over the summer and early this year, over the summer rather, that speaks to the efficacy of incorporating this.
Right. Well, I mean, thank you. That's sort of the problem with the summer studies, is that I would suggest that people who engage in summer studies, if they want to bring summer study information and base legislation upon that, then it's incumbent upon them to bring it into the hearing and expose the body to that, at least in the form of a letter or an exhibit, something in our computer that talks about computer testimony, so that it doesn't, because it certainly appears to me that we're sort of midnight cowboying on this and just running with it and making this up, because I've seen no evidence to suggest, and the only thing I get is from that place called Harvard, where they say you can't do it. But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from the 37th District on the amendment.
Thank you very much. I rise to support this amendment, and I just wanted to refer everybody to some of the committee testimony. There is a psychologist from the Institute of Forensic Psychology and regarding implicit bias, and I think it is important that we all have some educational opportunity on that, because, as I said before, we all carry a lot of baggage, and we need to be in touch with that, and there are different times in our life when we do get in touch with that. But this says, regarding implicit bias, at the moment there are no valid and reliable tests to assess implicit bias per se, although the research is going on. And he goes on to say the primary applicant assessment instrument that he uses contains rudimentary sex and race bias scales, and in general there's no significant difference in the overall responses between men and women and various racial and ethnic groups. He says, with regard to bias, I suggest the behavior is the best indication of this. Careful examination of background information, history, and social media posts will likely be the best reflection of this bias. So I would support this amendment, and maybe we can again bring another amendment that would indicate that early on in the hiring process there be a mechanism, an educational opportunity for folks to go through that and receive information, and then follow it up from maybe annually. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. All right, on the amendment, any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. Chair is in
Roll
doubt.
call.
Chair is in doubt. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote?
Explain my vote, Mr. President.
One moment, Senator. Has everyone recorded their vote? And we should change their vote. Chair recognizes the senator from District 5. Has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you. I'm rising to explain my vote because I think it's important to be very clear about what the amendment is. The amendment is not saying that getting training on implicit bias is not valuable or important for someone to do, particularly someone who is engaged in dealing with people in general, but certainly in law enforcement. The concern would be that when you are screening people for hiring, implicit bias doesn't mean that somebody who has an issue in an implicit bias test doesn't mean they're a virulent racist. It might mean they have some attitudes or some experiences that they're not putting in the proper context. There could be a lot of reasons why someone would not do well in an implicit bias test. And so saying that you're going to just screen out people on that just can't get hired is a huge mistake. Because what you want to be able to do is train people and use it as a training tool. What will happen is people are going to learn how to get around implicit bias tests by figuring out just what to regurgitate, which is not the goal. You want to find out what's going on in their mind and what they're thinking. It's just, I think the amendment is just trying to make it clear that it should be absolutely used, but as a training tool, not as just you can get the job or you can't kind of defining characteristics. So that's why I support the amendment and urge the body to vote green.
All right, any further senators wish to explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 30 votes in the negative, Senator's amendment fails. Are there any further amendments? Chair recognizes the senator from Baltimore County.
Thank you. Thank you again, Mr. President. I'm getting tired, so you'll have to make allowances for me. I have Amendment 323826/1.
826. One moment, Senator.
Is that up?
Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So once again, the questions that I asked of the floor leader about 4 hours ago now were intended to set the stage for amendments I intended to offer later. You may not recall, but here are the two questions that I asked that relate to this amendment. I said, turning to the trial board, does the bill provide for who has the burden of proof in the trial? Does the bill provide the standard that will govern whether the proof is sufficient? And does the bill provide anywhere that an officer may only be disciplined for cause, or does the bill leave it open as to whether an officer can be disciplined despite the lack of cause? Now, to set the stage for this, let me just read two sentences out of the bill. One sentence. It says, each law enforcement agency shall establish a trial board process in accordance with this section to adjudicate, I use that word carefully, to adjudicate matters for which a law enforcement officer is subject to discipline. And then the next sentence that has anything about the trial board states, within 30 days after the date of issuance of a decision of a trial board, the decision may be appealed by the employee. You will notice that the bill contains absolutely no information about what happens in the trial board. The parties go inside, they shut the doors. The bill gives not a clue as to how the trial board should conduct its proceedings, because the next thing you hear is that the officer can appeal the result. So, in part, that's not a problem, because under this bill, if the bill doesn't cover something, then the Fraternal Order of Police can negotiate it with the local law enforcement agency. And so exactly how the trial is conducted can be negotiated on a county-by-county basis with the Fraternal Order of Police. But what they can't negotiate, and what is essential for this bill to provide, is who has the burden of proof in the trial and what standard will govern whether the proof is sufficient. Without that, this bill is clearly unconstitutional, because the trial board would be given carte blanche to use any standard it wants to discipline a police officer. The first time that happens and it gets appealed, the appellate courts in Maryland are going to hold that the whole procedure is unconstitutional and violating the policeman's due process rights, because there was no standard of proof and no standard that will govern whether the proof is sufficient. So this amendment is very simple. It adds language that says as follows: except as otherwise provided in this subtitle, a law enforcement agency has the burden of proof by a preponderance of evidence in any proceeding under this subtitle. A law enforcement officer may be disciplined only for cause. Now, that solves the constitutional flaw. I recommend the amendment to the body.
All right, thank you, Senator. Senator moves the amendment. Chair recognizes the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for the maker of the amendment. Pointed out a couple of issues. First, I'll say, look, it looks that the bill is silent on the burden, and I know that you have changed that now to by the preponderance of evidence, which is the lowest standard, making it relatively easy to make sure that the discipline could be administered, at least to kickstart the process. Talking to counsel and based on some of the debate we had in committee, it was determined that that would already be the default, which would be preponderance. So making that potentially superfluous. Otherwise, I'm going down the rest of it. Could you rise for one question for me, just as a clarification?
Senator may proceed.
So we got preponderance and then discipline for cause. On line 12 here.
So is this a friendly amendment or not?
No, the first part would say that it's kind of implied already within the bill. The second part for cause, checking on that.
It would
For
save some
cause,
time
for cause,
here.
please.
It would
Yeah, can you
save some
explain that
time
again?
at 12:30 a.m. if we could accept this as a friendly amendment and not have to debate it.
Yeah, I think for cause, that could, both of these.
This sounds like it might be a good one.
Clarification. Yeah, both of these are actually, I would say they're friendly amendments, clarification.
Clarification amendments. All right, any further discussion on the amendments? No further discussion. All in favor of the amendment, say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill? One moment. Chair recognizes Senator Vice Chair of Finance.
Just on this last point, it does raise a question. What kind of standard in terms of the rules of evidence? As a former litigator, I mean, is the bill silent as to what rules of evidence would apply?
I think it'd be the APA, wouldn't it?
Well, I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Chairman?
No, in terms of the actual admittance of evidence, the bill is silent on that.
And then also, when we talk about an appeal, what would be the standard on appeal? Would it be a de novo review? Would it be what kind of a standard on the appellate?
The bill is silent on that.
Silent?
As well.
The bill's silent on a lot.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. Any further amendments? Chair recognizes the senator from the 34th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an amendment.
Senator has an amendment. Read the amendment number.
983521. I'm sorry. I may have got it wrong. 983528.
528. One moment, Senator. All right. 528. Yep. Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this amendment relates on the differences between the Police Accountability Board and the Administrative Charging Board. Two different boards, and under the bill, the Police Accountability Board, the membership is determined by the local administrative body. So your county council, for most of us, would determine the membership of that. For the Administrative Charging Board, it's broken down by various, it's specified in the bill by various folks who would be responsible for appointing, et cetera. And what this amendment proposes is that we just simply use the same process for both, streamline this. To have the Administrative Charging Board's membership determined by the local administrative body as well, provided they have an odd number of members. This, as you can tell from tonight's discussions, the bill has a lot of leeway in a lot of areas. There's a lot of things that are undecided. Not sure what we mean by a medical evaluation. We're not sure if that disqualifies people. We're not sure what the appeals rules are. We're not sure what rules of evidence apply. We're not sure what the standard of proof is. A lot of stuff is ambiguous in here. We're punting to the locals, and clearly that's, there's so much punting done in this bill that must be intentional because we're punting an awful lot. So if we're going to do that, or if we're going to allow local flavor to this, if we're going to allow local discretion, It just doesn't make sense that we say, well, you have discretion on all this stuff, but here's who has to be on the board, the administrative charging board. If we're going to punt to the locals, let them figure out who's on the administrative charging board. Don't try to micromanage that piece of the bill. It's sort of like the least sensical piece of the bill that you would feel compelled to micromanage. So just simply unifies the process here. Lets the local jurisdiction decide who's on their administrative charging board. So I would move the amendment.
Senator moves the amendment. Chair recognizes the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the maker of the amendment. We had this discussion again last night, but so part of this part of the composition of the board was to make sure that there was a balance for a chief, a law enforcement officer, that the county governing body would have an opportunity to select someone that would come from the PAB, the accountability board, so that there was a balance and that all interests were fairly represented. What this amendment does is essentially relegate that entire responsibility and the composition to the county council or the governing body of the jurisdiction. So in the interest of balance, I would just ask that the body reject this amendment.
All right. Chair recognizes the senator from the 38th District. On the amendment.
Thank you. Could I ask the maker of the amendment a couple questions? And I'm, first of all, trying to understand the process before I understand the amendment.
Yes.
When there's alleged misconduct under the House bill, what happens with all these different boards, and under the Senate bill, what happens, and what does your amendment do?
Wow, I can. the Senate one's sort of old history, so I'm not sure I can at this time of the night can give you a comprehensive on that. But on the House bill, I'm sorry.
I'm really trying to understand all these different, the charging committees,
Sure.
the trial board.
Yeah, no problem. I can give you that on the House bill. So this particular amendment relates to two different bodies, the Admin Charging Board and the Police Accountability Board. So the Police Accountability Board is the most basic one. That's the one that's appointed by the membership is determined by the local legislative body, and they're more of a general oversight of police accountability. And they do make appointments to other boards like the Administrative Charging Board, but they're more of a general oversight body that just reviews policing-related issues and comes up with to identify problems and also solutions in the arena of police accountability. The Administrative Charging Board is different. They're the ones who, if you have a public complaint against an officer, then those go to the Administrative Charging Board, and they then review the facts and determine whether the officer, they have a few more other powers, they can subpoena and the like, but they basically determine whether the officer will be charged, and if the officer is charged, then they turn the charges over to the chief to then, with the recommended punishment, and then the chief imposes that punishment or a higher or lower, or I'm sorry, a higher punishment, and then if the officer decides not to take that punishment, then they can elect for a trial board, and that begins the whole trial board process. So this amendment relates to that Administrative Charging Board piece of it and who's on the member of the charging board.
And then, so your amendment deals.
My amendment simply says that charging board would be, the membership would be determined by the local legislative body, as is the Police Accountability Board is done the same way, or is done that way. But currently the charging board has specific members stated who is actually on the charging board.
So this amendment allows for more local
Yes,
flexibility?
let the locals determine that rather than us prescribing it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I support that. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion on the amendment? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay.
Roll call.
Chair is in doubt. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 29 votes in the negative. The senator's amendment fails. Are there any further amendments? Chair recognizes the senator from Frederick County.
Amendment number 333520/1.
520. One moment, Senator. Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So, as now we're actually talking about the structure of how officers will be disciplined. That's what the previous amendment was about. And the senator from Ocean City asked a very good question. What did the Senate do? Because my amendment affects what this House bill does. The Senate bill was actually pretty direct and straightforward. You've got alleged misconduct. It goes to the chief. And then we changed the trial board to be 2 civilians and 1 officer. So we gave civilian control there. Under this bill, you have a police accountability board who then appoints one person to an administrative charging committee, and then the chief and the union put a person on the administrative charging committee. The administrative charging committee basically decides guilt or innocence and the punishment. And the chief, as we discussed earlier, can only go above, not below. So the administrative charging committee really does everything. Chief's sort of irrelevant in this model. And then you go to the trial board, which we've reconstructed in a different way. That's a simplified version. There's a whole bunch of different branches here, though, as you can see. So what this amendment simply does is removes the administrative and charging committee and restores it more similar to the Senate bill in that you would have the chief and then a trial board. That's it. It empowers the chief, as we said we wanted to, and quite frankly, probably an amendment maybe for tomorrow, is to restore more civilian control as we did on the Senate side. But nonetheless, at least removing this administrating charging committee. And to be honest, I don't know why we have an administrating charging committee. I don't know why we created a police accountability board. I wasn't at a hearing. We didn't have a hearing on that part. And it wasn't ever really clearly explained or anybody. They said, well, we want civilian oversight. It's not really civilians. Look at who we appointed on there. So it's just, the idea is that the chief, when we constructed this originally, I mean, the idea was the chief would be the harshest one. And then they have the trial board there, and then the trial board would, sort of deal with it from there. But now we've created this complete redundancy, 2 redundancies, but at least this administrating charging committee is a complete redundancy, and I don't know why we want to take it away from the chief. So that's just the amendment. It's pretty simple, to remove the administrating charging committee, to remove some of this bureaucracy that we've created. And actually, funny, yesterday, a lot of the tweets on social media that I saw from folks that don't normally agree with me, they were saying, we don't want all this bureaucracy. We don't want this. So a lot of the groups on the, wouldn't be on my ideological side of the aisle, they said, we don't even want this. We don't want all this bureaucracy. We don't want this. So I don't know why this is in here. I don't know who wants this. I really don't. There's like 500 activist little tweets saying this is bad. So I would just ask we remove this administrating charging committee, and at least starts to get us back to more of a common sense posture where the Senate started. Thanks.
Senator moves the amendment. Senator, if we use tweets, I would be living in a clockwork orange. If you could just see my notification list. Chair recognizes the chair of the committee on the amendment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. This takes us back to the kind of the conundrum or some of the difficulties with that posture that we had before. And I remember the senator from Anne Arundel County spoke to the kind of the balancing act between the chief and between the officer and the impacts on due process that would have. So this process that you have before you strikes that balance. It has more civilian input. That PAB, the accountability board, has the ability to, again, lift up the hood, regulate, monitor what's going on within the police department, publish reports, communicate with the public. So in the interest of balance and public transparency and civilian involvement, I would ask the body to resist the amendment.
All right, on the amendment, any further discussion on the amendment? If not, Chair recognizes the maker of the amendment.
Yeah, just real brief. I don't know what else civilian involvement. The Senate version actually had more civilian involvement. Our trial board had 2 straight civilians on it. The House version, this whole ridiculous process, is less civilian involvement and more bureaucracy. Look, if the body wants to vote this down, fine. But don't delude yourself into thinking you're having more civilian involvement with this bill. If you don't believe me, just look what the bill says. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Yes, on the amendment, Chair recognizes Senator from District 5.
Could I ask the floor leader a clarifying question?
Will the floor leader yield for a question?
We
may
made
proceed.
I will say yesterday when this debate started, we had talked, you and I had a little back and forth about the chart on the way this new flow chart will work for alleged misconduct. Do you believe that chart is not accurate in the sense that it's not all these different steps and options, or is that chart pretty accurate? I know I'm referring to something you saw, so I understand.
Sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
Yeah, so the chart that we were discussing.
Yes.
Now yesterday.
Yeah.
Is that what I have it here? I mean, I don't have it in color, but I have it here. It's my understanding is that the current process is this pretty straightforward, and now the process would be all these different options in the current bill. And like my friend from Frederick County, I kind of thought we had worked out in the previous bills that we worked on a good civilian process. So can you talk about, is that how complicated this is going to be?
So, I mean, first I want to correct the record, just for my colleague from Frederick spoke to. So as we passed it out last night, the PAB is all comprised of all civilians appointed by the local governing body. So this is significant civilian involvement and oversight. The process here it's essentially the same 3-part process where you have a complaint, as we amended it last night. You have a complaint that comes into the charging committee. There's a PAB that kind of hovers above that provides oversight. You've got the chief involved, and then you've got an appeal. So although the chart looks a little daunting, I will admit the process really isn't that complex.
Okay. Thank you for your answers. Mr. President, I think it would be good to adopt this amendment, despite the answer I just received from the chairman. Again, just a little bit more clarity and transparency would definitely be in order on this bill. So I would urge the body to support the senator from Frederick County's amendment, and I will be voting green.
All right. On the amendment, all in favor of the amendment, say aye. Opposed, nay. The amendment fails. Are there any further amendments?
I'd like to explain my vote, if I could, real brief.
Not on a voice vote, Senator. Is there another amendment, Senator?
Yeah, I got another one.
All right. Could you give us the number, Senator?
423323/1.
323. One moment. All right, Senator may explain the amendment.
All right, well, this takes us back to one of the points that we were talking about, the civil liability, but it's a little bit different. This would increase the civil liability, and just to refresh everybody's memory, we are going from $400,000, what is currently law for everything else, to going $890,000 for policing. And actually, we were having a debate over here. Maybe the chair, when he gets up, we could not recall if we removed the 15% escalator or not yesterday. So that would be helpful just to refresh us. But nonetheless, what this amendment simply says is that it would raise it for counties and municipalities with populations of 300,000 or less. It would raise it from 400,000 to 500,000, but it would not take them to the full 890,000. The reason being that your small municipalities, your smaller counties population-wise, are just not going to be able to afford this. And what they're going to do is what I said earlier. They're going to get rid of their community policing, and you just hire a resident trooper. And I don't know why we'd want to pass a Police Reform Accountability Act that would go through in a county like Frederick County and potentially get rid of the Thurmont Police Department, the Mount Airy, the Brunswick. Those small police departments do a wonderful job. They are closely connected with the citizens. I think the senator earlier from Hartford County used the Andy Griffith model, but there's something to be said for that. There's something to be said for community policing and the job they do in these small municipalities. And by not adopting this and by putting them at $890,000 standard, you're putting at risk not only the couple I mentioned in Frederick County. I know my neighbor to the east in Carroll County, I think they've got about 5 or 6. I know Western Maryland has numerous ones, the Eastern Shore, and even some of the larger jurisdictions, I believe, have them. So I think this would protect our small local community policing.
All right. Chair recognizes the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask the body to reject this amendment, and thank you also for the opportunity to correct the record. We did strike out the $15,000 escalator clause last night, but for this amendment would mean that the same grievous act that happens in one county, you could get compensated for, but then if it happened into another county, then you'd get less money. So I'd ask for that reason and for the interest of uniformity and justice, I'd ask the body to resist the amendment.
All right. On the amendment. Chair recognizes the senator from the 34th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, we passed a uniformity red line a long time ago. I gave my example earlier that within a given municipality, within a given county, what the cap is depends upon what the writing on the side of the car says. Remember, these claims are overwhelmingly automobile accident claims, which is why this whole provision of the bill has nothing to do with police accountability. And so we're already distinguishing between caps based upon the words on the side of the vehicle that's involved in the collision. So to suggest that, well, we have to have uniformity between counties of different sizes, I think just defies logic. I mean, we crossed that when we entered the realm of illogical distinctions here when this bill was first introduced. So I would strongly support the amendment. Thank you.
All right. On the amendment, any further discussion? All right. Chair recognizes the senator from the 33rd District.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the observation is not fair to have different levels of benefit of insurance coverage, and yet if you have a school bus accident in Anne Arundel County, you can get a maximum of $5 million. Yet in Calvert County, there's only $1 million. Not only that, in Frederick County, it's only $400,000. This concept of dividing the level of liability is not new to the state of Maryland. I rise to support the amendment. Thank you.
All right. On the amendment, Chair recognizes the senator from the 38th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. I'm just making a final appeal to my colleagues for our small municipalities and counties. They've been watching and listening to the debate, and they need this type of relief. And again, it's a common sense amendment factoring in the challenges that they have in these smaller municipalities and counties. So I'm asking my colleagues to support this amendment.
All right. On the amendment, any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Noes have it. The senator's amendment fails. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? For the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 670 is hereby ordered passed for third reader. All right. We are gonna pause on the rest of the stuff for the evening. But the reason is, folks, tomorrow we've got a lot of work to do, so we are going to be at 8:30. 8:30. All right? 8:30 tomorrow. What's the date again? Oh, April Fools. We'll do noon tomorrow. There was just a lot of anger focused this direction. There was a lot of anger.
Mr. President, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you said.
You didn't miss anything. Senator. Okay. I assume there's no committee announcements. So, anything for the good of the order? Quorum call before we adjourn.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their presence? If so, the clerk will take the call. Oh. All right. We're good. Chair recognizes the majority leader. 47 members and chairman of quorum being present. Senate Maryland remains in session. Chair recognizes the majority leader.
Okay, I think I know what you're doing. Okay, I move that the Senate of Maryland stand adjourned until Thursday, April 1st at
noon.
12 p.m.
12. All right, without objection, so ordered. Stay safe. Get some rest.